We sitting in here, we excited as hell.
Now it's time to get to work. Are you a happy guy?
Oh my goodness, let's go!
I haven't felt joy talking about the Jets in a long time. When they announced it, I went, yeah! Jets, let's go!
Live coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's finally here as the Jets continue to thrive as the kings of the offseason. With all these picks and all these trades, can the Jets improve enough to become a playoff team in year 2 of Glenn and Muji? Jake's here and is live breaking down all the picks the Jets are making. It's the Jake Asman Show.
Here we go, Jet fans. Welcome in, everybody. Night 2 of the NFL Draft, rounds 2 and 3, and we're breaking it down for you in real time on the Jake Asman Show. We are presented by PrizePicks. I want to thank every Asmaniac that came out to McFadden's in Pittsburgh yesterday. We had over 150 Jet fans that showed up. It was wild. It was a blast, and big thank you to McFadden's and the entire team for hosting our incredible community. Night 2 of the NFL Draft is about to get underway. The New York Jets will be on the clock, 12 picks into the second round. They have the 44th overall selection of the NFL Draft. Then they won't pick again unless Darren Muji makes a trade. The Jets do own 2 fourth-round picks. Maybe they come back up into the third. Maybe they move out of round 2 and they secure a third-round pick. We shall see. But we do know this. Night 1 was a wild one for Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji. The Jets came away with David Bailey at 2, Kenyon Sadiq at 16, and a trade back into the end of the first round to draft Omar Cooper Jr. So 3 picks in round 1 for the Jets. And here we go, getting set now for night number 2. And joining me to co-host our Jake Asman Draft Megacast is our good friend, the host of the Dylan Tereman football program. It's our friend, DT. Dylan, well, let's go, baby. The New York Jets draft talk. It's happening.
Dude, finally, we're done with the mock drafts. We're done fighting. We know who the pick is at 2. It's obviously David Bailey. I mean, I'm fired up. 3 picks in the first round. They obviously do a small but very wise trade up to get from 33 to 30 to secure Omar Cooper Jr., sniping the absolute hell out of the Buffalo Bills, who then traded immediately out of round 1. So I'm fired up. I'm a little scared about some of the names associated with the Jets at pick 44, specifically a quarterback from a southeastern state. But I think 44, there's going to be a lot of good players on the board. I'm really excited. I hope we pick more than once tonight. But, you know, you got the water on deck. You got the coffee on deck. You got a little bit of something stronger on deck for that long wait, because 44 to 103 is such a long wait, Jake.
Selfishly, I hope they trade down just so we have more compelling things to discuss, more picks, get in the third round. But we're going to see what they're going to do. I'll tell you what, I'm energized by what they did night 1. It didn't feel that way in the moment because I was more of a Reese guy than a Bailey guy. And I was very worried about them taking Sadiq at 16 and then just not addressing wide receiver and us having to rely on the second round for a wide receiver, which we know is a house of horrors for the New York Jets in their history. But the fact that they were able to add Cooper to cap off the night and get him at 30 makes me feel really good about Darren Muji's ability to understand value in the draft board. So I love what they did, Dylan. And I think you now look at what the Jets will present opposing defenses. If they could just protect Geno Smith, I believe he could be competent to go with some weapons that now include Garrett Wilson, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper Jr., Mason Taylor, A.D. Mitchell, Breece Hall out of the backfield, Braylon Allen. You have some real pieces here that should make every Jet fan, I believe, pretty confident that regardless what this season ends up being, they're at least setting the stage properly for a young quarterback to come into the New York Jets organization and actually be potentially set up to succeed.
Yeah, absolutely. They are beginning the process of dummy-proofing the offense. It looks pretty good on paper. And for me personally, I was a little disappointed with Bailey and Sadiq, obviously with Reese and Lemon being on the board, both top 5 players for me. But I completely understand the vision with Sadiq. And I showed 2 clips on my round 1 live stream on my channel. Thanks to everybody who tuned into that one. But one of the plays was Sadiq blocking in space. And I'm like, I can just picture Breece Hall patiently waiting behind Sadiq to just make a slight block on the second or third level defender and spring Breece for a 60 to 70 yard run. And then the second play was a double move up the seam, back shoulder, high point touchdown catch. And I'm like, okay, so we can do this too now, Sadiq. All right, this is really fun. And you start to understand and like kind of understand the vision the Jets had as far as Sadiq versus Lemon specifically. Maybe they viewed Sadiq as more of a numbers changer, where it's like, yeah, you look like 12 personnel with Sadiq and Mason Taylor out there, but you probably have to defend it in terms of like your base defense. You're probably playing nickel against those guys. And now you have to put a smaller slot cornerback on Sadiq. And I feel like that's a matchup nightmare. So my first reaction was, how the hell are you going to man up 5 across the board with the New York Jets right now? Garrett usually demands a double team, whether it's a safety bracket over the top. AD can win with press and beat you down the field. There's multiple like elite corners in the NFL that talk about how good AD Mitchell is. Mason Taylor, we know what he is over the middle. He's just a very reliable security blanket. And now you add Sadiq with Brees, with a quarterback now in Geno Smith, who's actually going to like facilitate, be a bit of a point guard and throw the rock around and get everybody theirs. Like, I don't anticipate a barely 400-yard receiver leading the Jets next year. Like, you're going to have probably a 1,000-yard receiver in Garrett, maybe over 600 for maybe 2 wide receivers even. And Brees should have probably his best receiving game or season of his career with Geno. So I'm very excited for the offense. Obviously, we knew they invested heavy in the defense in free agency, and we knew number 2 was going to be a front 7 player. But going and double dipping at pass catcher in the first round, and like I said, a very smart trade by Muji to not only win in terms of the trade value with the points, but he won in terms of the consensus value on Omar Cooper Jr. by like 7 or 8 spots. They got him at 30 and he was consensus 21 or 22. So really good move by Muji there. I was nervous at a certain point that he was, going to miss out on all of these guys. And obviously Mekhi Lemon sliding to 20 and a wild situation there. But I'm really impressed. Obviously it's on Frank Reich now to figure it all out, but the Jets can be unpredictable in a good way on offense for the first time in a while.
Speaking of figuring it out, Dylan, remove some Vaseline from your camera lens, man. You're out of focus. We got to get you locked in here for the Jake Asman Megacast. DT with us here. If you guys have questions throughout, make sure you super chat it in. We will make sure we get to it. Every membership and every super chat that qualifies for our weekly raffle on Monday will be double for the entirety of NFL draft weekend. I'm officially back from Pittsburgh. It was a blast being there, but don't worry, the Jet fan base is still being well represented tonight. Bunch of Asmaniacs, Lou B, Boba Jet, Boy Green, they're going to be in the pit again tonight for the Jet selection at 44. So good to be home and good to be talking all things New York Jets with everyone in our community. DT, you do a quick reset here for your camera, and we'll get you set up as the draft is officially underway. The 49ers pick is in, so we are going to break down all the picks in real time. The one thing I don't want the Jets to do at 44 is take a quarterback. I know there's been some talk of Carson Beck. I would be disgusted if the Jets took Carson Beck. And I'm not even anti-taking Beck if they did it on day 3. I'm anti-taking Carson Beck if you do it in the second round. That just reeks of Hackenberg all over again. So I don't think that makes sense. Other than that, though, some other players I am high on for the Jets tonight at 44, and I tweeted this out earlier. I'd love if they came away with one of the guards remaining, Emmanuel Pregnon from Oregon, or they take Besantis, who is the guard. He was originally from Jersey, who played at Texas A&M. I think he would be really intriguing if the Jets, they wanted to go down that path. Chase Besantis from A&M, Jersey guy, who I just mentioned. Some other guys, D'Angelo Pons at 44. Jets apparently really like him. Wouldn't shock me if that pick is a secondary type of player. I don't think Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the safety from Toledo, will be there. If he is, I'm in. Jacob Rodriguez and C.J. Allen, 2 linebackers I'd be excited about. And there are some really good corners that are still available. We will see if they actually make it to pick number 44 when it's all said and done. DT back with us now. Dylan, what's your dream scenario for pick 44?
Yeah, it's somebody you mentioned there. I don't think he will make it there. Now, as the 49ers pick is coming in right this second, wow, okay. The 49ers starting it off hot with Dejon Stribling from Ole Miss, the wide receiver. Not somebody that I had picked going this high.
Do me a favor. Pause your TV right now because I just have Deshaun Stribling going. So we're synced up at the same time because I have ESPN on via the streaming All right, and cool. So the pick is officially in. Deshaun Stribling is the pick, wide receiver from Ole Miss. So that's the first player that is off the board here. By the way, receiver going, and it's not Denzel Boston. How about that?
Yeah, like I said, it was a little bit surprising to see him go this early. Was originally like a day 3, possibly an end of round 3 guy, but he skyrocketed up boards throughout this pre-draft process. So that's a good one, a bit of a surprise, but a good one for the Niners. I'm going to hope that Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is there. I think they are going to go secondary, and if they are, I would prefer it to be safety over cornerback. I would also prefer AJ Halsey, right? They're both strong safety types. They're not really the free safety, although I think EMW has a little bit more versatility to him. AJ Halsey has a couple question marks still in his game. But you mentioned Basantis and Pregnon. Samini predicted Basantis to be the guy. He's also putting out Carson Beck smoke, so I'm kind of mad at Rich at the same time, but also if he gets Basantis right, that would be a really good addition to this offensive line. So I'm looking at, offensive line to just finish off the front 5, or secondary leaning safety with Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
It's going to be interesting to see when the run on quarterback starts, because it doesn't typically happen in the second round. Rich had this nugget earlier, Rich Samidi, of course. There were 3 quarterbacks selected in the second round in the previous 5 years. That's Tyler Shuck, Will Levis, and Kyle Trask. There were 7 QBs selected in the second round in the previous 10 years, half as many as in any other single round from 2016 to 2025. The last time there were multiple QBs selected in the same second round was 2014, Derek Carr and Jimmy Garoppolo. So I'd be surprised if the Jets took a quarterback at 44. I think the spot for them to do that, Dylan, is either they trade back and acquire a third, or they do it with one of their 2 fourth-round picks. Mm-hmm. Or actually, they do it with, one of their 2 fourth-round picks in this draft tomorrow.
Yeah, I think 103 was like the sweet spot where I finally felt okay with it, even though I'm not like a fan of these guys. I'm actually looking at the Cardinals right now on the clock at 34. They missed out on Ty Simpson. The guy, whoever it is coming to the podium now for their selection. Oh, it's James Conner. So this could be a quarterback here. But yeah, I agree with you. I wouldn't do it at 44. I'm actually like terrified that they're going to do it at 44. I just don't see Carson Beck as that type of player. Maybe they do, and I'm completely wrong on him, but I don't see it. His arm, ever since the UCL injury. Oh, do you see who the pick is?
The pick is in.
Yeah, I'll wait for you to announce it. But I'm worried about the quarterbacks. I'd go 103, but I think there's just going to be too many different players where I'm like going to talk myself out of it. So no matter where the pick at quarterback comes, unless it's like a 7th round flyer on like Taylon Green or Cole Payton, I'm probably going to say, well, I would have taken somebody else. But I've said that a couple times already this draft, and I think I'm going to be wrong about those players.
Chase Basantis will not be a Jet. He goes to the Arizona Cardinals with the second pick of the second round, pick 34 overall. It would have been fascinating to see what would have happened if Ty Simpson fell out of round 1. Were the Cardinals going to try and get in front of the Jets tonight? I mean, look, we spent so much time talking about 33 and the Jets moving back. They used 33 to move back into round 1 to get the 5th-year option on Omar Cooper and snipe the Bills and take them. So I guess we'll never know what would have happened if Simpson was there and the Jets actually had pick 33.
Do you remember when we were sitting in Mobile at the convention center with Richie, and you guys were talking to me about Ty Simpson, and I said, if I was the Jets, I think that they would have to consider trading up to 12 to jump the Rams for Ty Simpson. I said that all the way back in January. And obviously, when it came to the Jets, I got laughed at, and rightfully so, because I don't think the Jets should have traded all the way up to 12 to go get Ty Simpson, according to how the board fell for them. But it was interesting that I said that with obviously not like a ton of sources. Like, we're in Mobile, we talked to a couple people, but like, I thought you were going to have to go over the Rams at 13. And obviously, what do you make of the whole McVay thing? I don't know if it's as serious as people are blowing it up to be, but like, he didn't really seem happy about the pick.
It was weird. I didn't get a chance to fully digest and watch some of the videos of the reaction as the Dylan Tereman out of focus madness continues here. It was just odd to me. Like, I think Sean McVay is such a great coach, so I don't think he's going to be like, oh, I'm not going to coach the guy up. But he didn't exactly seem thrilled, which I thought it was a weird pick too, because you're all in. You'd think to try and win one more with Stafford. I thought if they had maybe that second first-round pick that was at the end of round 1, it would make some sense to maybe do it. But I was surprised they took him at 13. I don't think it's a good pick. I really don't.
No, I think it's a good fit for Ty Simpson, the player, but like for the Rams, it's kind of a questionable pick. And it's like, oh, is Les Snead operating on a different timeline than Sean McVay is now, or is there like a bit of a rift? So it is interesting. They don't do 30 visits, so it's not like they were going to visit with him anyway. Dude, I hate this camera. I have the same one as you, which is so frustrating because yours is like always perfect. You always look so clear. And I move 6 centimeters to the left and it goes.
Do you have a setting that's autofocus?
Dude, I don't think that I mean, I maybe on like my actual laptop, I'd have to go in and look, but on StreamYard, there is no.
Here's what you do. Click, you see the camera button down there, that arrow, click that, and then just re-click your camera again as an option, and it should auto reset. Because I did have this problem doing the live show yesterday at McFadden's. So we will see. In the meantime, I want to let everyone know that we are having an Asmaniac weekly raffle on Monday, and every membership is double for those of you who enter throughout the NFL draft weekend. Shout out to Rasta Dread, who's the first Asmaniac to get himself in the raffle this evening. Rasta, you are in for one.
Let's go.
And one is actually two. So, Rasta, congratulations. We're giving away a Joe Namath signed helmet, Nick Mangold signed helmet, Darrell Rivas signed helmet, Garrett Wilson signed helmet, and a Mason Taylor signed helmet. A pick is officially in for the Buffalo Bills, and they take edge out of Clemson, TJ Parker. So some talk that the Bills were going to go defensive tackle. Instead, they end up going with an edge rusher here. The Bills, of course, they seemingly wanted Omar Cooper Jr., and they traded out of that spot after the New York Jets sniped them, moved one spot in front of them with a deal at the end of round 1 last evening. So now the Buffalo Bills on the clock. Their pick is official. TJ Parker, the edge from Clemson, is the pick. So that means the Raiders are now on the clock at 36th overall as we continue our countdown to get to the Jets selection at pick number 44. Now we can't hear Dylan. Dylan, reset your StreamYard. All good. The Dylan Tereman experience. It's quite the experience right now. Who should the Jets draft at 44? Anyone think there's a chance they double up on receiver? I'd be surprised personally because, again, you drafted Sadiq. You went out there and you drafted a receiver. So you got 2 pass catchers already. I think it's clear they like A.D. Mitchell more than the general public does at this point. But Denzel Boston makes it to 44. You got to think about it, right? DT looking clear. What's up?
Yeah, finally. Jesus. Do you want me to talk about TJ Parker? They were showing Senior Bowl highlights, so I got juiced up because I like when the Senior Bowl guys go. Somebody that like Dom and I actually talked to on the field between practices was really cool. Obviously, being from South Carolina now, it's cool to talk to any of the Tigers or Gamecocks that are there at the event. We talked to a couple, but TJ Parker was one of them, and I was hopeful that maybe the Jets would double dip at edge and get a TJ Parker. I didn't think it was realistic after Bailey. Maybe if they went Reese. But yeah, the Bills get sniped for Omar Cooper. They have to go and trade out and get TJ Parker now. I wonder if they would have been in on Dejon Stribling. It seems like Bills fans didn't want Denzel Boston, which is surprising because I thought Denzel Boston would have gone by now or at least be going in these picks right here. Maybe the Raiders. Who did the Raiders take in the first round? They took obviously Fernando. That was their only pick, right? So yeah, do you get a wide receiver for Fernando and Denzel Boston? He's a little bit better version of what he had in Elijah Surratt. So maybe Denzel Boston doesn't make it. But 44, that'd be an interesting discussion, dude. If they took Boston, that'd be crazy. Triple up on pass catchers.
Well, how about this? The Houston Texans just came up and made a trade. So they just made a deal with the Raiders. So the Texans, they're jumping up. And they moved up 2 spots here. So seemingly to get in front of the Giants or to get in front of someone. But the Texans are now on the clock at pick 36, DT.
That's interesting. Well, they definitely don't need a wide receiver. So I don't think this is going to be Denzel Boston. I wonder if they're jumping the Giants for a safety. But it's interesting because you would think the Giants want a pass catcher. So I would think Denzel Boston would be on the Giants short list of players. So this is an interesting one for Houston, but they had a ton of ammo. They also had 59. I don't think that was included in the trade to come up 2 spots, obviously, but Houston had a good amount of picks. And where'd they go in the first round? Oh, they got Keelan Rutledge. So they already attacked offensive line. We just saw an edge player go. Maybe they want to get ahead of that, but I don't know. This is an interesting one for Houston.
Houston, you look at their needs: O-line, D-line, linebacker, corner, edge.
Oh, Jamad McCoy. They might be coming up for Jamad McCoy.
Jamad McCoy, some concerns with the injuries with him, right?
Yes. Yeah, he has not played football in a whole season, and he also has a knee injury that could affect him even longer that is not associated with the ACL. So just absolutely devastating news for him and his leg. And now my computer is absolutely spazzing.
Dylan Tereman.
We're off to a hot start, Jake.
Struggling with draft coverage, folks. Kyle Clifton says McDonald. Caden McDonald still there. Could be in play, no doubt. Hey, shout out to Sean Bennett. He's the first to gift the 5 spot during our show. 5 memberships is actually 10 raffle entries for Sean Bennett. Let's go, Sean.
Marcelino McCrary Dill.
All right. Me? Just hanging around.
Face the other direction.
So you see my ass?
Exactly.
What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Huh?
You guys win.
Alex says Charles was better. I forgot we got Gorman to do that too.
Gorman didn't use his legs.
Oh.
I'm reading the comments. They're all positive. Ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Sean Bennett. The pick for the Texans is in, and let's see who's actually going to be announcing the pick at the podium here. Roger Goodell with a Texans legend. Who's the Texans legend they got here? Who's doing this? Let's see. Move faster. Come on. Don't you love how slow they walk?
Well, being such a new-ish franchise, I don't recognize this guy at all.
The Houston Texans are drafting Ohio State defensive tackle Caden McDonald. It was Billy Miller, by the way, who is making the pick. This was spoiled for me because I checked Twitter like a dummy. So you don't want pick spoiled. There you go. But Caden McDonald, defensive tackle from Ohio State. He could have been in play for the Jets at 44, just surely on best player available in that spot. But McDonald, another top defender from that legendary Ohio State defense. He's off the board here to the Texans at pick 36.
Strength becoming more of a strength. Similar to the Giants taking Arvell Reese, the Houston Texans defensive line is already really good. Obviously, they have 2 really good pass rushers. And then Sheldon Rankins, former Jet in the middle, going to be next to Caden McDonald now. So not surprised to hear his name called early. He's a really good player. He should help Houston.
Clifton called it. Shout out to Kyle Clifton.
Yeah, he called it. I don't know if he was saying that for Houston or for the Jets, but that was a good call out by Clifton. That's why he's a 1 seed. I love the emotion that the players show when they get drafted. I just think it's so cool because like they work so hard for it, and you know they don't like. David Bailey even said today, he's like, I've never felt these emotions before after being picked. So like I can only imagine like what's going on through his head. You know, you saw like the snot and the boogers coming out of Jordan Tyson's nose yesterday. Like they're just so emotional. It's so cool. This is a great pick.
Yeah, great event the draft is. It really is the best reality show here. So, all right, that means the Giants now are on the clock after they had quite the day one, Dylan. Arvell Reese, all the talk, Reese Bailey for the Jets, and of course, Reese ends up going to the New York Giants. So the Bailey-Reese discussion will not be stopping anytime soon. Those 2 players are going to be forever linked to one another in the same city, of course. And then the Giants, I think they surprised at least me and several others. Francis Malagoa with a bunch of stud players still on the board. They could have went receiver there. I know Tyson got sniped before them, but still, they end up going with Malagoa, the offensive lineman. It seems like they're going to play him at guard. Caleb Downs was there, though. That would have been the pick I would have made if I were the Giants. And, of course, you know, much like Reese and Bailey will be compared, well, the fact that Downs ends up going to the Dallas Cowboys, a division rival for Big Blue, that conversation will continue. Your thoughts on what the Giants potentially do here? And before that, just give me your thoughts on their night one takeaways.
I really liked Arvell Reese falling to them at 5. Like you said, I would have went Downs at 10 overall. Did you happen to see Malik Neighbors on I think it was the Bleacher Report stream of the draft? He was talking about it, and he was all over Caleb Downs. He's like, I want Caleb Downs on my team. When I was at LSU, Caleb Downs was a true freshman, and he was calling out all the routes before the plays were happening that I was running. And like, he's just a super good player. Like, we got rid of Dexter in the middle. We have to, you know, supplement with something in the middle, even if it is on the back end. Like, he was given a lot of good points on Caleb Downs. And then, of course, they go Malinois, which I mean, I'm not mad at because you have to protect Jackson Dart, keep him out of the blue tent. But I thought it was going to be Downs as well.
I just think you had downs to that defense with Reese. Like, oh my, because originally when they made the Lawrence deal, I thought it could have been Styles and Downs. And the fact that they got Reese and you could have had Downs, that's what I would have done. But hey, John Harbaugh's going to have full autonomy to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, and Maui Noah feels like a Harbaugh pick. I think he's going to start at guard, and then he'll probably transition to tackle once they figure out what they're going to do with was it Evan Neal and Andrew Thomas? Like one of those guys might not be there for the future, so you have flexibility with Maui Noah. The first answer he gave, he's like, "I'm ready for this shit," or something like that. He set it up on stage, so I was like, "All right, he's ready to go. He's fired up." They got to go pass catcher here, I think. Give Jackson Dart somebody to throw it to. Denzel Boston would be cool. Maybe one of these next two picks, it's Denzel Boston, because Browns already took KC in the first round.
Corner is a need for the Giants as well if they want to take Hood or McCoy.
Yeah, I had the pick spoiled because I looked at my phone for 0.1 second, and I know who the Giants are taking, so I'm trying to not spoil it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Do we spoil picks? The problem is after the first round, all these reporters, who have access to the NFL, distribution site where the picks are submitted, that's how they do it. That's how they get the picks. It's not like, oh, they're told anything. Like they get it spoiled. The problem is they just start tweeting like 8 picks in advance, and it ruins what we're doing here, trying to do a stream reacting in real time and stay off the internet.
Exactly. Somebody probably knows like the Saints pick, which is 42. And we're on 37. Like they're so far ahead, and it's like I don't like spoiling, so you're welcome, Wagon. That's
Chuck Wagon doesn't want us to spoil. Yeah, if you're watching this, don't spoil in the chat. We're all kind of in this together here. This little live reaction bubble as we break it all down. But man, I look at what the Giants are building here. If it is indeed, the player that I think it's going to be, one of those corners, Reese, another corner. Some of the additions they made already in free agency, I like what they got here. I do. I think the Giants are building something strong with Harbaugh so far.
Yeah, I hate to say that I like it, but I do. And I have a handful of Giants fan friends from back in New Jersey, and I was texting with one last night. He was a little meh about the Maui Noah, and he wasn't like big on Downs. He wanted Styles and Jordan Tyson. But he was happy with Reese, and then he was like, even in that situation, he probably would have went Downs over Maui Noah, but he was kind of meh about it. So I guess it's all just like how you view it. Maybe some teams are a little bit more harsh on their own team's picks, but I feel like even with the Jets fans are less happy about their picks than other teams' fans are about our picks. Like other teams are loving the Jets, like almost to a point where it's scary, and Jets fans are like, yeah, it was all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, the pick is officially in, and it is a corner. Tennessee corner Colton Hood is the pick at number 37. DT, your reaction?
I like it. Colton Hood is a really good player. A lot of people had him over his teammate, Jermod McCoy. Kind of a one-year riser. Really, really strong Senior Bowl performance as they're showing on NFL Network right now. So another player we got to see up close and personal. Thought it was really cool. He has in like one of the most elite celebrations for when he locks down a corner. He throws the hood up and then he throws the thumbs down. So I like his tenacity. I like his grit. Definitely would have been a cool pick for the Jets if he was there at 44. But I didn't think once they did not have 33 anymore, I knew a lot of these guys, Hood included, were not going to be there at 44. So again, I don't want to like cop out and say it feels like another Harbaugh pick, but they're showing their defense right now. Him and Javon Holland on that back end, and then you add Reese before. You still have Burns, Carter. Thibodeau's probably on the way out, it seems. There's a lot of smoke there that he's going to get traded. So I hate to say I like what the Giants are doing, but they have 3 good picks that I can't get mad at.
Comments, questions, super chats, cut the line. This one is from Y Shah, who says, why are all the Jets picks upside guys without production? Sadiq's supposed to be this great tight end, but look at his numbers. Why is production not there? Same with Cooper. Well, I mean, the total opposite of that, though, Y Shah, is the Bailey pick. Bailey is all production. He produced at Stanford. He produced at Texas A&M after he got paid big money, which I loved. Like, hey, you got this big, cash grab. You go to Texas Tech and you still put up dominant numbers. You became even better. Like, that shows me that you love football. You love the grind, So I think Bailey's the opposite of that. I mean, look, Sadiq is basically a one-year starter. He is projection, but you're banking on just the physical greatness that he brings and the character that you think the guy's got a determined work ethic. I've heard nothing but great things about Kenyon Sadiq, the person. And Cooper's a guy, I mean, they had a lot of mouths to feed in that Indiana offense. Like, let's remember that. They were an RPO-style offense that doesn't always lend itself to incredible offensive production when two of the other receivers in Indiana are also going to be NFL players. So think about that. So I think Sadiq is really the only one with the big projection. I think Cooper produced. I mean, the guy had almost 1,000 receiving yards this past year.
Yeah, I don't even think the Jets are really focusing on college production as like their like focal point with these draft selections. I think it was Buffalo Jet fan was on doing a pre-day 2 video on his channel, and he was talking about how analytically all of their 3 draft picks were grading out like really high, like whether it's, testing scores mixed with athletic scores mixed with production, but production's not really baked into it. I think the Jets are very analytically focused with a lot of these picks. So I would say that Sadiq and Cooper and Bailey are all, high analytic favored picks. So the production to me is like, secondary. It's like probably the 3rd or 4th thing on their list if I had to guess. But yeah, that is a common theme with Sadiq and Cooper specifically. But you hit the nail on the head with Cooper. Indiana, like with Fernando Mendoza, there were games where he just had to be a game manager, and he barely threw for 200 yards because they had Hemby and Kalen Black in the backfield running the ball behind that offensive line. So like they were just such a well-rounded offense that there were games where Omar Cooper did not even need to do anything. He was basically just a decoy in some games. But when he does get the ball, I mean, he got catch of the year against Penn State on that 4th down, back of the end zone toe tap to win the game against Penn State. And then he also had one of the most ridiculous one-handed catches in the flat on a crucial 3rd down to move the sticks for the Indiana offense. So when Cooper gets his name called, he's certainly going to make the most of his touches. And kind of the same with Sadiq too. We talked about it a little bit before with the mismatch situation. Tight end is a weird position in college. Like just because like Tanner Kozul, he had over 2,200 receiving yards at Houston over 3 seasons, 20 plus touchdowns. He's probably not going to be a better NFL player than Kenyon Sadiq, whose, ceiling could be a top 5 tight end in this league, So I don't think production with tight ends is like a really good translatable thing, because when you put Sadiq's film on and you see his natural hands, the way he blocks in space, the way he runs away from every defender, he's like Quincy Enunwa, but probably like closer to Brandon Marshall if those were doing like Jet comparisons here. So I'm hyped up about Sadiq, and I think he's going to be well liked by the Jets fans when it's all said and done.
Comments, questions, super chats, cut the line. This one is from Al Gonzalez. Thank you, Al, for supporting the show. For me, Love at 2 was the pick. We need points over sacks because we're always playing from behind. What's wrong with a 2-back attack? Again, I think people just say this and they don't account for Brees Hall having 1,000 yards last year, Braylon Allen having some real potential. We'll see what he's like this year. And just a better use of resources than taking a running back at 2. They didn't need running back help. They needed pass catchers. They drafted 2 of them.
The other aspect, and fans care probably the least about this, and in a vacuum, it probably doesn't make teams stay up at night, but the financial allocation that the Cardinals just committed to Jeremiah Love was over $50 million guaranteed. That is more than every NFL running back room by almost $20 million. The Saints are the next highest, and they're in the 40s of millions. Between, I think it's Trey Benson, James Conner, and I think, did they just get Tyler Algier too? They have another back that they added in free agency. Like they are allocating $60 million guaranteed to running backs. That is ridiculous. Jeremiah Love has more guaranteed money than Saquon Barkley does. Like from a financial aspect, it makes no sense for the Jets to take Jeremiah Love. And then what do you do with Brees? Because the second he signs his tag, doesn't he have to go for 2 1s? Isn't that the compensation for the franchise tag? So like, where is the loophole where the Jets trade Brees Hall, don't get 2 1s back? And the 2 back field, I mean, I don't think that's like a thing in today's NFL.
Yeah, I just don't think it would have been a smart pick. Like it just as simple as that. Chuck Wagon wants to know, DT, what are the chances the Jets could trade back?
I think it's got to be high. I don't want to say it's a coin flip 50-50. I would say it's probably like 70-30. They stick and pick. I do just get worried. Like, are we just going to be sitting here hanging out, taking our shirts off with Charles Gorman because the Jets don't have a 3rd round pick? Like that's my worry, is like, where do the Jets, because there's so many players in that range of like 50 to 95, Jake, that teams are going to be very differently opinionated on. Like Grayson Halton, Zane Durant. Zane Durant might be there on day 3. He might go in the next 10, 15 picks. Like, I have no idea. Like, it's just going to be so different on all these teams' boards. So this is the range where I want the Jets to somehow find a pick. And maybe I thought trading out of 33, going the other way would have been it. But, you know, again, I can't get mad at them for that small trade up.
By the way, I feel vindicated that Denzel Boston is still there because there were Jet fans who wanted him at 16, and I thought that would have been a major mistake.
Yeah. Did we announce who the Raiders took?
The Raiders pick is officially in. Browns pick about to come in as well. But the Raiders pick was Traden Stukes. Am I pronouncing him right?
Oh, yeah. Traden Stukes, the secondary player from Arizona. I guess
6 year senior. He played college football for 6 years, DT.
Yeah, in our final top 44 mock draft on Nick Shine's channel, it was me, Shine, Dom, and Buffalo, and we alternated all the picks. Dom took Traden Stukes at 33 for the Jets, and he made a compelling argument that, like, he's kind of what AG would want, kind of what this Jets defense needs. But yeah, he is a 6-year senior, and I think he's going to be 25 by maybe not the start, but the end of his rookie year. So definitely a interesting one there, but definitely a good player.
Denzel Boston, the pick is in for the Browns, and he is now off the board. So, again, there were Jet fans and media analysis from folks that said, take him at 16. He fell to 39. Not saying he can't be a good player, but I think the lack of speed, he didn't run the 40. You know, just the fact that, like, he might not be very fast is why I think ultimately he fell.
Yeah, but he's like that true kind of ex-receiver build. They're showing his hands right now going up over the rim. Contested catches, tracking the football is really good. Red zone monster. Whoever the Browns quarterback is going to enjoy this. 3 offensive picks. Spencer Fano, who's going to find a home on their offensive line, which is getting kind of torn apart recently. Then they had Casey Concepcion at 24, the burner, who's going to play the slot. And now they add Denzel Boston. This is a really good draft for the Browns, who need to prioritize offense because their defense was kind of keeping them in games last year, obviously on the back of Micah Parsons, but they also had Defensive Rookie of the Year in Carson Schwarzenegger. So they have good pieces on defense. Denzel Ward is still there. So I like this approach by Cleveland, going offense 3 times for, I almost called him Phil Munkin, Todd Munkin.
Todd Munkin. The Chiefs pick is in. We'll get that to you as soon as it's announced. No spoilers for those in the chat. We're trying to keep this authentic for everyone who's spending time to watch along with us here on our show. Hit the like button if you're just joining us, and make sure you are subscribed to the channel. The Jets are up in, 1, 2, 3 more selections. So Cincinnati will be on the clock right after this pick is in for Kansas City at pick number 40, overall. Bill Moss is the one who's announcing it for KC. And the Kansas City Chiefs, with this selection, they took Oklahoma defensive end R. Mason Thomas. So another edge is off the board here, this time to the Kansas City Chiefs at pick 40.
My favorite story about R. Mason Thomas is learning that the R in R. Mason stands for absolutely nothing. His mom, they have R's as first names as like a tradition in their family. But his mom really liked the name Mason, so she named him R. Mason. Stands for nothing. Great story. Great player. I know Will Parkinson's happy seeing all the Oklahoma Sooners come off the board, but he was a fun player to watch when I was watching Oklahoma's defense, who just, they gave every quarterback they faced absolute night terrors.
Dylan, there's a chance that the Jets could be sitting there on the clock with Jacob Rodriguez available, CJ Allen available, D'Angelo Pons available, Jermod McCoy still available, right?
Emmanuel McNeil Warren. They're guaranteed one of the names we just said.
EMW.
Yep.
And also Emmanuel Pregnon, right?
Yep. Brennan Sis, if you want to still go with corners, even though I'm not that high on Sis.
Trade out. I would trade out at 44. Move back a couple spots, and you're going to still get one of those players we mentioned.
Yeah, if you're staying around pick 50, I would do it. If Green Bay wanted Jermod McCoy or something and they wanted to come up and get him, I would go back to 52 with Green Bay. I wouldn't want to go too far, though, because there are good players on the board. And just because there's 5 good players on the board, you move back 6 picks and they're all gone. So I'm kind of gonna lean on what AG said. If you like a player, just take a player. Don't get cute. But yeah, maybe you can get like a 5th round pick to go back 3 spots.
But to your point on that, they obviously liked Omar Cooper. They could have had him at 16, but they didn't think the value was right, and they like Sadiq Moore in that spot. So if Muji's got a good feel for this, where he knows he could move back, let's say 4 or 5 spots, get an extra pick on day 3, you probably wouldn't be able to get a third if you given the point value. But just to get another 4th, and then all of a sudden, if you had 3 4ths and you could package that to get back into the 3rd tonight, like that's the type of creative stuff you could see from Darren Muji here trying to manipulate the Jets' lack of draft capital outside of this 44th pick. The Cincinnati Bengals selection is officially in. And with the 41st overall pick, the Cincinnati Bengals take Cassius Howell, the edge out of Texas A&M. People talked about Reuben Bain's arm length. Cassius Howell had even smaller arm length. So he falls to the 2nd round here, going to the Cincinnati Bengals, who desperately need defensive help. So, DT, give me your thoughts on this. And that obviously means with the Jets coming up here, that was not a player I think they would take. So, I think they're in a good spot to get one of those players that we were talking about.
Yeah, with Boston, R. Mason Thomas, and Cassius Howell, the last 3 picks off the board, you do feel pretty good about the Jets' chances. But Howell specifically, this is cool. You kind of pair up the 2 Texas A&M edges back again, right? They took Shamar Stewart last year. Had a disappointing year for them, of course. I think he was picked 17 for them last year. Now they get Cassius Howell. You mentioned it. The arm length with him, like, is certainly not talked about like it was with Reuben Bain. Maybe that's why he's, outside the top 40 at pick 41 here for the Bengals. But, I mean, they need to do something. They lost Trey Hendrickson. So I do think that they have a good player, but I wasn't really high on him for the Jets, mainly due to, like, his length concerns. He didn't have a ton of, like, already made pass rush moves, but he just has a ton of energy, and he will just he won't give up. Like if you stalemate him, he's going to like burst all his energy out trying to get to the quarterback. So I do love like his physicality and tenacity.
Hit the like button if you're just joining us. Comments, questions, super chats, cut the line. The New Orleans Saints selection is officially in. So we will get you the Saints pick momentarily. And the Jets, I mean, they're set up. They're set up real nice here to get several of these players that we've been bouncing around. With the 42nd overall pick, Hofstra alum, Dylan, Marcus Colston announcing the pick here for the Saints. Hofstra alum Marcus Colston announced Christian Miller, the defensive tackle from Georgia, to the New Orleans Saints. So again, Pond still there. Jacob Rodriguez still there. Speaking of Georgia players, CJ Allen still there. Man, a lot of good players still on the board for the New York Jets, who will be up in 1 after the Miami Dolphins will pick 43rd overall here in the 2nd round.
I'm a little nervous. Who did Miami take in round 1? They took Caden Proctor at 12 after moving back 1 spot, and then they took Chris Johnson, the corner out of San Diego State. Okay, so they already went 1 secondary player. I am just a little nervous that they will take Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Jeff Halfley, Boston College, then to Green Bay. They really had some good secondary players the last couple years under him. So I am worried that they'll go secondary again. Hopefully they go offense, maybe not Emmanuel Pregnon, but they got Caden Proctor, so I don't think they'll go offensive line. So I hope they don't take a player that the Jets like. But like you said, let's see who's behind us. The Ravens, the Bucks. I don't think the Colts want to give us any more draft capital. Maybe the Falcons or the Vikings at 48 or 49, they feel comfortable trying to trade out. The Lions, I believe, were trying to move up on day 2. So maybe Aaron Glenn calls, former buddy Dan Campbell, and they work out a deal. I'm just nervous that they're going to move a little bit too far back. And even though we'll like what they get back, maybe it's a 4 or a 5. At this point, it's probably going to be a 4 based on the points, because our pick is only worth 135. And the Packers pick is worth 118. So that's what, 17 points? Or no, it's 108. So it was a 27-point difference. That's like a mid-4th rounder. So if you had 3 4th rounders, you could probably come up into the 3rd round. I think they should just stick and pick and just get a really good player who's going to be a borderline, if not guaranteed starter for them in year 1.
It'd be tough to argue with the stick and pick approach if that's what they want to do, because there's a lot of really good players that are just sitting right there for the Jets.
Yeah, CJ Allen, you mentioned he's probably going to be a day one starter. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, in my opinion, is a day one starter.
I think that's who I want, by the way. I didn't think there was any chance EMW was going to make it. There was talk of him going in the top 20 of the draft.
He's my number 14 ranked player. And again, it's not a perfect process. I don't watch every single player. Like I didn't watch a ton of corners and I didn't watch a ton of offensive linemen, especially at the top end of the draft, offensive tackle specifically. But Emmanuel McNeil-Warren graded out as my 14th best player, right behind Mansour Delane, right above Spencer Fano, Akeem Mesidor, Dylan Tereman. So I would love this. This is a home run. I did not think he would be here at 44. I actually thought there was more, smoke to him being a first round pick as opposed to a mid second round pick. So if this is the pick, that's a huge get. That's like a Nick Eman-Worry type of player for the Jets, which, a lot of teams try to copy Super Bowl winners. And we saw what that defense did to the Patriots. So if like the Jets could emulate that and bring that to Drake May twice a year, that'd be fantastic.
EMW with Minka Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, it allows Minka to be a true free safety and do what he did in the beginning of his career in Miami. And I know he had that quote about the nickel stuff, but if you have a player like Emmanuel McNeil-Warren who can do that, and then you have Minka and you can utilize his free safety, rangy ability over the top, that's great. And now Malachi Moore is your third safety, and that feels a bit more appropriate for Malachi Moore's skill set. And then Andre Sisco is like really an afterthought. And we don't really want to see Andre Sisco on the field, to be completely honest. So I would be all over this from a scheme perspective. He's also a really good nickel type of player, right? If something happens to Brownlee or they want to just go based on matchups, right? I think that was the biggest flaw of Steve Wilkes last year is he didn't play based on matchups. And he always just kind of trotted out the same thing and just said, hey, go win and we'll beat them on talent. And it never really worked. Like now with McNeil-Warren, if that's the pick, you can match up base and maybe Malachi Moore is your slot one week, or maybe it's Brownlee, or maybe it's McNeil-Warren against the power slot or a tight end type like Brock Bowers if you're playing the Raiders, things like that. So I definitely think he's one of those like math changers on defense.
Well, the thing is, the Jets are still in a spot where there's a lot of these players we really like. I mean, if they could find a trade partner within reason, I still would move down if I'm the Jets.
They just did it live on the ticker. They moved back, like I said, with Detroit to number 50 overall. It just swapped on my ticker.
I'm on ESPN. You're on NFL Network. So clearly, ESPN, I'm a company guy, but ESPN is lagging right now. But wow, the Jets and the Lions are doing a deal. Look, Aaron Glenn, Dan Campbell, or Kumbaya. Let's make a deal. So the Lions, they were picked 50 of the second round. Is that right?
Yes.
So the Jets moved down 6 spots then.
1, 2, 3. Yes, that math is correct. 6 spots.
So the Lions are coming up. I wonder, they have a need at safety. I wonder if they're coming up for EMW.
It could be. I'm not going to, kill them for that. But if they know that the Lions are taking Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, I would be upset. Because it's like, no, don't trade the pick. I want EMW.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're switching over to the NFL Network as well. That clearly needs to happen here because I did not even get the Jet traded back ticker thing here. When it happened last night at the draft, when it flashed Jets, when I was like, whoa, it was like, here we go. Felt like the Jermaine Johnson trade up all over again.
Yeah. I'm honestly just on the NFL Plus live stream of it on their website. I don't pay for YouTube TV in the off season, and I have my NFL subscription still, so I use this. But it was a little bit behind last night, but there it is. The Dolphins, they freaking see the Dolphins took somebody that maybe the Jets wanted, and that's why they traded out.
Do we think so the Dolphins pick is in? Texas Tech linebacker Jacob Rodriguez is the selection. I think a lot of Jet fans would have been very excited had he been the Jet pick at 44. Do we think the Jets wanted him and they moved down only because he was gone, or was Detroit's offer potentially, we don't know what it is yet, was Detroit's offer so good and the Jets just did what we did out loud? They named 5 or 6 players. They're like, well, we're guaranteed to get one of them as long as we stay in this range, and Detroit wants to come up. Let's make a deal.
Somewhere in the Jets war room, Brick Johnson has an AirPod in the corner, and he's watching the Jake Asman live stream, obviously. He heard us say those things, all the names on the board, and he reiterated that back to the coaching staff and front office and said, hey, I think Detroit might want to come up. Let's see what's happening. So they're listening, and hopefully it's like you said. They have a lot of names on the board that they still like, that they think they're still going to get at 50. a la kind of the Denzel Mims situation. But if they traded back because they really wanted Jacob Rodriguez, that's kind of a bummer. So they get 50 and 128. So they get a 4th-round pick in between 103 and 140. So they now have 3 4th-round picks. They got to use something to get back into the 3rd round. Would you sacrifice a 3rd or a 4th next year to get a 3rd-round pick this year? Say pick 75.
I don't know who the player is that I'm that desperate to touch my 27 capital.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess if the name was right there available for us, it'd be easier. But yeah, I'm interested to see now with all this capital in the 4th round.
Dylan, I think they package 2 of these and try and get back into round 3, maybe for their developmental quarterback of choice. Or now maybe they're more comfortable taking the quarterback at 103, knowing they have 128 and 140 in round 4 tomorrow as well.
So let's see. Based on points, 103 is 33 points. 140
Are you using the Jimmy
15.
Johnson chart?
The Rich Hill trade chart. So it's where we have 48 points. We just acquired 128, which is worth 20 points. So 48, 68 points. That can get us up to 71 with Washington.
Lions took Derek Moore, the edge from Michigan.
Oh, shoot.
Just in.
Okay.
That's not who I thought. EMW is still there.
Yeah. Dude, if they
Pond's
drop
still there.
Yeah, if they drop to 50 and still get EMW, this is build the statue for Mooj. But technically, all 3 of these picks would get you up to 71 if you wanted to get rid of all 3. I don't recommend getting rid of all 3. So you're probably getting somewhere in like the 80 to 90 range with a combination of 2 of these.
Okay, so if you're just joining us, the Jets were projected to pick at 44 tonight of round 2. They don't have a 3rd. They made a deal with the Detroit Lions to move back from 44 to 50, and they acquired pick number 128 in the deal. Again, 50 is the swap, 44 to 50. The Lions came up to take Derek Moore, and the Jets acquired pick 128, which is a 4th rounder. So the Jets now have in the 4th round pick 103, pick 128, and pick 140 of the 4th round. So 3 4th-round picks as we now await what the Ravens will do at 45. 5 picks to go until the New York Jets are on the clock.
This is exciting now. I mean, if they get a guy that we feel really confident in 50, this is a genius move. If all the players that we just named go between 45 and 49, off to a hot start with Derek Moore going because it's an edge. We already took edge. It wasn't really on the Jets' radar, so I feel really good about that. I am a little nervous if they took Jermod McCoy, but we'll deal with that when it comes. The talent definitely, we understand that, but the injuries kind of scare me with that more so than they did with Jordan Tyson. Like Jordan Tyson is one thing, but the ACL and then a different knee injury, not the ACL that could keep him out until like up to the start of the season. That worries me with McCoy. Avion Terrell, like we mentioned, obviously I don't think they go Zion Young.
Pons, that's the corner I want.
Dude, I remember saying this to you guys because you laughed at me for how I pronounced it. At a Raising Cane's event, D'Angelo Pons was being interviewed, and somebody mentioned him being comped to Aaron Glenn, and he took that in a very positive way. And I'm like, there's no way Aaron Glenn passes up on Aaron Glenn, right? Like that's kind of got to be the fit. So I totally see it with Pons now that Hood is off the board specifically. Anthony Hill, I think somebody mentioned in the chat as well, another linebacker, if that's what they were seeking before Jacob Rodriguez went. But Emmanuel Pregnon, Emmanuel and Emmanuel. Just give me one of the 2 Emmanuels, Jake, whether it's Pregnon or McNeil Warren. Honestly, I'll be so happy.
I didn't think about I forgot Pregnon is still there. Pregnon would be my choice because I like EMW, but I'm offense, man. Like, yes. Again, let's score points. Let's build our team for Arch or whoever our quarterback is in 27. Yeah. Like that to me is the big thing. But tough to complain with the value if they took Hood in this spot. So yeah, they're in a good spot here, man. They really are.
Yeah. James Brown says, "Oh, so we do got picks for today then?" No, we only have 50. 128 is a pick for tomorrow. Like 4th round will be the 1st round tomorrow. So we still are only slotted for 1 pick as of right now for tonight. But like we were saying, you can kind of package one one or two of those, whether it's one in a future 4 or something like that, and get back into the third round, I'm sure it's very possible.
Dylan, real quick, I'm having audio issues. I just got to reset my stream deck here. So you handle the discussion with the chat, and give me 1 second.
Perfect. So, chat, do me a favor, throw in who you guys want at 50 overall, whether it's Emmanuel Pregnon, CJ Allen, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Anthony Hill, Brandon Cease, Avion Terrell, Jamad McCoy. Let me hear what you guys want at 44. Invader, what did we get for 44? We got picks 50 and 128 overall. So we got a 4th round pick, and we moved back 6 spots in the draft. So not a bad spot to be in, considering they took Derek Moore, the edge from Michigan, with that pick, and the Jets were not going to take edge. So it felt like a really smart move by Muji with a lot of these people on the board. Doc cheating and giving 4 names that he wants at 50. That's great. No, I would take any of those. Maybe not McCoy, but yeah, a lot of EMW, a lot of CJ Allen. Man on fire, says Chad Pennington. If we could draft Chad Pennington at pick 50, whatever age he is right now, probably you'd get a better reaction out of me than if we took Carson Beck at 50. If we took Chad Pennington at his current age, Jake, would you be happier with the selection at 50 over Carson Beck?
Yes, I do. Chad would still be better than most of the quarterback play we've watched over the last 15 years.
Chad Pennington would be the second best quarterback in Jets history. I can hear it now.
Here are the official details of the trade via the Jets putting it out in graphic form, just so everyone can visualize what the Jets did. Again, they were supposed to pick at 44. The Lions came up from 50 to 44. So the Jets moved down 6 slots, and then they acquired a 4th round pick in the process. So the Jets now own 3 4th round picks, as we've been discussing. DT, is there a chance that they made this deal so they could just take the quarterback at 50? Like maybe they didn't want, I don't want them to take a quarterback at all in the second round, but they didn't want to take Carson Beck at 44. So they're like, well, we could take him at 50. And then all of a sudden, at least we got an extra pick before we took him. Do you think there's any chance that a quarterback could be the pick here coming up?
Yeah, and I didn't want to say it out loud, so thanks for asking. But yeah, you have to be a little worried that is their thought process, that they knew that there was going to be a quarterback for them, that even if they traded back, they could get. I'm watching Mark Ingram pick up a kid. I don't know if that's his or not. It might not be his child, but he picked him up, and now he's yelling. I think he's saying Truz. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren feels like the most Ravens pick after Vega Ioane. We'll see who it is, but I just have a feeling.
Vega Ioane was the most Ravens pick of Ravens picks that could have been made last night.
1,000%. And the chat's saying that you sound beautiful, look beautiful, sound beautiful.
Great. I'm rocking my brand new Jets draft hat that I got at the NFL draft.
Yeah, I'm rocking the quarter zip, whatever this thing is I use for golf that you sent me. So props to you. Appreciate you. This thing looks nice. I love wearing this on the golf course.
Love it. The Ravens selection is officially in, and it's Ed Zion Young out of Missouri going to the Baltimore Ravens at pick 45. I think that is an outstanding pick.
I'm cheering, one, because it's an edge player, so it's another player that the Jets probably weren't targeting. But Zion Young is a dog, and I think the Ravens are going to enjoy him quite nicely. 6'5", 262. Yeah, he's getting emotional now with his family. I think the Ravens are killing it right now with Vega Ioane and now Zion Young. But trench players, that's what Baltimore does. They wait, they get the trench player that falls to them. Everybody says, how do they keep getting away with it? Doesn't matter who the head coach is, and Jesse Minter now has a nice piece on his defense.
The New York Jets will be on the clock in 4 more selections, so stick around as we react in real time. Yeah. What happened?
I spoiled the Bucks pick. I look at my phone for half a second, and I have 120 Twitter notifications. I see the Bucks pick.
No, you gotta put the phone face down.
I know. I kept seeing it light up, and I'm like looking at it, and it's now over 100 on the Twitter notifications. And it's just,
am I gonna be upset with what Tampa did?
No, I don't think so. The Jets should not be upset.
Good. I like that. Invader Zin is in our raffle for 4. All memberships are double all draft weekend. Thank you, Invader. What do we have to give up to stay in the second round and get a third? Well, I mean, how far back do you want to move, right? I mean, like if you're talking about like a late second round pick, I don't have the trade value chart up in front of me. Dylan's better at this than I am. You'd have to move significantly, though, if you still want to stay in the second round and to acquire a third.
Yeah, I'll pull back up the chart, trying not to have a ton of tabs open because I don't want to blame StreamYard if my internet goes wacko. But they would have to probably trade to like the last pick in the second round. Points value-wise in the second round, they just drop off heavily. Right now, 50 is worth 115 points. So, for example, Seattle owns the last pick in the second round. That's worth 80 points. So teams are going to have – I just don't think the Jets will be able to pull that off in terms of keep trading back and trading back. It would take a lot to get a third and stay in the second round.
Wow, a linebacker was picked, Josiah Trotter, to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with the 46th pick of the second round. I don't believe the Jets were going to take him. I could be wrong on this, but Dylan, your reaction to the Tampa pick?
Yeah, two Missouri players back-to-back on the front seven of the Tigers defense. I didn't really watch him, so one of the first players that I don't have a ton of notes on, but I'm watching him right now, click and close on the quarterback. I think that it's a good pick. I mean, I already like what Tampa did with Reuben Bain, so they're going to get a really good grade from me regardless, and Josiah Trotter just feels like that Levante David type. Obviously, he has the bloodlines. They're showing his, I guess maybe it's his uncle, Jeremiah Trotter, or maybe he is the little brother of Jeremiah Trotter Jr. That's also a possibility. So definitely coming from good bloodlines. Oh, he is the son, as they're showing on the ticker. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't have a ton of notes on how he plays, but this seems like a really good pick for Tampa and a really good pick for the Jets because I don't think they were looking at Trotter at all.
If you're one of the 715 people watching live, make sure you like the video and subscribe to the channel. We are presented by PrizePicks. Download the PrizePick app, play $5, get $50 instantly in lineups. DT, I want to pull up something that people can actually wager on with PrizePicks. It's related to Carson Beck and the New York Jets. How about this, for example? Hold on. Let me go like this with Dylan. Check this out. Carson Beck, where do you think he ends up? As you can see on the screen, there's a bunch of options for what team he could go to. Arizona, the Steelers, and the Jets are the top three. Who would be your pick for where Beck would end up between those three teams?
I hope he ends up to the Steelers, who just traded up from 53 to 47 with the Colts. I hope that it's the Steelers right here taking Carson Beck just because I want a team that I don't root for to get Carson Beck, and I don't want Mike LaFleur to be scapegoated once again if Carson Beck stinks for the Arizona Cardinals, and I don't want him for the Jets. So I'm going to say he goes right now, 47 overall, to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Let's see if the Steelers get their quarterback. They were aggressive here, right? They traded up for this pick.
Yep, from 53 to 47.
So are they coming up for a quarterback, or they could be coming up for a receiver? Either way, PrizePicks, use that code HMA and take advantage of the deal. Shout out to PrizePicks for sponsoring our show. I mean, they tried to get Mekhi Lemon last night. They're on the phone with him, and then the Eagles swooped in and traded up to take him. So this could be a receiver, and it is a receiver, a guy I know you really liked, Jeremy Bernard from Alabama to the Pittsburgh Steelers, who traded up for him. 47th pick overall in this draft here in the second round.
Aaron Rodgers will enjoy Jeremy Bernard a lot more than he enjoyed Pool House Malachi Corley. Jeremy Bernard is a super versatile player. Play him on the boundary in the slot, kind of attached to the line of scrimmage. He blocks his ass off. He plays out of the backfield running routes. This is a really good pick for Pittsburgh. I think a couple people might have tipped the pick in the chat, but yeah, you're right. They were literally on the phone with Mekhi Lemon trying to draft him. So it makes sense that they're trying to get a wide receiver here. And Bernard is one of my favorites. He's my fifth wide receiver after Omar Cooper. So I really like the value here at 47 for them.
So another receiver off the board. If the Jets were to double dip at wide receiver, feels unlikely given the fact they've already drafted two pass catchers. But who's the best receiver left at 50?
Probably Chris Brazzell, if I had to guess. Might be one of the best ones. Well, we also saw Deshaun Stribling go, so it's really hard to tell how teams base it. Let's go off whatever ESPN has, and then I'll rank them based off that. Zachariah Branch. I like Antonio Williams from Clemson, and I like Malachi Fields, probably over Chris Brazzell. I like Brazzell more than I like Branch, the wide receiver from Georgia. And then you get down to like Ted Hurst, Skylar Bell, Elijah Surratt. So I would say Malachi Fields is my personal favorite, and then Antonio Williams, then Chris Brazzell.
I don't think they're going to double up on receiver, but be interesting.
The only one that makes sense to me, and it's not a pick for this year, is Chris Bell, because he should not be here. If he was healthy, he would not be on this board. But they had him already running on like a weird banana-shaped treadmill, and he was running 18 miles an hour, and he tore his ACL in December. So I think he's a little bit ahead of schedule based on what obviously his agent has put out, but that's obviously going to be, steering towards positivity with Chris Bell. But he's a fun player. You just won't see anything from him this year because he'll be on, I guess, PUP to start and then probably IR if he's not healthy by midseason.
By the way, another player we should mention, AJ Halsey. He's still available, right? And he could be there at 50 for the Jets. We spent time talking about EMW. Yep. Is Halsey going to be available at 50?
Yeah, I don't see why not. He's a fun player. I think he's 6'1", 215. He's actually closer to like 220, I think. So he's a big thumper. I get a little worried. Some tackling issues. I like him as a coverage guy, but he's also like more of a strong safety. Like I don't feel comfortable with him playing single high in cover one. I just don't know if he has the speed to go sideline to sideline or like number to number. But yeah, he's a fun pick, which would allow Minka to be that free safety role again.
Doc says, surprised Lee Hunter's still available. Lee Hunter was awesome at the Senior Bowl.
The very first player, I went like, Dom, who's that big fat number 10 over there? Because 10 is my favorite number. So I obviously like gravitate towards that number. And then you see it's a big fat guy, like offensive or defensive lineman. I'm like, Dom, who the hell is wearing number 10? He's like, that's Lee Hunter. He wore number 2 during the season. I'm like, all right, a defensive tackle that wore number 2. Now he's wearing number 10. Like, it's always funny when the big guys wear small numbers. But yeah, then he went out and put himself on my radar for sure. So like I was probably late to the Lee Hunter party because it was at the Senior Bowl and people already knew about him. But yeah, I had a feeling though that he was going to slide a little bit. I just didn't think, and again, this is why the boards are so different for every team. I didn't know if he would be all the way down as like a fringe top 50 player.
Comments, questions, super chats, cut the line. Invaders In wants to know, Jermod McCoy still there. When's the raffle? Raffle will be Monday. Invaders In, thank you for your support. I mean, McCoy, that's strictly BPA if you take him at 50. And I'm not against it necessarily. I didn't want him at 16. I didn't want him at 33. Probably didn't even want him at 44, but it's more digestible when you already traded back and got an extra fourth if you took him at 50.
Yeah, based on talent alone, he would probably walk into the building and be the best corner in the room. So there's obviously, based on talent, but then you bake in the injury. Is he even going to be healthy for the start of the season? That's a question that I cannot answer. I don't know the full extent of his medicals. All I know is that it's a knee and it's not the ACL. So it's an additional knee injury on top of the ACL he's been recovering from. He suffered that in January of 2025. So he's a year plus removed from the ACL, but now whatever this knee injury is could keep him out through all of training camp if it's like the worst extent of it. So I don't think the Jets should be on Jermod McCoy for that reason. We talk about the MetLife turf, right, with Jordan Tyson. It's like this is the position that makes the most hard cuts and change of direction, pivots and things like that on that same turf. So I was more scared about McCoy than Tyson, and I didn't want him at any of the picks really before. But yeah, you can kind of digest it at 50.
Cease is still available too, by the way. We're talking corner. Brandon Cease from your neck of the woods.
Yeah, more of a press style corner. So like the Chris Johnson stuff, I never really understood because he plays more zone. And I think the Jets want to run more man with Aaron Glenn. But yeah, to me, in short spaces, I think Brandon Cease does a really good job. Not my favorite. And when I watched him, when he started getting mocked to the Jets with the Colts pick in the first round, when it was still in like the 20s, I wasn't like in love with him. And I actually started liking Jalen Kilgore, their other secondary player, more. But yeah, he fits the mold of like the play style that they want. But I would just take Pons over Sis.
The Atlanta Falcons pick is in. This is an interesting one. They're taking Avion Terrell, the corner out of Clemson. So you have the Terrell brothers being teammates now in Atlanta. Avion Terrell joining AJ in the Atlanta Falcons DB room.
That's dope. And they're hugging it out right now on camera. That's a cool moment. I'm sure it's, exactly how Quinton and Quincy felt when they found out that they were going to be playing together. That's a really cool moment. They play the same position, so they're going to be in the same meeting rooms. They're going to be, if Avion Terrell's playing the slot on the same side as his brother, the communication's on point, Jake. They're just giving each other a look. Like, my brother and I have this like secret like sibling language. I'm sure you and Zach probably have it too. You can give each other just a simple look and you know exactly what you're saying, even if it's like a paragraph worth of words. You just have that connection with your brother. So this is a cool moment for the Falcons. I think it's a really good pick. This is somebody I definitely would have taken for the Jets because, like McCoy, best cornerback when he walks in the room. If he doesn't succeed on the boundary, you put him inside at the slot and he's going to kick ass too. So good pick for the Falcons.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot. And look, the Jets, they're in a really good spot here, DT. I don't want them to go with a quarterback. That's my big thing. But you look at some of the players that are still there, EMW, Prignon, Allen, Hill Jr. If they want to go linebacker, we know Rodriguez is gone, but Anthony Hill Jr. is there. CJ Allen is still there. To me, I would go Prignon and just let's keep adding offense, man. Let's add another stud, flexible interior offensive lineman. The odds of all 5 of the Jets O-linemen staying healthy again this year are probably slim to none. Let's keep attacking the offensive side of the ball. But if they went with a corner here, they took D'Angelo Pons, I think that'd be exciting. EMW is obviously exciting. AJ Halsey is exciting here. The Jets are going to get a good player at 50, or they can move down again because that wouldn't surprise me if that's what Darren Muji wants to do.
I wonder if the Jets are getting sniped right now because Carolina just made a trade. Vikings move back 2 spots. Carolina comes up and jumps the Jets. I wonder, and I was honestly a little bit more nervous with the Vikings on the clock because I thought they were going to get the Edelman in the first round. So I was almost convinced that they were going to be taking Emmanuel McNeil-Warren right before the Jets. Now I don't know what the Panthers are going to do.
They need a safety and a tight end, so they're not taking a tight end here.
They took Monroe Freeling in the first round, and I thought that they were going to prioritize wide receiver. We just saw a wideout come off the board. So
I think this is EMW. They need a safety.
It's Ajiro Evero, their defensive coordinator, would absolutely love EMW in his defense. I'm nervous.
So Carolina. The Jets could use a safety, or I guess it could be a corner too. But I think Carolina is trading up for a safety here. They really moved up to get in front of the Jets 2 spots here. So clearly they were nervous the Jets were going to take their player.
Yeah, we just saw a wideout when Jeremy Bernard go and then a corner in Avion Terrell go. So maybe it's one of those 2 positions and they're scared of a run happening. But I do have a feeling it's EMW. But I've been saying that for like the last 7 picks just because he's my top guy on the board. I feel like Mel Kiper last year with Shadur Sanders. Shadur Sanders is still on the board. It's pick 84. It's like, yeah, no shit. We got it, Mel. So maybe I do have Mel Kiper brain like Buffalo accused me of a couple months ago.
The Carolina Panthers pick is in.
Is that Jake Delhomme?
That looks like Jake Delhomme.
Hell yeah.
It is Jake Delhomme. And the Carolina Panthers select, let's see, Lee Hunter, Texas Tech. Defensive tackle. We did mention him. I guess he could have been in play for the Jets. Maybe the Panthers got some intel. The Jets were going to take him. I'm not sure, but Lee Hunter is really good. We spent some time talking about his performance at the Senior Bowl. He obviously played on that defensive line with David Bailey. So let's see what the Jets want to do here. They are officially on the clock, Dylan, at 50th overall. Neil writes in, let's get Pons, the Tennessee corner, or a QB. So Neil still wants a quarterback. Neil, I don't want a quarterback here. If they took Pons or they took the Tennessee corner, I'd be okay with it. But there's a reason why McCoy is still on the board, Dylan. Clearly teams are spooked by his medicals.
Yeah, 100%. I thought not Cleveland, Houston would have been one of the spots for him earlier on. They went in a different direction. They have another pick coming up. But yeah, I'm actually intrigued to see just how far he slides because he was like a top 15, top 20 player for most draft analysts not too long ago. Is the Jets pick in? I cannot see. But it would have been cool to get Lee Hunter back with David Bailey. That would have been a fun Texas Tech pair up.
Jets pick is not in as of this moment. 3 minutes and 50 seconds I have on the ticker for NFL Network.
You're 5 seconds ahead of me, so that's absolutely perfect. And they cut to a commercial when the Jets are on the clock.
Always. It is a tradition unlike any other that when the Jets pick, they throw to commercial.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
You gotta love it. I definitely would have liked Lee Hunter. Somebody said in the chat we're screwed. We're definitely not screwed. There's a lot of good players left.
They could trade back again.
Yeah. Somebody suggested that. Maybe they do. And that's why this pick has taken a little bit longer. It felt like picks were coming in immediately for a bit there. So maybe they're trying to trade back again. But there's at least 4 guys still. Because since we said there's 5 or 6 guys on the board that we liked, maybe Avion Terrell was the only one of those 6 spots to go. It was Derek Moore, Zion Young, Josiah Trotter, Jeremy Bernard, Avion Terrell, Lee Hunter. Maybe one of those guys was on the Jets' radar. Maybe Lee Hunter is the second. So I think the Jets are in a really good spot here to move back a couple more spots if they wanted.
I think they're trying to because they haven't put the pick in yet. Still 2 minutes and 47 seconds now on the clock.
Yeah, I'm still at commercial. I can't see the ticker. I can't see anything. And, of course, it's while the Jets are on the clock. At least yours on the broadcast. You're on regular like YouTube TV, I assume. So they keep the ticker up during the commercials.
Comments, questions, super chats, cut the line. The pick for the New York Jets, is it in? The pick is now officially in, so they are not trading the pick. The Jets will make a selection here, 50th overall in the second round after trading back 6 spots with the Lions from 44. DT, call your shot. Who's the pick by the New York Jets?
A man with the first name Emmanuel, and I'm going to leave it at that.
You're going Emmanuel?
Gives me 2 options.
Emmanuel, McNeil, Warren. This is tough. Pregnon is there.
Yeah.
But Rich Cimini has been dead set on them taking a corner. Pons is still on the board, and Pons is a guy that has been comped to Aaron Glenn. If Aaron Glenn still has some juice, which I think he does, I think the Jets are going to take D'Angelo Pons here. They need a corner. Pons comes from a winning program. Glenn talked about it yesterday that they want guys who come from winning programs, and he specifically mentioned that Bailey, Sadiq, and Cooper all had moments in college where they, quote, took over a game, like won a game for their team. D'Angelo Pons won a game for Indiana, essentially with the opening drive pick 6 against Dante Moore in the playoff game. I think Aaron Glenn's going to remember that. So I think we're both in agreement. It's going to be a secondary player, or maybe they will surprise us with, a linebacker like CJ Allen who's still there or something. But I'm going to go Pons for the Jets with this pick.
Yeah, I'll stick with EMW, but I can't argue. You mentioned the winning quote, and that's really what stuck with me. And it's like, okay, maybe it is somebody from a bigger program.
Lou B, Boy Green, Hulkheads. There they are. Let's go.
The boys. Love it.
All right. Is Curtis Martin making this pick?
I believe he is, yeah.
Curtis Martin's coming out, baby. Number 28. Let's go. Let's go. All right. I'm putting my volume up here.
Hell yeah.
I'm going Pons.
All right. I'll stick with EMW.
Let's go, Curtis.
Wearing the Hall of Fame jacket. Let's go.
Curtis talking about the little town he grew up not too far from here. He's from Pittsburgh, played at Pitt.
Yep.
Wow. Let's go, Curtis. Come on. I love you. Give your love to Pittsburgh. Let's see. Give me the pick, damn it. Give me the pick.
Come on, Curtis.
D'Angelo Pons is the pick by the New York Jets. So Aaron Glenn gets a guy who's comped to Aaron Glenn. The Jets select Pons at number 50. I love the value here. I think D'Angelo Pons is a plug-and-play starter for this team. I understand he's 5'8", 5 and whatever, 5'8", whatever the measurement actually is. Let's round up to 5'9". But D'Angelo Pons has an incredible vertical. He can make plays. Aaron Glenn said yesterday the Jets want guys from winning programs. This guy's coming from Indiana. He wanted guys that could take over games. We saw Pons take over the game in the playoff win over the Oregon Ducks. He had an interception against Dante Moore that he returned to the house. I like the pick a lot. I think the Jets got really good value here with D'Angelo Pons. I love it even more that they traded out of 44 to get an extra fourth before taking this guy. I think he's a really good fit for what the Jets are trying to do. I think he could play in multiple schemes. And I think it's a nice piece to go with Omar Cooper Jr. from Indiana on offense, and now to get Pons from Indiana on defense added to the Jets. I'm on board. I think this is a really good pick by Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn here, going with Pons. Again, he ran a 4.36 40-yard dash. His vertical is awesome. He's going to make plays. The Jets don't make plays. They didn't have an interception this past year. Pons is a playmaker. I think he's going to have a role on this defense right away. Dylan, your initial reaction?
Yeah, I'm stoked for this pick. Aaron Glenn is not going to pass up on Aaron Glenn, right? Like, and Daniel Jeremiah was cheesing ear to ear because as soon as the graphic flashed up of D'Angelo Pons, that last line said Aaron Glenn, and you knew that Daniel Jeremiah was waiting. He even tweeted it out that he was waiting to see if that was going to be the pairing. I love this pick. Like we talked about, it's from a winning program. It's actually hilarious. The D'Angelo Pons interception return for a touchdown against Dante Moore probably was the throw where many Jets fans jumped off the Dante Moore bandwagon, right? Like they were like, oh no, this guy's cooked. He can't even throw a simple out route against D'Angelo Pons. Yeah, no shit. He's probably going to jump it and take it to the house. So is he the most talented corner in the Jets room right now today? Possibly. I think there's a really good chance he is. It is just going to be interesting. Do they prioritize him as a boundary guy? Do they like him more in the slot? He is 5'8" and 5'8". So a very small player, probably going to be one of the smaller guys on the field any given Sunday. But he definitely does not play like the smallest guy on the field. And I'm really excited to see how they use him because it's going to be an interesting fit in this defense.
Dane Brugler has D'Angelo Pons as his 6th rated corner. He has him as his 38th overall player, so very good value there. Had a second-round grade on him, and guess what? They got him in the second round after trading back and getting a fourth. So from a value standpoint, I think this is really exciting. If you're a Jet fan, Pons, look, we know he's undersized, which is why he fell, but he's got top-tier speed, instincts, competitive toughness. That ingrained with his play style makes him hard to bet against him becoming an inside-outside NFL starter. So, again, I like the pick. I know a lot of the draft analysis on Pons was that he was a perfect fit for what Aaron Glenn likes. We know Glenn likes, the bigger corners, but you said it best. He can't pass up on an opportunity to draft, the 2026 version of himself. And what I like about Pons is the guy's had to overcome a lot. He started at James Madison. He worked his way through the recruiting ranks to get there in the first place. And then he goes over with Cignetti to Indiana. The guy just wins, man. He just makes plays. So I think D'Angelo Pons is a good pick by the Jets. I don't know if anyone could be that upset with the process that led us to D'Angelo Pons.
No, and he's probably going to give you some special teams value as well to start off his career. So this is going to be a pick that, again, it's going to take a developmental plan and a strategy to get him on the field. But he's one of those, okay, if you're playing a team with a lot of small, fast wide receivers, like what the Dolphins were under Mike McDaniel per se, then you probably want D'Angelo Pons instead of Jarvis Brownlee in the nickel. If you suffer an injury, is D'Angelo Pons good enough to get you out of a game or maybe a month's worth of games on the boundary, right? If it's him and A.Z. Thomas or him and Brandon Stevens, he's definitely a guy that's going to give AG flexibility. And I think that's kind of been the crux of their secondary moves on defense is give, flexibility to scheme, and we can be multiple with what we do on the back end as well as the front end. I know we talked about odd and even front looks, but on the back end, they have the opportunity to be multiple as well. So every player takes a developmental plan. This one, it's going to be interesting considering what the current cornerback room looked like.
So D'Angelo Pons is now a Jet. Let's look at the corner room, Dylan. Obviously, Brandon Stevens is the high-priced free agent signing from a year ago. So he is someone that is going to be a starter going into the year. I think they'd like Azareye'h Thomas to be their other starter on the outside. But Pons is going to come in. He's going to compete for a role and get playing time, I think, as a rookie immediately.
Yeah, they traded a 7th-round pick for Jarvis Brownlee, I believe, or a 6th-round pick and got a 7th back for Jarvis Brownlee. So there's a good chance D'Angelo Pons is already being viewed in that building as the starting slot corner, like I said, against smaller offensive wide receivers. But then you still have Brownlee, you still have Malachi Moore, you have Minka who can rotate in there. So I do think D'Angelo Pons in their base, like 4-2-5 nickel sets, he's going to be that slot guy with Stevens and AZ.
I'm excited to see, how the Jets could use this guy, man. I mean, he could do a lot of different things, man. His vertical at the combine was unbelievable. I'm trying to find the exact vertical jump, 43 and a half.
True. At 5'8", that's crazy.
That's how you get drafted in the second round, because if you're small as a corner, you're not going to get picked unless you have like a freak athletic trait that can help make up for the fact that on jump balls, you're just not going to get mossed.
Yeah, 43.5-inch vert, and I believe they said on the broadcast he ran in the 4.3s. Maybe you even said it yourself. Ran in the 4.3s, I believe, at his pro day. So they're prioritizing guys. And D'Angelo Pons, another one. This is their 4th pick. The analytics on D'Angelo Pons are very high. They overhauled their analytics department. They didn't necessarily overhaul their scouting department in the last, year and plus with Darren Muji at the helm. So they're definitely an analytics-based team when it comes to their drafting philosophy. And so far, I think it's not a 4-for-4 grand slam type of draft for the Jets, but this is a really good draft so far.
So far, so good. So to recap the Jets draft selections, night 1, David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, and Omar Cooper Jr. And so far, night 2, the Jets trade down from 44 with the Lions, move back 6 spots, and then take D'Angelo Pons 50th overall. And let's see if Darren Muji now wants to be aggressive with the Jets 3 forts, if he could get back into the 3rd round at some point. We still got ways to go till then, Dylan. But right now, we're at pick 52. Packers pick is about to be submitted and announced here. But, the Jets, they certainly have had a nice draft so far. And I want to shout out Adam is Too Cool, who's an Indiana alum, who goes, you can imagine how excited I am. Congrats, Adam. You're in the raffle for 4. You got yourself Omar Cooper. Now you got yourself D'Angelo Pons. Again, Indiana players are incredibly well coached. So that makes me feel good, because I don't know how good the Jet coaching is actually going to be. So just taking good football players who, can, come from winning programs, that's going to be super helpful when you're playing for the Jets.
Yeah, 100%. They are prioritizing winners from winning programs. So I can't really fault the strategy. We'll find out if the coaching staff themselves are indeed winners, but I don't mind this philosophy so far through the first 4 picks.
Hit the like button if you're just joining us. We got over 1,000 people watching live. Make sure you guys check out Dylan Tereman's YouTube channel. Subscribe to DT. His link is in the description for the video to do so. Let's see. We got a super chat from Zach. He's in the raffle for 8 here. Hill, Jacques, Prignon, Xavier/Pons. So you got Pons, Zach. So there you go. One of your players you wanted, you in fact got. Big fella says Pons, no doubt, a Glenn ego pick. I also do think that there's a chance Pons was their highest rated player when they got here too. I understand it's easy to clown on Glenn. Believe me, I am certainly not someone who believes in this head coach, but I liked Pons as a player. Like, I just think the guy is really good. Like, you watched Indiana, he would stand out. And I'm not the biggest college guy, but when I would watch Indiana, because I was watching Mendoza all year, D'Angelo Pons was a guy that always stood out to me.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if he was the number 1 guy left on their board at this point. Obviously, like we mentioned before, draft boards are going to look drastically different across the league. Outside of like the first 20 to 25 picks in this class specifically, it's not like other classes. I just feel like there's so much difference in opinion that D'Angelo Pons might have been their highest ranked player, even if they were sitting there at 33 still, So we don't know who exactly is on their board, because the overall consensus board is every single player. That's not how the Jets or any team should operate. So I would not be surprised if Pons was like a top 1 or 2 guy left on their board at this point.
D'Angelo Pons, the pick by the Jets. The pick at 52 is in. Another corner off the board, Dylan. Packers select South Carolina cornerback Brandon Cease. So Pons and Cease will be compared to each other because they both went within 2 picks of each other. The Jets could have had him. Instead, they go with Pons.
Yeah, another combine kind of boomer. I guess boomer's the wrong word, but a boom guy, riser from the combine. He almost jumped 11 feet in the broad, 41 inches in the vertical. Super athletic. I didn't love his tape when I watched him when he was getting mocked to the Jets. But he's a press man corner. I think he fits what the Packers want to do. That was the Packers' first pick, too, by the way, because they obviously didn't have their first rounder due to the Micah Parsons trade. So that is the very first pick for the Packers in this draft, and they went with a corner, which was definitely a need for them.
Phantom Green and White with the super chat. Pons is a Mickens/Glenn combo. We love it. If D'Angelo Pons is as successful as Mickens and Aaron Glenn were as players for the Jets, this is a home run selection by New York.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Aaron Glenn had over 40 interceptions alone for the team, so we couldn't muster up one last year. I think D'Angelo Pons will help us in that department.
Comments, questions, super chats, cut the line. Jet fans, how are we feeling about the D'Angelo Pons pick? We'll read some of your comments. Also going to take your calls reacting to the Pons selection. We'll see if Darren Muji's got another trade in store for tonight as the New York Jets sit on the clock on day 3 now with 3 fourth-round picks. So that will be all coming up. I want to shout out Jeffrey, who gifted a membership not once but twice. So that's 4 entries for Jeffrey in our Monday draft raffle featuring the following signed Jets prizes: Mason Taylor helmet, Garrett Wilson helmet, Darrelle Revis helmet, Nick Mangold helmet. I'm rocking the 74 tonight. RIP to Nick. And the Joe Namath signed helmet, our top prizes in the weekly raffle. We got a super chat here from CCAP. He says, let's package our 4th-round picks for a 3rd-round pick and select a middle linebacker or a center/guard. We were running the math on this. It doesn't feel like even if they took the 3 forwards, it'd be enough to really get into the 3rd round. There's a huge drop-off from 4th round to the 3rd round in the trade chart.
Yeah, if they gave up all 3 of their 4th-round picks, which I don't advise them doing, they could get all the way as high as 71. So even if you try to package 2 of those, you're moving up into the 80s or 90s. So it is doable. But I think that's where the conversation of next year's draft capital would have to come into play for them to get up as high as I think Jets fans want. But there seems to be a ton of movement. Eagles pick is in. The Colts took C.J. Allen, the linebacker from Georgia. And then the Patriots look like they've traded up from 63 to 55. So Eagles pick is in, and the Patriots are on the clock now after a pretty sizable move up with the Chargers.
So the Pats are coming up where they were at 63 and they're coming up to 55. NFL.com's draft tracker hasn't even updated that just yet. So that's interesting. The pick is in officially for the Colts, C.J. Allen, the linebacker from Georgia. And now we have the pick officially in for the Eagles, a tight end coming off the board. 2nd tight end drafted after the Jets took Sadiq last night. Eli Stowers, the tight end from Vanderbilt, Diego Pavia's number 1 weapon, is off the board here in the draft. Your thoughts on Stowers, DT?
He was somebody that I believe Dom C linked to the Jets in March when we did our very first top 44 mock draft. And it got a bit of a reaction from Jets fans. And then you look into it a little bit more, it makes sense. I think it's funny because you type in Eli Stowers and it says Patriots consider trade down for tight end Eli Stowers. And then he went, and then the Patriots immediately traded up to the very next pick. So they're clearly not going to get Eli Stowers, but definitely a fun player watching him run after the catch. He was the Mackey Award winner for the nation's top tight end, which is cool. I liked him when I watched the very little bit of him that I did. Thought he would be a good fit for the Jets, but obviously they went with Sadiq. So good fit for the Eagles. They're going to have to replace, who is it, Dallas Goedert, who's going to retire in a couple years, right? I think he's getting up there in age. So good pick for the Eagles. They went, who'd they go in the first round? Oh, they got Mekhi Lemon, and now they get Eli Stowers. So they're double dipping at pass catcher as well.
You know they're trading A.J. Brown, so they're trying to replace him in the aggregate, as they say.
Yeah.
Let's see. We got some super chats here. We're going to get to your calls as well. A bunch of you on hold, so I promise we're going to get to your calls. Want to hear from Jet fans reacting to the picks. This one is from Sean Bennett. He goes, yeah, what C-Cap said. So again, C-Cap wants the Jets to try and find themselves back into the 3rd round. Gun to my head, I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to stay where they are and just use some of their picks tomorrow.
I have a strange feeling that I'm going to get an alert on my phone from the New York Jets mobile app saying that the Darren Muji Aaron Glenn press conference has started, which means that their night would be over in round 2. So we'll see how long it takes. I don't know at what point they'll probably just call it and not try to trade up, but maybe they're trying to work the phones right now and get back in.
Super chats, cut the line. Bud Clark at 103. Zach Van Buren wants Bud Clark, who you and I watched in person at the Senior Bowl. I like Bud Clark. I'd take him at 103 if he makes it.
I love Bud. Been a fan of Bud for more than half of my life. Yeah, Bud Clark is a good pick.
You need some snacks? I had some Cheez-Its for you. I know you're such a big fan of Bud. You might want some snacks with it.
I wish I had the Cheez-It box still by my bedside like I had earlier this afternoon. I had the extra cheesy ones too. Yeah, no, Bud Clark is a good pick. We mocked him in our mock draft. A very fun mock draft pick at 103. So you don't get a safety in this round or in the third round. I wouldn't be mad at that at all.
Joseph Leon checks in. Jake, any chance that the Cincinnati Bengals stink? Joe Burrow wants out. Maybe, but I don't know if he wants to go to the Jets. I don't know if he's going to be like, yep, let me go from Cincinnati with bad ownership to the MetLife turf with Woody Johnson at the controls here. You can't rule it out. Anything can happen. Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre were Jets, but I would be very surprised. I think the Jets' plan is to stack their team and get set for 2027 and take their swing on a young quarterback in the draft.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't think Joe would say, yeah, I want out. Let me go to New York. Real quick, JMax99 in the chat says maybe they trade a player. Could we big brain a Will McDonald trade and get back into the third round? I don't
Who's
think
the player you would that's
McDonald.
worth it, though?
Will McDonald is the only player worth trading at this point.
But then you got to replace Will McDonald.
Well, they did yesterday with David Bailey. But I'm just saying, I think that's the only player that's like actually considerable for a trade right now because everybody else is like Olu, Membu, Tippmann. You're not trading those type of players. So I think the only one you could really, or Jamie Sherwood, but Sherwood's not getting you back a third round pick. He's going to get you like a 5 or a 6.
If that, because he's making $15 million this year, all guaranteed. So you'd have to pay some of the salary.
The Jets would have to eat a lot of the salary to get the most return in terms of draft capital.
Mike Duramo with a super chat was on the Reese train, but after seeing Bailey's presser today, I'm sold. Seems like an intelligent kid, Stanford grad, brother's a Harvard grad. I think he could learn to stop the run. The one thing I will say, and Mike, thanks for the super chat, my friend. I got you down for 4. The one thing I will say is for everyone who kept saying Arvell Reese will be coached up by Carl Dunbar, and I agreed with that. We can't now not move the goalposts and say Carl Dunbar can't work with David Bailey to teach him to be better against the run. That's the one thing I think is unfair when we're like, oh, he's bad against the run, as if like he can't improve in that area.
Yeah, no matter what, Carl Dunbar needed to develop one half of one of their players' developmental plan at number 2. And that was either David Bailey's run defense or Arvell Reese's pass rush arsenal. Maybe they just felt a lot better about what David Bailey already brings as a floor against run defense versus Arvell Reese against the pass. I mean, we'll wait to see how they use these guys. You're right. Carl Dunbar is a very good coach, and I think that it's unfair to say that and then turn around and say he can't develop David Bailey. Both of these players have they have that football type of mentality, right? Like they're going to be good football players. It just depends on what it looks like with this defense.
There's something magical about having some coffee out of my NFL draft mug I got from the 2019 draft in Nashville.
Yeah, this is just my daily Jets mug that I use every single day at work. But it's got coffee in it. I needed it the last 2 days trying to stay up and do the late night streams. Working. Oh my God, this job that we're working is awful. We had to replace like multiple areas of their entire floor, like subfloor included, like down to the studs, frame out all of this shit. Oh, it's a nightmare.
They pay you the big bucks.
Yeah, don't have pets if you're just gonna let them sit in one specific room and pee in a corner for 5 years of their life.
The pick is in for the New England Patriots, and they take a guy that apparently was on the Jets' radar. Rich Samiti said this a couple of weeks back. Gabe Yakis from Illinois, edge rusher, goes to the Pats, 55th overall. So the Jaguars are on the clock. Their pick is apparently in as well. Bears will then pick. We're at 57. And let's see, the final pick of the second round is the Seahawks at 64. So we still have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 picks to go until the end of the second round before the third round will get underway. Let's see. Super chat here from Wrong Verb, who says, how will Cooper and Pons adjust going from Signetti to AG? Will it be like when Luke Wilson's character wakes up from hibernation and idiocy?
Idiocracy. Oh,
Idiocracy. I've never seen that movie. I've heard of it, though.
Dude, we are living it. As soon as you watch it, you'll be like, damn, this is exactly what we're living in real life. Funny story, it's sidebar. I'll get to the question, but Idiocracy, the director wanted a low-budget shoe that he wanted to look like an idiot shoe for the movie. Can you guess what shoe company it is today that he used in that movie? To be the idiot shoe. What do you think is the goofiest looking pair of shoes you've ever seen right now?
The goofiest pair of shoes. I don't know. It's a like
Crocs.
Really?
Everybody is wearing Crocs because they're like a futuristic, dumb looking shoe. So everybody that owns Crocs is wearing the idiot shoes.
I wasn't even thinking Crocs.
Yeah, but to his point, and people will literally listen to the clip of Omar using his own words to describe Aaron Glenn and tell you that it's all a lie. But Omar Cooper compared Aaron Glenn to Kurt Signetti. The way that he came up the coaching ranks was at a couple programs that he had to turn around, and he was part of being a turnaround. Obviously, Glenn wasn't the forefront of it like Signetti was, but Cooper said that the plan that AG has for the Jets is the very same style of plan Signetti had for the Hoosiers when he came from James Madison. So take that for what it's worth. I don't think it's that serious going from Signetti to AG.
I mean, we can only hope. We can only freaking hope, man. I'm at a loss for words. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to your calls. We're going right to Pittsburgh to start this off. We're headed right to the draft pit where the New York Jets moments ago just selected D'Angelo Pons. Live from Pittsburgh, it's Lou B and Boy Green. Let's go, boys.
Baby. We're here representing. Jake, we got him right by the stage, man. It's
unbelievable.
Let's go.
Yeah. These are the seats. So there's 11 seats. We got some more Jet fans with us. Guys, say hello. Say hello. Jet fans, stop fighting with them. We've been fighting with the Dolphin fans like crazy behind us.
How do we feel about Pons?
He's like a Glenn guy, right? That's his style. That's his guy. He's not too tall. It's a Glenn guy.
Not too tall.
Right?
I love it.
He should be. Glenn should know how to pick at least him, right? So he said, "How you feel about Pons?"
Oh, I love D'Angelo Pons. I heard it from whoever, Dylan Tereman. He is Aaron Glenn, baby. He's short, feisty, and makes some plays, baby. And that's what we need. Yeah.
Make
Boy
sure
Green has no voice.
Make
oh my
sure
God.
Boy Green finds his voice in Pittsburgh before he leaves.
Oh, he's done right here. He's done. I want you guys to check out my suit, though. Look at this shit, baby.
Amazing.
Baby. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
I love the mangled shirt. That's a nice touch.
Dude.
Oh, yeah. So I'm the only one here with this right on, representing. A lot of people said stuff to me on it. So we're doing the best we can. We're hoping we trade back in. Hey, we have a question. Why is the safety still on the board? Emmanuel.
Dude, they don't prioritize safety. Look at where the other two went. Down slid to 11. Thieneman went all the way to 25. I mean, I thought they would go earlier, but the NFL doesn't.
Yeah,
like
we were kind of shocked.
Yeah,
we thought Miami would take him. We were convinced Miami would take him because they lost Minka. So, you guys think we're going to trade back in?
It could be tough if they package all three of the forwards. They can maybe get back into the end of round 3, but that doesn't feel likely.
I got to guess. Hold on a second. This is the leader of the pack right here.
Yes, Hulkheads.
Shake show. This guy is something else. He's the king here. Everyone, he's the king here. I gotta tell you, he really is. He made this trip. He knew exactly what. Yeah, that's right.
What was this like? Break down the moment that this is now everywhere. The NFL official Instagram account posted it this morning. How cool is this? Looking back on it,
It was incredible. And I told him, like I said, 15 times, we're counting on you. We're counting on you because we were shocked. This whole pit was shocked. We all thought it was our belt, like I said. So we were shocked. So we're counting on him. He knows. I put him on fucking notice, Jake. We're counting on him, period. But we like the draft. We like the draft. We're doing good. We're doing good.
I love it. You guys have a great time, man. This is so cool. You guys have been all over the broadcast every jet pick. It's been so much fun.
What I'm wearing. I mean, come on.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hold on. Let me troll some fans. Jets.
Hey.
He's like, what? I would decide. You know. Oh, you see what I'm saying? He goes
We
on
have
all day
some-
on me.
We have some NFL trade news happening right now. Not related to the Jets, but Jonathan Grenard traded to the Eagles, and the Eagles send 2 third-round picks to Minnesota.
Wow, that's a big deal.
So the Eagles get Jonathan Grenard. I believe they also give him a deal. So they lose, who is it? Jalen Phillips to the Panthers. They get Jonathan Grenard for 2 third-round picks, including 98th overall.
And they just paid Grenard in this deal a 4-year, $100 million contract. So
Yep, there it is.
Eagles have been aggressive, man. They've had some good picks, and now they just landed Grenard. That's what I want to see Muji do, man. Make some trades. Let's go some veterans on the trade market.
They gave up a future third, so a third this year and a third next year. So we're starting to see some 27 draft capital being shifted around.
It's a big deal there. Big deal. Yeah, I'm looking at it on the screen there. Unbelievable. It's just, look, I think this draft has brought a lot of renewed energy to the Jet fan base. I think the trade last night when they got Cooper, Lou, I know you guys were going crazy because that's what I think kind of put the draft over the top, and everyone felt better about the Sadiq pick.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we were all hoping for Jacob Rodriguez, and then I think Miami took him. Maybe that's why we traded back. That's what we thought in this pit. I don't know how correct that information, but this is what the pit thought, that after Miami took Rodriguez, we traded back. That's what we thought.
Yeah, we thought he could have been in play for the Jets. We also thought one of the other linebackers would have been in play. And we just did some math. We named like 5 or 6 guys that all would have made sense for the Jets, including Pons. We're like, if they can move out of 44, they're guaranteed to get one of those players, worst case scenario, and they did. So I'm not surprised. I'm glad they moved back because getting Pons at 50, if they took him at 44, people would have been on board. Getting him at 50 and getting an extra 4th, I think there's a lot of people who are excited about that.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have a great night, Jake. It was an amazing journey out here with you and McFadden's and everything. It was just crazy. DG's going crazy. He has no voice. He can't talk. Oh, I got to tell you guys something. Boyd Green is the worst driver in the state of Pittsburgh. I mean,
state of
scary. I'm telling you, Pennsylvania, it was that shitty of a drive, but in Pittsburgh,
Pennsylvania has bad drivers.
In the city,
what happened?
No. He is, I'm telling you, dangerous. He's making turns. He's like a little demon. So I'm telling you, it was the most dangerous shit ever being in the car with this man. I would never think it, but Boyd Green is a speed demon. Speed demon.
I love it. Well, stay safe then, Lou. All right, I'll see you when you get back.
Got it. Go Jets. Jets. Jets.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
I love it. I'm so happy for Lou and all the great Jet fans who have represented the fan base in the draft pit the first 2 nights here. Just incredible. How about this? So much optimism that Winston spent $10 to say 11-6. Stop writing Glenn off. I look at the shape of the team now. So Winston called in and he predicted 11-6 like a couple weeks ago on my show. I don't think they're winning 11 games with 36-year-old Geno Smith and Aaron Glenn as their coach. Have they improved, Winston? Yes. Do I feel better about the GM going forward? 100%. Do I feel better about the roster for whoever the quarterback is at 27? 100%. I think the Jets have been smart with what they have done so far. They haven't traded any future capital. They're going to have the most cap space in the league next offseason with the 3-1s. So I've been optimistic, saying people have asked, when is the playoff drought going to end? I go, it could end as early as 2027. I see the light at the end of the tunnel, but I'm not going to sit here and say they're going to go 11-6 now. I think that would be insane considering the fact the Jets, not only have they not won more than 7 games in the decade, the last time they won 10 games or more in a season was 2015. And before that, they went 11-5 in 2010. So 11-6 would be insane. But Winston, if you want to be optimistic on a Friday night, God bless. I hope you're right.
Yeah, I don't know if I can go all the way up to 11-6. Jake, did you happen to see Hayden Winks from Underdog? He quote tweeted something I think that the Jets put out about their draft haul, and he was like, "Ugh, looks like 6-11." I'm like, that's probably where we should be anyway. Like, we were a 4-win team going into the draft. Like, how much do the first round picks really move the needle if they're not quarterbacks anyway? Like, yeah, this team's maybe a 6 to 8 win team if the ball bounces their way a lot of times. I can't get up to 11 though, but I can't fault Jets fans rather for being optimistic right now. Like, this is the only time we really have to be this optimistic and happy about the team. So maybe Geno needed to come back for us to win 10 games because we don't know how it would have happened in 2015. Maybe we didn't even win 10 games in 2015 if he didn't get his jaw broken. But I have a feeling Geno's going to surprise some people. God damn it. Cleveland got Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
Cleveland's had a really good draft.
I know. That's making me mad.
Emmanuel McNeil-Warren to the Browns at 58. Wow, so he was there 8 picks after the Jets picked that. I'm amazed he fell.
Yeah, they just don't love safeties in the NFL, which, like, I don't understand. They are huge difference makers in today's league, being so pass happy. So, and I mean, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, they're showing it right now. He's a turnover machine. He just did the peanut punch. So I think the Browns got a bit of a steal here. Their first defensive player, but definitely a good one.
I love it. I love it. I like what we got here. Hit the like button, comments, questions, super chats, cut the line. MTA Winston says, is Geno better then or better now? Well, he's better now than he was with the Jets, but he's 36. Is he the version we saw last year with the Raiders, or is he much more closer to what the Seahawks got for several years? That's the question with Geno Smith.
Yeah. And I think they still won 10 games with Geno Smith in that final year. And I mean, obviously they're going to pivot to a free agent Sam Darnold, right? Like that's almost like a no-brainer move despite, having a good win-loss record with Geno in that final year. So, if we get Seattle Geno, dude, this is a very fun offense. Like, can we go from 29th in the league to like 20th in the league? Like, our rushing production is already on par, right? The Chargers were the 20th best offense in the league last year. We were basically matching their run production, and it was all just Justin Herbert versus Justin Fields. Like, one quarterback throws the ball down the field and the other does not. So that's the difference. So now you add Geno Smith with this rushing production. Who knows, man? Can we just be like average or normal or competent for once?
D'Angelo Pons, by the way, 5'9", 182. Aaron Glenn, 5'9", 185 when he was drafted.
Amazing. And they both ran in like the really like low 4.4s, high 4.3s with their 40-yard dash. So
Gotham Green Goblin checking in. What up, Gotham? Thanks for supporting the show. Hey, Jake, Pons pick is just Glenn picking himself, honestly. But either way, solid so far. Get an interior O-lineman, and from there, I really don't care what Flyers. Now give me Dancing Glenn, brother. Gangrene, I did promise you Dancing AG, so I will work on that for you because I haven't uploaded it, but I appreciate you holding me accountable for that. You want Dancing Glenn? We'll give you a little Dancing Glenn, so that will be coming up momentarily. It is funny, Dylan. I talked about this last night that of all the Aaron Glenn moments, the combine nap situation happened as David Bailey was about to run the 40, and that's who they ended up taking.
Yeah, they woke him up because they knew he was going to be the pick all the way back at the combine. No, I don't. I mean, the whole David Bailey thing is just funny with the Jets, and it'll be low-hanging fruit for, people like us or like mainstream media to be like, well, they never took the 30 visit with David Bailey. No wonder he stinks in New York. It's like, unfortunately, the process sets them up to get criticized. But if David Bailey's a good player, man, like, they look like smart people, which is rare.
Joe the Jet writes in, do we go back into the late third round to take a quarterback swing? Maybe. Again, I'd be a little surprised if the Jets did that.
I don't want it. I would be surprised. I wouldn't be overly shocked, I guess I should say. Like,
one of their forwards could definitely be a quarterback. I think that might have been part of their thought process making that trade down.
I'm scared that it's going to be the was that the 2020 draft class where it was James Morgan, the offensive lineman Cameron Clark, and then who was their other 4th round pick that year? Ended up being the best of the 3. But again, I mean, you're going up against a guy who never played in James Morgan and a guy who never played in Cam Clark. But that it's gearing up like it's going to happen that way, and I'm really nervous that that's going to happen. I just don't want one of these quarterbacks. Like, go get me Tyrod Taylor back as quarterback 2 over Carson Beck or Drew Aller. Honestly,
Gotham Green Goblin wanted Glenn Dancing. I'm going to play this, then we're going to another caller. Protection champs, the 2025 New York Jets. All right, more of your calls right now. DT's about to hit a bathroom break, and that's perfect timing because this guy could go for hours with Jet takes.
Get ready for Neil. He will make 13 points about the New York Jets and maybe hump a Patriots jersey. Get ready for Neil. He's probably smoking a big fat cigar and burning his house to the ground. That's Neil.
Hello, Jake. It's been a minute.
Neil.
It's been a minute. I said I wasn't going to call till the draft, and here I am.
Are you happy? Are you excited about what the Jets have done?
I'm going to tell you, I will say to you, I went to the draft. I'll tell you, you guys got me really excited yesterday. I got to tell you, seeing everybody together, Lou B, that beautiful suit jacket that Peter and I are going to be donning when we go meet Tomlin this summer out in the Hamptons. We're going to put that right on his shoulders and bring him right on in. I'm telling you, Jake, that jacket was sick, right?
The jacket was excellent. Yeah,
oh, that was beautiful, man. Lou B, man. I'll tell you, you guys, it was very inspiring. I have to say, one thing I have to make a mention of. Let's start with one. I got 13 points, all well earned. When they were talking about Bailey, Jake, one thing that we don't know as guys that want to pontificate about the draft, we don't know how these guys are in an interview. You know what I'm saying? So when you get me to, one thing about Bailey is the guy graduated Stanford, right? He's got a head on his shoulders. Now, I don't know. You know what I'm saying to you? You don't know if you're interviewing, you and I are GMs and we're sitting in a room and we have David Bailey comes in nice and polished. He talks and, speaks really well and says this and says that. And then you have another guy come in with his posse and he sits down with you and starts talking all kinds of crap. You're going to really want to go towards the guy that's a little more polished. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I understand the thought process. I just think it should be about getting the best player. But again,
there's more to it. Look, the Patriots pick on character. Character is a big part of who you select. And we really don't know the character of any of the guys that we pick in this draft. That's the only point I wanted to make with regard to that. Now, after we picked Bailey, I was at main event with Purple Belt Mike, Rob, and Rich. So I'm talking to one of the Jet guys. The first guy's sitting at the bar, and I say, how you feeling? An older guy, like an OG. He goes, good. I go, what do you like in the draft? Jake, you're not going to believe this. He said, I want Jeremiah Lovett too. The first guy I saw, I was like, holy shit. I said, I feel the same way. We got to chopping it up, and we had a great time. It was nice.
It was good to see you guys all together watching the draft.
Yeah, look, you guys were representing, Jake. It was nothing about us. We were excited for you guys. When I saw that pit and I saw, Lou B and I see guys jumping around, Boy Green was like a little baby jumping up. It was crazy. You guys got us pumped up as fans. So I want to say great job. You guys did it really nice. I was very happy with Sadiq, and the reason I was happy is because he was the guy less spoken about in the chat of all the draft pontificators out there. I didn't hear anybody talking about Sadiq. So when we got him, I was very happy with that pick. I wasn't thrilled, but I was happy. And I watched his tape. And this is a guy that is like a Vernon Davis type guy, Shannon Sharp, big, strong. I saw his tape. He was taking tight end screens and running them 15, 20 yards downfield. Then he took it over the top. The one thing, Frankie V had Edwards on. Did you see that, Jake?
I did not get the chance to listen to it, but they had a great draft party last night, and Braylon Edwards and Kerry Rhodes were there.
Well, listen, Braylon, first of all, Frankie V went berserk when he picked Bailey. He was like, forget it. When he comes on his show, he's going to, his head is going to explode, right, Jake, or wrong?
Well, look, he was one of the leaders of the Bailey Bros.
Absolutely.
So
hey, listen, Rob was excited. He had us excited. Bailey Brigade, he was yelling for that yesterday. So, I'm very happy for Frankie V. He got a little vengeance there. But Edwards was on, right? And we were about to make a 16th pick. And everybody was talking about Lemon, right? And Braylon Edwards goes, listen, you want to get a guy, I like this guy, Sadiq. He's when you got a guy that size that could run that fast, he's a problem for defensive backs and linebackers. And he started talking well about Sadiq. And right then they took Sadiq. See, this is a guy that knows football. Braylon Edwards knows football. He knows the position.
Gruden likes Sadiq as well. It was never the thing with Sadiq that people were enticed about is how great of a weapon he could potentially be. Yeah. It was more of a projection. I rather a receiver in that spot. But what makes the pick so great is you take the big swing and you still got one of the better receivers.
They had a plan, Jake. That's what I was excited about. The fact that they came back in, they took the kid from Indiana. They came back for him, and I like that. I like that they ended up. Now we have 4 sets of hands. We have 4 hands that could catch the football, that could do something big for the team. I'm very, very excited about this. Now you got 2 tight ends. If Frank Reich is a play caller and he ends up doing something, he could get very, very creative. We all wanted creativity last year. We never really got it, Jake. After the first game, it looked great, and then from there it was shit, So, Angstrom really didn't have the goods. Frank Reich may end up with 2 tight ends doing something very special for the team, and I'm excited for that, okay?
He's the most important piece now to this offense because there's enough talent there. They protect Geno where they should have a serviceable offense.
It's not going to be serviceable. I really believe that the offense is going to outperform the defense this year. That's my prediction. I really believe that this offense is really going to perform well. I think they have a lot of weapons. They're going to learn how to use them. And, look, I wanted Love, but, if Brees is going to be with us, we're going to have single back sets. We're going to have a lot of 12-man packages with 2 tight ends. We're going to have a lot of mix and matching. I'm excited. I think the offense, really, I'm happy that we really went offense heavy in this in the first 3 picks. And we got our pass rusher. Look, Bailey's the best pass rusher in the draft. You can't really fault him for it. And, we don't need razor blades and switchblades. We need a guy that could rush the passer, and we got that with Bailey. So I'm all right with that, I was upset in the beginning. Then I got a little bit better as things went on. And, of course, I'm not going to say anything about Simpson. I did tell everybody. I bet anybody any money he was going to go in the first round, and he ended up going 12.
I thought if he was going to go in the first round, it was going to be at the end of round 1. I was shocked the Rams took him at 16. Look, you are at 13. I mean, credit to you. You saw it. I didn't.
It's not about seeing it. It's about everybody's hungry for that quarterback, Jake. At the end of the day, it's a lot of
rich, though. I mean,
what's that?
13 is rich, especially
I get
for a team that's trying to win the Super Bowl.
But it's not going to be rich if he ends up being a great quarterback. We don't know. That's the beauty about taking a quarterback. You never know. Glenn Foley. Where did we take Glenn Foley? He wasn't even like a top 3rd round pick. What was Glenn Foley? Like
he wasn't
round
good.
Pick?
Glenn Foley wasn't good.
But he was good when he first came in with Parcells, Jake. He played really, really well his rookie season. He supplanted Neil O'Donnell for a while. He
but
was
Neil
really
O'Donnell
good.
stunk, and then they needed Vinny in
Right.
'98 to bail them out. That's not a good example.
No, but he was good, Jake. Listen, he was much better than people expected him to be. You know, nobody thought much of him.
Right,
He
but
did get injured, I think.
But Neil, that's a different conversation of taking a swing on day 3 versus the 16th overall pick for the Jets, or the Rams doing it at 13, where he's actually going to sit now for a year or two. So,
like I said, I don't want to. I'm not going to get into the Simpson thing. I'm not going to get negative about it. It's over with. And at the end of the day, he's a Ram, and they're going to make him a good quarterback because he's got a good coaching staff. I mean, let's face it. You know, if they took him on the 49ers, we know he's going to be a good quarterback, right, Jake? Because he's going to get coached up. The bottom line is we don't know. I hope Reich is good at developing a quarterback, and maybe he could take one of these other kids. But we got to pick one here soon. I don't. It doesn't matter where, but I'd like us to come away with a quarterback. If we come away with no quarterback 2 years in a row, that's going to be disappointing. I'm not.
These goddamn exploding cigars. Like, gotta go, Jake. I'll call back later. Shit.
I agree with you, Neil. I do think part of the reason they moved down and got an extra 4th is because now they could take their swing on one of the quarterbacks in the 4th round. I think they're going to draft a quarterback tomorrow, unless they trade back into the 3rd round tonight, which I don't see happening. Dylan, we can't hear you. Nope.
Oh, okay.
There you
All
go.
right. I didn't realize I muted my microphone when I stood up. I thought I just muted myself on the computer screen. But I agree with Neil. I think we're going to take a quarterback somewhere. I am a little nervous as to which one it is and how many injuries away that player is from seeing the field. Because if like Carson Beck is quarterback 2 entering camp, I'm really nervous if anything happens to Geno.
Hit the like button if you're just joining us. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Again, the Jets traded down tonight, took D'Angelo Pons, so we could talk about that and the other picks that the Jets have made. Right now, the draft is ongoing. The Buffalo Bills pick is in. They just took Davison Igbeosun from Ohio State. How do you pronounce that guy's name? The corner.
Oh, Davison Igbeosun.
I was never going to pronounce that right.
Yeah. He was also a Senior Bowl guy, really long. I think he's like 6'2" and change. Yeah, 6'2", just popped up on the screen. I didn't watch him a ton other than what he did at the Senior Bowl, and I thought he was okay. But I'm not sure like a ton of notes on him. They're saying too many penalties about him, which immediately would make me not want the Jets to draft him. So perhaps this guy's going to be holding on to Garrett Wilson in the near future.
Bills traded up for him. Just recapping some of the picks that came in while Neil and I were discussing the Jets draft. Gabe Yakus to the Pats at 55. Nate Bornkirker, the tight end from A&M at 56. Logan Jones, center from Iowa to the Bears at 57. EMW, we talked about that, to the Browns at 58. Marlon Klein, the tight end from Michigan, goes 59 to Houston. Anthony Hill Jr., a guy that we talked about from a Jet lens, possibly in play. He falls all the way to 60. Surprised about that. He goes to the Titans. Max Clare, the tight end from the Ohio State, goes 61 to the Rams. And we just told you who the Bills took. The corner, the Chargers are on the clock. Their pick is in. And then Seattle will make a pick, and that will wrap up round 2. And we'll start round 3 here in our mega cast and keep you up to date on everything that is happening. Super chat here from Lou B. Jake, tell them about the Sean offer at the steakhouse. So I go out to dinner, Dylan, Wednesday night with Lou B and a couple other Jet fans. And we're at a steakhouse that's right near McFadden's. And on the menu, first off, they have a steak named after all these great Pittsburgh sports figures, including the Mike Tomlin steak. So we got the Mike Tomlin steak. We split it. It's like a, 40-ounce, tomahawk steak. It was incredible. And I'm like, it tastes like 19 straight non-losing seasons. Maybe the Jet coach of 27. But at the restaurant was Sean McDermott. Unclear why the ex-Bills coach was there. But we told our waiter, hey, tell Sean McDermott if he comes and coaches the Jets in 2027, he could stick it to the Bills twice a year and we'll pick up the tab on his meal tonight. So we got there as McDermott was like wrapping up his dinner. He was sitting in a different area of the restaurant, and the waiter came back and goes, Sean loved your message. He thought it was great. And he said he really appreciated the offer. So Lou B already started to make the pitch to get a legitimate head coach for the Jets in 27.
Luby is one of one. The Jets might as well put him on payroll because that man can recruit like none other. Unfortunately, his Jeremiah Love manifestation didn't come to fruition. But hey, if Luby gets us a head coach, obviously I'm not rooting for Aaron Glenn to fail. But if Luby like is heading the search for our next head coach, I feel like the Jets would be in good hands.
Luby, man, him and Neil and Castro, they're working on the 69 team to get us.
Do you have the clip? Coach. Do you have the clip?
I can find it.
All timer by Lou B. Absolute all timer. As Sean Merriman does his.
Oh, you're thinking of that? I don't know if I have that one. Well, actually, you know what?
You know what I'm talking about. His recruitment speech for the team 69.
I think I do have that. Big fella with a super chat. Patriots don't pick on character. They are scumbags. Edelman, Hernandez, Rabel, all Saints. Get the F out, all trash.
There's
a difference between Aaron Hernandez and him murdering someone and Mike Rabel cheating on his wife. Just a bit of a difference.
Yeah, completely different scenarios here. Did you hear his call with Caleb Lomu, their first round pick last night?
No.
Vrabel, he got the phone. He's like, "Hey, what's up, Caleb?" He's like, "I hope you're with your family." It's like, come on, man. Come on, man. You knew that was going to get clipped for the internet.
That's tough. Let's get to our guy, Lou B, who's on the line. Hello, Lou. What story are you going to say this week that's going to be wildly inappropriate?
I want to be on the 69 team. Let me tell you why. Number one, I know every inch of Long Island, Jake. There's not a street you could say. I performed 69 in Long Island dozens of times, obviously. I own a black van.
What? Calm your freaky down.
I own a black van for abductions. I know what Starbucks that Tomlin goes to. I need to be a fit. I just wanted to be considered for the 69 team.
Just incredible fan base. Mark Yachenko in the raffle for 8. Everything is double all weekend long. Again, we got a great raffle on Monday. Signed Joe Namath helmet, signed Mangold helmet, signed Revis helmet, signed Wilson helmet, signed Mason Taylor helmet are the prizes. Mark writes in, as a diehard PSU fan and a guy who watched every Drew Aller game, the home ones live, we absolutely cannot draft him. Big part of the fan base wanted him benched. 0-6 for his top 6 teams. Coaching was bad, but he was too. That's fair, Mark. Again, any day 3 quarterback, I'm not going to lose sleep over. I didn't want Aller at 44 or 50 or Beck in those spots, but I think Aller is enticing for teams because he is, a big dude's got a big arm. Like the traits that you look for in a quarterback are there, but he wasn't good in college in big games. And, his footwork was a mess. I know the coaching was bad. Again, he's truly the ultimate project if you're taking him.
Yeah, 100%. And this kind of gives me a little bit of PTSD because we were kind of in college. Like some of our like high school friends were still in college at the time when we took Christian Hackenberg. And I remember talking to some, people that went to Penn State from my high school, and they said the same thing. They were like, we were there every Saturday. Christian Hackenberg is cheeks. Like even like non-ball knowers were like, yeah, on Saturdays it was disgraceful because of Christian Hackenberg at times. So this kind of gives me the same PTSD. I don't scout the helmet, but in this situation, there's too many parallels. And Drew Aller has it all from a quarterback frame perspective. I just don't know what his like mental makeup is and like, can he handle it? Like there's times where he literally just poops down his leg on film and it's like, this is like undraftable moments. So like, can you balance out the first or second round moments with the damn near undraftable moments? I don't think it equates. So that's why I'm really nervous about Aller specifically. I would take Beck over Aller.
Yeah, I think I probably would too. Shane with a super chat. New phrase, went swimming in a lake, found themselves in a pond. Love this pick.
So wouldn't this be funny? Obviously, we'd have to go back and rewrite free agency history, but we get Quentin Lake. All right. Then we sign D'Angelo Ponds. And then we go and draft Chandler Rivers, the corner from Duke.
I like where your head is at.
Yeah. Stupid shit that I think of when I'm looking at the names of the players that we're scouting.
I don't know what the context of this comment is from Beastbreaker. Gator, my farts have gun power that will make your ends stand up.
Imagine Beast and not knowing the context of what he's saying.
No, thank you. Jets. Let's go.
Beast, give us your breakdown.
This draft gets a B minus.
B minus.
Yeah, it
Why?
It needs a little touch up. That's why it's like painting. Think of it as a Picasso.
What don't you like? I think they've done a very nice job.
Yeah, what player specifically do you not like, Beast?
I thought at first I was like, Bailey, really? Come on, you could have did a little better than that. But
who did you want it to?
It was a nice touch up.
Who did you want it to?
I wanted Jeremiah. The kid's a
okay,
killer.
so you wanted the running back at 2.
I don't think he's gonna do well with Arizona because they're gonna make him look like soggy sandpaper. But that's fine. That's fine. You know what? Bitching, complaining is not going to pay your bills. It won't pay your car payments or anything else. So, you know what? We'll just have to learn to live with it.
Does anybody want a nutty buddy?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Excellent analysis there from the Beast.
Bud Clark to Seattle.
That's a good pick.
That's a really damn good pick. They got Jadarian Price. Now they get Bud Clark. Pretty solid draft for them so far.
Invaders In says, if the Jets were done for the day, wouldn't they have done a presser? Well, interesting you bring that up because Jets reporter Nick Faria is on the line. Nick, what is the latest? Are the Jets done for the day?
I don't think so. The fact that they haven't really said anything right now tells me, and especially with 3 fourth-round picks, they're going to try at least to get into the third round. Whether it happens or doesn't happen remains to be seen, but I don't think they're done just yet.
Now, you were working your other gig. Is that why you're not at the facility currently?
No, I'm at the facility.
Oh, you are at the facility.
Yeah. I'm in one of these corner rooms.
They got him held hostage, clearly. Look at the
I thought you looked like you were home. That's why I was confused.
No. Yeah, I'm at the facility right now.
You go tell Rich Samini I say hello.
I'll do that. Hold on.
I'll talk to him on the Jets Collective. No, give us your thoughts on the Ponds pick. Let's start there.
Yeah, listen, it fits exactly what kind of Aaron Glenn wants. Players that are aggressive, that are physical. I know that you look at his career in Detroit and New Orleans, they had bigger cornerbacks. They really coveted taller guys, and this kind of goes against it. But Daniel Jeremiah said it best. He drafted himself. He looked at Ponds and said, this is who I was back in the 90s. He's got great ball skills, talked about his physicality, not afraid to go up against the run. When we spoke to him just about, 30 minutes ago, he talked about it. He said, listen, it's an honor to be compared to him. I'm going to be my own guy, but I'm aggressive. I'll play wherever you need. I can play zone. I can play man. I can play in a lot of different coverages and help out this defense. So quite frankly, I think you look at this pick, and then you look at the over-encompassing parts of this entire draft. And again, I have to be impressed with the job that Darren Muji has done. He has not reached on any one player. He's found the guys that he's very high on with their board, and he's stuck to it. And he's gotten players that are going to be able to be productive pretty early on.
Do you view Ponds as an immediate starter on this defense? No.
Yeah, no, I think it'll take some time. Maybe, and again, we don't know because we haven't seen him on the field. Maybe he tries and is competing right away in the slot. Maybe they try to compete with him outside. I have a hard time believing he's just going to walk in and be a starting cornerback or a starting slot. They're going to give Brownlee the chance as the starter. They're going to give their trio the chance to start in their spots. But if he comes out and plays really well, then I'm sure that's going to change very quickly.
So M123 rates in Faria in a $4,000 a month Manhattan studio apartment.
I feel like we're doing the same thing we did last year. I was in this specific cubicle, and everyone was talking about the size. I can't control it. It's a great spot where we roll.
Does it smell like mop water in there?
What is Pond's superpower? Did someone ask Glenn that? Because you know that it's going to be there's going to be all this talk about, oh, did you see yourself in D'Angelo Ponds when you took him? The follow-up needs to be, so what is Ponds' superpower? Ask that question, you will go viral, and people will get a kick out of it.
We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens there.
Now, they haven't done the presser yet, which means the night, as you said, it could not be over. So we'll see. If they do try to get back into the third round, is there a player you have in mind?
No, but I think we're starting to get to the point where a quarterback is probably, Carson Beck just went to the Arizona Cardinals. But certainly you look at the guy.
You spoil the pick.
It's not in yet?
Technically, no, not on the broadcast.
No.
But we'll let it slide. He's got.
I'm very sorry.
Sources.
But
it makes me happy though.
But
that's the first pick of the third round, by the way.
Yeah.
So that kind of thing, I think we're starting to get to a point where a quarterback could be taken by the team. You look at Drew Aller specifically. That's someone that I would look at. Maybe third, potentially fourth round. I think you can go linebacker. I think the good thing that the Jets have done so far, and I think they really needed to do this, they needed to find balance. They needed to get a couple of defensive players and a couple of offensive players. They could not double up in one specific spot. So you look at the depth along the offensive line. Perginon, I believe, is still on the board. He's one that has been shocking to me that I thought he was going to go early second round. He's still available.
Prignon, you're talking about? Emmanuel Prignon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Again, pronunciations are not my game. I'm just looking at the list and I'm pronouncing it right off the cuff. But he's a guy that I think could be a good fit if he continues to fall. I think they're set at receiver at this point, to put it lightly. But certainly, linebacker, maybe another edge, depth along the offensive line. Those are the kind of plate pieces that I'm looking forward to next.
So looking at the first 4 picks, I know you said Pons probably not going to be a starter. Would you consider Sadiq a starter and say that maybe it's like 2.5 to 3 starters?
I would say 3. I would say 3 stars. And the other thing we need to remember, I said this yesterday, Frank Reich as a head coach didn't really run 12 personnel a lot.
Yes.
And that was based on the personnel he had in Indianapolis. But when he was a play designer for the Philadelphia Eagles, when he was their OC, they ran 12 personnel to death. They used Zach Ertz, they used Brent Selleck, and they hammered opposing teams time and time again. The personnel not matching in Indianapolis isn't, to me, the worst thing in the world. But when you look at the Jets, you have Mason Taylor, you have Kenyon Sadiq. That is a picture-perfect 12 personnel situation where you can really find some mismatches on the open field, especially downfield with some of these plays. So I think we're going to see a lot more 12 personnel with these guys, and that means both players will play, and I think they will play plenty.
100%. And then you got to ask yourself, what is the defense matching that with? Is it going to be nickel? Is it going to be base 4-3 against our 12 personnel, even though it could look like 11 personnel with the passing concept? So I understand that, like, from a math perspective, why they would take him over maybe like Mekhi Lemon, who was also on the board. But then you add in Omar Cooper, and now you have 2 very different slot type of players for this offense. And I'm really intrigued because 11 looks multiple now. 12 looks multiple now. You can run or pass out of it. I just picture Sadiq blocking in space for Breece Hall, and we get him back to those 60 to 70-yard runs like we used to see.
Well, I think the other thing is last year, Aaron Glenn didn't really need to do this, but it was kind of obvious from the get-go. The minute they brought in Justin Fields at quarterback, everyone knew this is going to be a run-first team, and they are focusing solely on the run. And if you stop the run, you'll be able to stop the Jets' offense, which a lot of teams did last year. This year, it's much different. You don't know what they want to do. You don't know what the Jets are planning to do. We expect a lot of 12 personnel. We expect, to spread it out. Maybe Omar Cooper is going to be working from the slot, but he's got experience out wide as well. Maybe they use just a one-back set. They could also throw in Isaiah Davis and Braylon Allen if they're healthy. There are so many different things they could do with this personnel now, and that's what Jets fans should be really excited about. Yes, we don't know how good Sadiq is going to be this year. We don't know how good Omar Cooper is going to be. But there's so many different options for this team now to really confuse opposing defenses. And I think that's the one thing they missed more than anything else last season. There was just such predictability in what they wanted to do. That's not the case anymore.
Give me your thoughts ultimately on how we got to Bailey now that it's official. Like, it was so much back and forth. Did you think when push came to shove, it was actually going to be Bailey, or were you one of the many who still felt, there's too much noise about this, it's going to end up being Reese?
Yeah, I'll be honest with it. I always thought it was going to be Reese. Even up until that pick, I thought it was going to be Reese. And the one major thing that I kept holding on to was the fact that Aaron Glenn talked about what kind of defense he wanted to run. He wanted to run, as he was quoted, a multiple style defense. They weren't just going to be 4-3. It wasn't going to be 3-4. It was going to be everything all in one. And when you have an alignment like that, you want players that can play in so many different aspects. Now, David Bailey is probably the best pure edge rusher right now. Arvell Reese is the best pure defender right now. Question was, would you rather have the edge rusher right away, or would you want to have the prospect that's probably going to have more upside than the edge rusher? So the Jets, when we talked to Darren Muji yesterday, he said the decision was not final up until the last week. So they came to that conclusion over the last week that it was going to be Bailey. But again, they did a really good job kind of hiding that, because you saw the betting odds. You saw different people. Todd McShay was flip-flopping left and right every other day. It's one of those things where the Jets really did a good job hiding their interest, and then said, listen, we were dead last in sacks, dead last in pressure rate. That needs to be fixed, number one. We can talk about how bad our secondary was last year, but if we can't get pressure on the quarterback, it doesn't matter who we have in the secondary, it's going to be a struggle. Get the pass rusher, pressure the quarterback, and start from there. That's exactly what they did with David Bailey.
So with all these picks, I feel like the common theme, and maybe as a member of JetX, you guys appreciate this, it really feels like the Jets are leaning on analytics with a lot of these draft picks, high analytic grades for these players. Do you think that is not by accident with this new regime?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not at all. And I will say, if you look at the best executives, the best front offices in the NFL, San Francisco, Philadelphia, Seattle, they are heavy on the analytics. Darren Muji is exactly the same. He's the guy that's going to look and say, listen, we need athletic players, but we need to make sure they fit a certain mold of what we want to be able to do. And yes, analytics was a heavy part of this. He looked at pressure rate, and he saw David Bailey and his pressure rate was incredible, and said, that's our guy. He saw the athleticism from Kenyon Sadiq and said, yes, we can do so many different things with them. Omar Cooper, same thing. A guy like D'Angelo Pons as well, another great example. So the way that I have seen the Jets operate over the last 2 years now, they are heavy into analytics. They are going to be focused on that. And to me, it's the right way to go, because this is the modern NFL. You can't just look at a player and say, he goes to Alabama, he's going to be a great player, move on from there, and that's it. That's not how this works. That's not how it's ever going to work. So I think Bougie was smart to focus on analytics as he has, and it kind of shows that we can talk about Aaron Glenn all we want. Is he the right coach for this team? Does he have a future with this team? How big of a leash is he going to get? I continue to be impressed with Darren Muji, and I think the more we go on, the more they kind of divulge away from each other, where if Aaron Glenn struggles, Darren Muji's on the hot seat as well. I think we're in two totally different spheres right now, where I think Muji is safe, and he's done a great job.
Muji has done enough where I'd be very surprised if, the Jets are god-awful if both him and Glenn are gone.
We're getting to that point, yeah.
Because again, you're not finding anyone who's critical of the Jets draft decisions on the national level. Like, it's funny, I was at the draft last night, Nick. Bills fans and Dolphins fans were congratulating me. They were even acknowledging the Jets had a good night. It feels like members of the Jet fan base were somewhat split, especially early with the picks. And people are like, what are you guys talking about? Like, the Jets had a great draft. The Jets were getting universal praise from most people.
Yeah, and Tom Pelissero said they were the big winners of night one. Trading back up for Omar Cooper, I think, was a stroke of genius, because they didn't give up any picks really for 2027. They have their main 4 picks going forward. Again, it's understanding the value and understanding your board. If they felt at 16 that Kenyon Sadiq was the best offensive skill player above Mekhi Lemon, then you have to get him. If you feel that he's the best offensive player in the skill position group, go and get him. They felt the same way trading up for Omar Cooper. They have let the board fall to them, and they've come away with 4 potential starters right away. And again, Pons, I think, is kind of 3.5. You don't know what he's going to look like right away. I think it's probably best that he sits for a little bit, but you have 3.5 starters right away. And that's something you needed to have happen to this year specifically.
So it's way too early to obviously guess all of these things, but last night after the first round, David Bailey was the favorite to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. Obviously, the last time they took a player this early was Sauce, and he won Defensive Player of the Year. So Do you think the people that didn't want David Bailey need to see that type of expectation from him in year one to be on board with the pick? Or do you think David Bailey can have like 6.5 sacks, look okay, be like a 45% of the snaps type of player, and it'll be justified?
It's a great question, and I think there needs to be a bigger discussion, a more complex discussion on what we expect from rookies.
Mm-hmm.
Fernando Mendoza is going to come into the Las Vegas Raiders, and he may not start week one. I know they have Kirk Cousins, and there's some people that think that they'll throw Kirk in right away unless Mendoza just tears it up in OTAs, tears it up in training camp. The expectation of players, particularly coming out of college now, where the college game is a lot different than the NFL, I think is putting these players at an unfair advantage. Do we expect should we expect David Bailey to produce right away? Yes. I think it's a safe bet to assume he'll get plenty of sacks, he'll get his pressure rates, and you want to be able to see that. But should we expect him to be a 14, 15 sack guy? That's hard for me to believe. That's hard for me to just say he needs to be Lawrence Taylor right away, because these guys are just not – it's not the case anymore. And I think that's where my concern is in terms of finding a fair expectation for David Bailey. Do I think he should get somewhere of 7 to 8 sacks? Yeah, I think in a vacuum, 7 to 8 sacks is a safe bet for his rookie season. But if he gets 7, 8 sacks, I think part of this fan base is going to be really upset. And I don't think that's fair for the development of young players. And it's not just the Jets. It's every NFL team, every NFL fan base wants their rookies to be this dynamic force right away and to win Super Bowls right away. But that's not realistic. It's never realistic. And I think we have to understand as fans, as reporters, throughout the National Football League, we need to acknowledge we are putting way too much pressure on some of these young guys because the NFL has now become a simple 2-year, and if you don't have it, you don't have it kind of league. You have quarterbacks that have been given up on after 2 years, receivers who have been given up on after 1. That's not a way of development, and you see that with a lot of teams.
Yeah. He does need to come in, though, and look the part right away. Again, this guy was the highest drafted defensive player in Jets franchise history. And there's a lot of pressure on him because he's going to be compared to Arvell Reese. He already was, but now even more so because of the fact Reese goes a couple picks later to the Giants. So there's going to be immense pressure on David Bailey. He sounds like he's the type of guy that can handle all that. I like the player a lot. I was more of a Reese guy, but I wasn't never like anti-Bailey like some of the fan base were. But there is an enormous amount of pressure on David Bailey.
Right, but Jake, and I'm not debating that, but that's also why I asked, what is the expectation of producing right away? If he's getting pressures left and right and he's improving in the run game and he has 7, 8 sacks his first year, it's not a massive sack total, but you clearly see that he's changing games and changing the line of scrimmage. I think the expectation has to be that it's a good year. That's why I say, what are the fair expectations for someone like this right away? He's not Lawrence Taylor. He's not coming in and in his first start getting 2.5 sacks, injuring the starting quarterback, and completely changing the rest of the league forever. That's not who David Bailey is. But is he someone that can come in and play really well consistently? I think that's a safe bet to expect.
Real quick, Sam Roush just got drafted by the Bears. He was the Stanford tight end that people thought the Jets could take in the 4th round. He goes pick 69, very nice, to Chicago there. So he is no longer an option. I don't think he would have been anyway because the Jets took Sadiq last night, but that was a guy that was a popular mock to the Jets.
What are your thoughts on – I was just about to ask, what are your thoughts on Markel Bell and then the Eagles class as a whole with Lemon and Stowers?
6'9", 346. Man, if Jeff Stoutland was still here, I'd be over the moon because that would essentially just be Jordan Mailata 2.0.
Yes.
Look, Philadelphia crushed it. I have absolutely nothing bad to say about Howie Roseman. The guy's the best GM in football. Comes in, and again, I don't think the Jets were wrong necessarily to pass on Mekhi Lemon. They felt that Sadiq was a higher overall prospect on their board, and they took him that way. But they still got Mekhi Lemon. they've still got what many people say is the second best, maybe even some even argued the top receiver in this draft at 20, and they gave up a couple of fourth-round picks. Then you go into the second round and you draft this tight end from Vanderbilt. You had the best. You drafted the receiver that was the best receiver in the country. Then you drafted the tight end that was the best tight end in the country in the second round in the 50s. And the comparison Daniel Jeremiah said was, yeah, he plays a lot like A.J. Brown.
There you go.
No shit. He's going to get traded in a month and a half. No shit, that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But then, of course, the Jonathan Grenard trade is fantastic.
Yeah, 2/3. Yeah,
2/3. One of them is next year when they're getting a comp pick next year anyway. They're going to get a first-round pick for Brown, whether it's in 2027, 2028.
Did they use the Reddick pick in that deal, by the way?
No, this is the pick they took. Bell is the one they used for Reddick.
So I was wondering which one was the Hassan Reddick, Joe Douglas masterclass.
Yeah, that was just terrific. I wanted a second-round pick for him, too. I was kind of upset when we got rid of him. It was only for a third, but it worked out.
This comment here is from Gator, who writes in, how could someone let their white phone cord get tangled and then continue on throughout the day like it's no big deal?
You know, Gator, a lot of us, some of us are working on 2 hours of sleep, man. I could give two shits what's tangled and what's not.
He followed up and wrote, it would take like 30 seconds to untangle that damn phone cord.
You know what? We're gonna. You know what, Gator? I love you to death, man, but we're gonna make this a little bit worse here. How about
you're gonna give him an aneurysm?
Let's see. Peter Castro goes, no Simpson, so Taylor Green up next. Peter wanted Ty Simpson. He's not gonna get his wish. Taylor Green, the quarterback from Arkansas, is his wish at QB. We know Carson Beck is gone, Simpson gone, Mendoza obviously gone. So 3 quarterbacks have been picked as the Commanders are on the clock. Pick 71 of round 3. Who is the next quarterback to go, you think, Nick?
I think it's Aller. I think it's going to be Aller.
Yeah. At this point, it has to be.
Joe the Jet goes, guys, are we done? Muji is speaking soon. Is Muji speaking soon, Nick?
I haven't heard anything yet. I think, like I said, I think they're going to try to move up eventually in this third round.
Let's see.
They're on pick 71, and we talked about this earlier. All 3 fourth-round picks from a points perspective on the trade chart equal pick 71. So obviously I don't anticipate trading up with all 3, nor would I advise it. But 2 of these, maybe you get to 85. So we're about 15 picks away for where I think the realistic range of trading up starts.
Who would they trade up for?
Grayson Halton. Let's make Will Parkinson happy.
Why is Pregnon still there, by the way?
Yeah.
Good question by Rob. Why is Emmanuel Pregnon from Oregon still there?
It's a great question. I thought, quite frankly, I thought he was going to be Philadelphia's pick in the 60s before Bell.
Domsey has him as his number 2 rated interior offensive lineman, first and second round grade on the guy.
Yeah, if you told me a month ago Markel Bell was going ahead of Emmanuel Pregnon, you probably would have got laughed at.
Yeah.
And did AJ Halsey go? Somebody just asked. Did AJ Halsey? I don't think he got drafted.
He did not.
So Bud Clark went before AJ Halsey. Okay.
Why is AJ Halsey?
He has tackling issues, at least from what I remember when I watched him. Like, he's good in coverage. Like, and he's a strong safety. I don't think he has that free safety ability, at least at the NFL level. He did it at LSU, but that's different.
I agree with Lasso's comment, by the way. If we trade into the third, it's for a quarterback. I don't think they're trading at this point. I don't think you're trading up for anyone that's not a quarterback.
Yeah, if you're trading up, it's probably for QB.
Yeah,
and I would say it's probably Aller, which is why they're kind of looking at this and saying, "Listen, okay, is this the guy that we want to be able to develop?" It's a big question. So certainly something we'll be keeping an eye on over the next few hours.
Man, I'm shocked Pregnon is still there. There was talk about him being there at 33 and like, maybe they just take him.
There's always players that drop, right? You look at the Toledo safety that he dropped into the late 50s. I thought Philadelphia was going to take him before they took Stowers because they have a need after Reed Blankenship left. At one point before the Jets went after these guys, Minka Fitzpatrick and Dane Belton, I thought this Toledo kid was a clear-cut favorite to go to the Jets in the second round specifically because they had a need there. But that obviously changed. So you look at where the Jets are and what they need and some players as well. teams just may not want to take him because they don't have that necessary need and they don't think he's a good fit.
Yeah. At what point and what team do you think takes the gamble on Jermod McCoy?
We're getting to that point, right? I think first 2 rounds, I think it was going to be a gamble, but now in the third, fourth round, I think teams are going to be willing to at least have that conversation.
I forgot he's still there. That's crazy.
This is
how bad are his knees?
This is kind of like Nakobe Dean, right?
Well, it's a little bit different because Nakobe had the injury concerns, but he played. He played the entire last season. But there was the shoulder, there was the knee, there were other issues that people were worried about, which is why he dropped to the 3rd round. But he played his entire career. This kid missed all of last season, and that's a major, major problem. And people are concerned that he may not be ready at all this year. We're talking about a draft pick that you won't be seeing on the field until 2027. So that's a gamble when we talk about a high pick like this. And certainly, I think we're getting to the point where teams will try to take the flyer. But in the 3rd round, this is a day 2 pick. Maybe teams are just more comfortable waiting for that third day to be able to make that selection. Certainly something to keep an eye on, though.
Same question, offensive side of the ball, Chris Bell.
It's the run on receivers that today hasn't gone, and I was expecting this run to go a lot earlier.
Brazel's still there too. The Jets should double. One of the 4th round picks should be a receiver.
Yeah, I agree. I think
the Commanders just took Williams from Clemson.
Yeah, I think a double up at receiver makes a hell of a lot of sense for the Jets going forward. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, Malachi Fields still on the boards too. There's a lot of good receivers.
A lot of these guys I thought were going to be available in the 2nd round, and they just have fallen for whatever reason. I think part of that is because the defensive tackle run didn't come until late in the 2nd round. Yep. We had the tight end run that came late, and again, we have these moments. I compare it to the 2024 draft class. The first, 15, 16 picks were all offensive players. And you had some unbelievable defensive stars, Jared Verse, Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, all these guys that were top 10 picks. Any other year, they're top 10 picks. But they fall because everyone went offense right away. We're kind of seeing that situation here where the defensive tackles were all pushed to the 2nd round. Everyone jumped on them. Then everyone jumped on the tight ends. And now the receivers are looking around saying, where the hell are we going?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did not anticipate Sam Roush going ahead of like Brazel, Malachi Fields, even Chris or Skylar Bell. So
I like the kid Hurst. I think Hurst is still available, right?
Yeah. He was a lot of fun at Senior Bowl. Really popped up on a lot of people's radars during that event. But yeah, I was a little bit surprised at how the board has fallen. I knew there was going to be some weirdness after maybe like pick 20 to 25. I just didn't anticipate it being this weird. So this is a rare year for the draft.
Very odd. Super chat here from A-Picks, newish NFL and brand new Jets fan, already pumped. Who's going to tell him? A-Picks, welcome to hell.
with the meme with the guy with his hand on the other guy's shoulders, it's like, buddy, if you know what's coming for you, we appreciate you.
Well, look, I'm thrilled that you're getting into the NFL. It's my favorite sport in the universe. I love baseball. I love basketball. Knicks debacle last night aside, Yankees kicking ass in Houston right now. Love that. But football is my number one. The Jets are my number one team. And I just hope that A-Picks joining the fan base will turn the Jets around because he's joining now. He's getting in at a decent time. At least there's optimism with the draft. They got the 3-1s next year, most cap space in the league. There is an avenue for the Jets to actually be a real football team within a year or so.
Certainly agree with that.
Welcome to hell.
Guys, I got to jump. I think we're going to be
is Bougie talking?
No, not yet, but I want to be able to be ready in case they do. So
I'll
try to jump on after.
Before you go, I need an update. What is the food spread they're serving at the facility?
Yeah, today is, what was it? It was Philly cheesesteak, egg rolls. It was chicken pot pie, penne vodka, and some vegetable dish that I didn't touch.
How many you put down?
Huh?
How many you put down of the cheesesteaks?
I only had one. Yeah.
Oh, you didn't.
I only had one. I went for the pot pie and the penne vodka. You calling me fat, man? What the hell, dude?
It's cheesesteaks. You love the Eagles. I figured you'd be all about it.
Listen, egg roll cheesesteaks or something, it looks a little different. That's kind of a nice little reach out there.
How many cheesesteaks do you think Beast would have put down if he was at the facility?
I
And then he flashes to him.
Cigarettes again. Somebody must have put a little way too much drugs in this guy's water today.
I think he would have been asked to leave.
Beast got the Jet Cup on. Let's go. Love it. Well, Nick, you enjoy the Jet press conference, and if I'm still live when you're done, shoot me a text. We'll pop you back on.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, buddy.
Nick Ferrier, live from One Jets Drive, joining us there. Dylan Tereman's camera out of focus. Folks.
Beast knocked it out. Beast knocked my camera out. It's not my fault. I take no accountability.
Shout out to Eddie Ray, who is in he's not just sitting in a $2 super chat. Love that. Let's get more of your calls. The link to join is pinned. So for those of you who want in on the conversation, now is certainly the opportunity to do so. Third round continuing. We'll keep you up to date on all the notable picks that occur. Again, Carson Beck off the board for those just tuning in. He was the first pick of the third round to the Cardinals, 65th overall. He went. Some of the more recent picks include Oscar Delp, the tight end from Georgia, to the Saints. Takario Davis went to the Bengals at pick 72. Antonio Williams from Clemson, we mentioned that he just went 71 to the Commanders a few picks ago. The Giants pick is in. We'll tell you who they pick in a moment. Miami's now on the clock. We got the Steelers, the Bucks, Colts, Falcons, all coming up. The third round ends at pick 100. And for those who are unaware, the Jets, they own pick 103 of round 4. So they have a very early fourth round pick to kick off day 3 of the NFL draft. Gusbuster Hotline is where we go. Dylan, you might need to reset your StreamYard. In the meantime, I got just the guy that will give us the breakdown that this fan base desperately covets, desperately needs.
It's Mad Max ain't yapping about Jets. That boy, he's jamming. He's slamming. Freaking dancing. Wall smashing. I'm Jake Asman. If Mad Max ain't ever stopped yapping, that boy, he still be dancing. Then call Jake Asman. He got an orange wall.
What's up, Asmaniacs? How you guys doing today? So let's talk about the draft. So I really got a couple points because you were at the media meeting. So I think the Bailey pick was a good pick at 2, but I didn't really like the process. Why would you cancel his top 30 visit? He never toured the facility. I didn't like the process at all. Sadiq at 16, I would think it was a good pick. Lemon was on the board. Would I prefer Malcolm Lemon? Yeah, but I would have been more pissed off, Jake, if we got a defensive player. But Sadiq's a good player. And we need weapons. God. At the end of round 1, we got Omar Cooper, and then Pons. Very good pick, honestly. And then, you know what? I think you asked this question, Aaron Glenn. What do you think is Pons' superpower? Because he plays exactly like Aaron Glenn, like Aaron Mr. Trusty Bro. But honestly, is Beast Breaker on the line? Because I want to do a Jets chant with him.
You want to do a Jets chant with Beast?
Yes, sir. Beast,
are you high? Somebody must have put way too much drug test in his water. Nah, pal. There's only room for one.
Let me do the Jets chant real quick.
I can crush you with one smoke.
Jets. Let's go.
Get out of here, you pencil neck geek.
That was a great insult by Beast.
Dude, someone passed Max the blunt. That kid needs to take a couple hits and relax a little bit. Like, does he take a breath when he's talking? Like, you ever hear like those really fast rappers? I feel like Max would excel in that if he just focused and like just said a lot of words at once in one breath. I feel like that is Max's superpower.
Incredible. Giants just took Malachi Fields, wide receiver from Notre Dame.
I hate that I love their draft.
Their draft is, I think it's good. I mean, look, it helps when you have 2 picks in the top 10, but they've had a really good draft.
Yeah, they took Colton Hood at 37. They got Maui Noah. They got Reese, and now they have Malachi Fields.
Let me bring Beast on because he might be familiar with this next prospect. Beast, Eddie specifically wants to know if you've heard of this linebacker prospect. Can you read it?
How about picking we'll see what happens first. Remember, don't count your chickens unless they hatch.
How do you say his name?
You'll lose. Jack, Mehoff. Mehoff. Just remember these words. If you have a crappy hand on the poker table, no thank you.
You okay there, Dylan? I can't hear you.
Dude, Beast knocked out my camera the first time, and he knocked out my sound the second time. What the hell? Mehoff. God damn it, Beast.
I love this show, man.
What
a night.
One. The Jets had one pick this whole night, and we've been on for almost 3 hours, and it's been nonstop.
Thank God they traded down, though, because then we really would have had nothing.
Yeah, that's true. Could you imagine if they traded 44 yesterday to come up and they had 33? They had the very first pick, and then we just sat here and just watched all the picks.
I'd be like, what?
Thanks for tuning in for the first 10 minutes.
I appreciate Gator. I want to shout him out because obviously I'm live on the air, so I can't do it. But Gator clipped our instant reaction to the D'Angelo Ponds pick. So for those of you who want our immediate reaction on that, we did break it down live in real time. That is up on my channel officially. We'll do more calls. Any Jet fan who wants in, now is certainly the time because we're going to wrap up our show when when the third round is over, when night 2 is done. I will be live tomorrow. I think what I'm going to do, because the Jets have such a wide gap in their selections, I think I'm going to go live for just the Jets picks in the 4th round, then pause and then react should they do anything else. And then we'll do a wrap-up show when the draft is over. I believe that will be my programming plan because you look at the picks they have right now, they have the extra 4th now, so that's not on the graphic, but 3 picks in round 4, and then they're not picking again until the 7th round, late in the 7th. So that's going to be a lot of just sitting around, twiddling my thumbs. I'd rather make use of my time.
Yeah, it's nice that they picked up a pick between 103 and 140. But yeah, that's a long wait from 140 to 228. 88 picks between 140 and 228. So that is a long wait. That's over 2 normal rounds. So yeah, not having a 5th, not having a 6th. Honestly, just take a 4 and a 7 and try to trade up into the back end of the 3rd, and then take a 4 and a 7 and move up a little bit in the 4th and call it a day. Pick at like 97 and 128 and call it a day. And we'll be good.
You want to hear from D'Angelo Ponds, who spoke over Zoom with some reporters before?
100%. Let's go.
Let's take a listen to the brand new New York Jets corner, who they selected 50th overall tonight. Here's D'Angelo Ponds responding to comparisons in play style between himself and Aaron Glenn.
Some people have compared you to the head coach that you're about to play for. I'm curious if you've heard that before and what you think about that.
Definitely. That's a testament to his game and my game. I think we have some similarities. And that's definitely a compliment to me.
Okay. Definitely a compliment to me. Here we go. Here's more from Ponds on reuniting with former Indiana teammate Omar Cooper.
About teaming back up with your former Indiana teammate Omar Cooper.
I think it's gonna be great. We had great battles at Indiana. We're gonna have great battles at New York. And it's gonna be a great one. He's a great teammate, and we're gonna win a lot of games.
What else we have here? Here's D'Angelo Ponds on him being the right fit.
I feel like they're aggressive style defense, and I feel like I fit right in. I'm a guy that can, like I said, play man or zone. I got a football IQ to learn things fast, so I feel like I fit right in.
What do you know about this Jets defense?
Okay. And then here's Connor Hughes talking about the Ponds pick.
In East Rutherford, but the New York Jets have now made their selection, their first pick in the 2nd round after trading back from where were they, like 44 down to 50. They are taking cornerback D'Angelo Ponds. Tell me if this sounds familiar. A 5'8", 180-pound corner who is feisty, ultra competitive, and plays much bigger than he is size-wise. Yeah, that's right. Aaron Glenn basically just drafted Aaron Glenn. This is a Jets team that's been looking to infuse their secondary with talent. They do like A.Z. Thomas as a developmental player. Brandon Stevens is someone who seems to fit this team But I don't know if you can necessarily rely on those guys, Brownlee as well, looping in there as their nickel corner long term. What Pons gives the Jets is someone to continue to develop, somebody to continue to groom, and potentially take over as a starter outside because, yes, that's right. He is primarily an outside corner. Again, I think the reason why he was even here with the 50th selection is because of that height. His head coach now with the Jets doesn't believe height matters whatsoever. It's about the heart, not the size. We'll see if that comes to fruition for Pons like it did for Glenn when he was playing for the Jets.
So there's Connor Hughes giving us the breakdown on the Pons selection. All right. Steelers pick is in. They're the home city. The terrible towels are being waved. Oh, yeah.
I got this pick tipped to me. I'm very happy about this pick. And I have an immediate reaction to this pick as soon as we figure it out.
This is going to be a quarterback if you're saying it like that. The way you just worded it.
It's all over my face, isn't it?
You didn't want it. It has to be Drew Aller because you didn't want him.
Low moving costs for one. Penn State to Pittsburgh. Now go call about Will Howard.
Ladies and gentlemen, the pick is Drew Aller, the quarterback from Penn State. So he is not there for the Jets tomorrow with any of their fourth-round picks. Look, if they took Aller, I wouldn't kill the Jets for it, but I'm glad it's another team taking him than the Jets.
Yes. Now
Too much Hackenberg vibes with Aller.
Yeah. Now call about Will Howard. Because if Rodgers is coming back and they view Aller as the guy, because technically Mike Tomlin drafted Will Howard and not Mike McCarthy. So, I don't know. Maybe it's worth it.
I mean, look, McCarthy's a quarterback guy. If anyone could work with him, it'd be him.
Yeah, maybe he just wants Rodgers, Aller, and Will Howard. And he can, groom both of Howard and Aller up to be one of his starters and somebody else's starter in 3 or 4 years. Obviously, that's probably their plan, but I would at least call and see if Will Howard is worth, a pick, like a 6th rounder or something.
Drew Aller, quarterback, Penn State, off the board to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Mark Yachenko, who is a Penn State fan, says yes, buy Drew. So he did not want Drew Aller on his professional football team that he roots for, the New York Jets. Again, like Drew Aller, he might be good if you told me he got the best coaching and it just clicked. I don't trust the Jets coaching staff to be here a year from now, so I just feel like it'd be partly a wasted pick. Again, it's day 3. I'm not going to lose sleep over it, but I'd rather just take Taylor Green in the 7th round than Drew Aller in the 4th round, and he's going in the 3rd round here, so forget it.
Yeah, and also just looking at the rest of the board, I understand you'd probably have to trade up for a quarterback, but if the best case scenario for Drew Aller is he plays 0 snaps in 2026, I think we're still in the range where there's some starting caliber or heavy rotational caliber players still on the board. So I would prioritize trying to find more impactful players in year 1, whether it's even just a really high quality special teams guy who barely ever comes in on his side of the ball, whether it's offense or defense. But when he's on special teams, he's making some damn good plays. So you can still get those types of players. And that's why I feel like I'm more against taking a guy like a quarterback in this range. And luckily Aller and Beck were the 2 that I thought they would be interested in. So now it's Taylor Greens, Cole Payton, Sawyer Robertson, 7th round guys that are truly developmental.
Super Chat cut the line. How about this take from Robert C? If Fernando Mendoza ever becomes a free agent, the Jets have 2 of his former teammates.
Yeah, that's fair. If we're looking that far ahead and Fernando Mendoza is a free agent ever, I mean, why is he a free agent?
That means he sucked. Yeah.
I was going to say, especially if it's in the first 3 or 4 years, is he just ass? And I don't know, but
I'm glad Robert C is already prepared for the Fernando
I
Mendoza
love the forward thinking. I love the forward thinking. Absolutely.
Man. Joe the Jet says, we better Geno doesn't get hurt. Oh, my God. I believe you mean we better hope Geno doesn't get hurt. Look, they're going to add a backup after the draft if they don't draft someone. Tyrod's coming back or Cooper Rush is being signed. That's what's happening here. The Jets don't feel the need to sign anyone before the draft because there's a chance if the board broke a certain way, maybe they would have been the team that drafted Aller in the 4th round or Beck in the 4th round if he made it.
The weekend, I think it was May 1st or 2nd, right after the draft, when Adam Gase signed street free agents Joe Flacco and Frank Gore. that's what's going to happen to the Jets in a lesser extent. Like, it's not as dire as it was back then, but yeah, it's probably going to be Tyrod Taylor in my opinion. It's probably the only guy out there really that's left.
Ladies and gentlemen, more of your calls now, shall we? On the Gusbuster Umbrella Hotline is Prison Mike. Hello, Mike.
What's up, guys? What's going on? Let me tell you, the draft is just the best. I mean, this is why we're here, right? You know, now I would have to say with these two quarterbacks gone, trading back at the third round for a quarterback is not going to happen, right? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, there's nobody left that that's worth it. Like, it would be a massive reach to take the next quarterback off the board.
So now, is there somebody you'd be willing to trade in the third round for?
Yes, Emmanuel Pregnon, the guard from Oregon. I don't think they would do it, but like I would consider Jermod McCoy, the corner from Tennessee, even though he has the injuries.
Yep.
Who else is still on the board? I'm trying to pull up the board. There's a handful of guys that I think have fallen. AJ Halsey at this point.
Is Hood still there?
No,
not Hood. McCoy.
McCoy is still there. Yeah. Yeah, McCoy is still there. Grayson Holton or Zane Durant, which I'm not saying they weren't necessarily expected to be here, but those are players that I would trade up for. Those are interior, explosive pass rusher types. So I would take one of those two guys. There's a handful of guys that I still like on the board, and this is why I kept saying like try to get your way back into the third round. Like Jennings Dunker, he's technically a tackle from Iowa, but he might kick inside to guard. So that would be an interesting option too. They're not going to take a running back, but Mike Washington is still there. He's super explosive. Ted Hurst, the wide receiver. Jalen Kilgore, the safety from South Carolina. Like there's a handful of players. Chris Bell, maybe they want to take a wide receiver for the future. There's at least 10 guys that I would consider trying to come back up for. Maybe they like Garrett Nussmeier, even though I would highly doubt that. So,
well, yeah, not worth trading up for, though. I mean, last night I got to say, I was a Reese guy, okay. But when they took Sadiq, I said to myself, oh my God, Lemon was there. There had to be something about Lemon that they just didn't like, okay. Whether it was, an interview or his attitude or whatever. I wanted Cooper, but I was half asleep at the end of the first round. And when I saw the green flashing on the screen, I was like, oh my God, please be Cooper. That made the night. And Jake, I got to tell you, I was going to call in. It was about 11:45. I said, I got to get up at 4 a.m. I can't do it. I don't know when Jake's going to start taking calls. I said, but
well, the NFL threw me out. We were supposed to have till 1 a.m. in the media center, and they tried to kick us out at midnight. I survived till about 12:40ish. I kept the stream going.
Well, Well, I heard you live when you were telling them that the contract was the 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I was trying to fight for my right to broadcast to the Asmaniacs. Damn it!
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But, and like just what happened this year is why next year with 3 first-round picks, man, we got to do something. we got to do something for the
Well,
draft.
one of them's going to be a quarterback, and they might need to use an extra one to get that quarterback. We'll say that they're building the team now, so they get the quarterback that's their answer long term in 27. Again, they haven't drafted a quarterback yet this year. Geno Smith's on basically a 1-year bridge contract for them. Like it's set up for them to get their guy in 27.
Yeah, but Jake, we have to hope because listen, we all know what Geno is, but the way they're building the team now, I mean, and I know the schedule's tough, but they could win 7 games. Let's just say, we may need more than either 2 first-round picks to move up, or we got to really pray that the Colts or the Cowboys really help us out.
Or the Packers.
Well, yeah, I still think the Packers are going to be better than the Cowboys. I mean, in my opinion, they always are. So, but let's just hope that everything works out. So, guys, listen, have a good night. That's all I got, and Dylan, good seeing you again.
Appreciate it, Michael. Good seeing you.
Prison Mike checking in. Excellent
Prison Mike,
job.
yeah. I love that nickname, and I love that he always wears the shirt and just goes with the bit. That's fantastic.
More of your calls right now, ladies and gentlemen. We got some legends on the line as the Colts pick by Pat McAfee is about to be made. So he's drumming it up. I have it on mute, but you can just know he's yelling and screaming about something. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy has at times yelled and screamed about many things.
Well, you know, I have my own YouTube show. If I'm awake, I'm going live. But Les Jake has a show. Bobby.
Jake,
Hey, Bob.
How you doing?
Bobby, how are you, man?
Michael's happy about the pick you guys made tonight.
He likes the pond selection?
Happy. Yes, he was very happy. I was happy that the Giants pick up Fields, a Notre Dame player. Yay.
Yeah, it wasn't Jeremiah Love, but they got a playmaker.
Yeah, but then didn't Price go out? I saw Price on the board. Is he
Seattle.
Seattle
He went last night.
Colts got Halsey.
Oh, really? Price? They picked up Price. He's a good running back, too. Both running backs are good for the Notre Dame. But do you see the two brothers are playing together?
I did. That'd be like you and Mikey playing together.
Yeah, well, we got played in your Asmaniac thing.
You guys were head to head, though. These guys are teammates.
Yeah, right. I know. That was a happy reunion when they hugged each other. I cried a little bit.
You cried?
And then you see last night when somebody, because, the brothers, we're brothers.
Of course.
So like, you see when the guy got, what team he got drafted by, and you see the guy in front of him, his ass is hanging out with his underwear hanging out.
Oh my
They got
gosh,
a big
Bobby!
shot of that.
Yes.
And then,
Who is this?
During Max
Who is
Ionichor's
that?
like the live look in at Ionichor's house for the draft party, one of his friends or family members stood up and he had his whole ass out and like it was just his boxers like all the way down. You saw it was quite wild.
Did you enjoy that, Bob?
Then the guy on the NFL. No, Asian said, "Let's get out of here." They told him to get out of there.
But you just brought it up 24 hours later, so I am a little concerned that maybe you did enjoy it just a little bit.
Imagine me. Well, I had my ass. No, remember when I was in New York? I had my butt hanging out too.
Oh, we'll never forget.
Last year. So
Falcons take Zachariah Branch.
You're doing a very good job on your draft thing.
My draft thing. Well, thank you, Bob.
Last night.
Thank you.
Okay, well, you have a good night, everybody.
Hi, everybody. This is Bob from Vermont. I am Bob, of course.
Thank you very much, Bob. Thank you, Bobby. MTA Winston says, everyone relax. We still have 53-man cuts, July and August. Unexpected players will get cut. And there goes your backup QB right there. I don't know if the Jets were taken now. I think their backup is going to end up being Tyrod Taylor. I think there's a reason why he's still available. I think they'll bring him back or they'll sign Cooper Rush, who's also available. And I still think they draft someone tomorrow. So I think that's all coming. As far as 53-man cuts, I mean, look, every team is always looking to improve the roster. But Winston's the guy who says the Jets are going 11-6. You're not making an addition late in training camp off another team's roster that's going to propel you to 11 wins. Like, that's not the type of player that becomes available then.
No, that would be very bizarre if that happened. We're sitting at like 6, maybe 7 wins right now. Like, if everything bounces our way, can we fall into 8 wins? Can we at least be lurking in December? Like
lurking.
Like, can we make t-shirts lurking in December? Like, I know Badlands has like the playoff beers, thing going. Like, can we just get lurking in December? Is that like a thing? I don't want to be doing mock drafts in October, even though we have 3 first-round picks and it'll be a ton of fun. No, come on. Let's
I want to lurk. Season. Yeah. Dylan, you need another bathroom break?
Yeah, dude. I'm not Mel Kiper. I'm not built for this. 3 hours.
I'm built for this. I've been going strong.
Yeah, it's this damn seltzer. I drank like the whole thing during Neil's call because it was just that long. But
well, ladies and gentlemen, while Dylan takes a tinkle, we say hello to this man. Hello, Kyle.
What's up, Jake? An emotional Zachariah Branch, huh?
Is he getting all emotional? I missed
He was
it.
getting well. Not he wasn't breaking down, but he seemed like he was angry to be picked in the third round. Which I don't know who else he has to blame, but
I don't know. Maybe don't get arrested a week before the draft.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, wait on quarterback, right? Like, let it come to you. If you get fourth rounders, like, you hope that Peyton's there. If not, next guy. I hear that some people in the chat were like they like Baron Morton late. That's fine. I mean, it's probably the same thing as Brady Cook as a UDFA last year, right? Like, it's a flyer. I'm not worried about quarterback in this draft. I'm interested to see if what Dylan's saying is going to come true here, if they come up to the 80s, because there probably are some players that might be able to impact them right away, still on the board. Like
Frenion is still there. I don't get it.
Frenion is still there. I wouldn't mind bringing in a center to compete with Myers right now. And I think Dylan's idea of a X receiver at this point, since we weren't really able to get a true one early on, with the idea that we probably wouldn't pay AD next year, is right on the money. You're not going to pay Garrett and AD and have a rookie contract. I would think that they move on from AD next year, unless he doesn't have much of a market, and we think we can secure him on the cheap. That's the only way I think he would stay.
Or they just think super highly of him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hopeful. It seems like they think he's the starting X, so he's got to draw that kind of attention. He's not really built for it. Is my one concern, but
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so far so good. Pons is a good player. It's just I think everyone with Glenn has got kind of like PTSD. It's like, is this a vanity pick? And it's normal. Like he wasn't good last year, and a lot of it was like performance art with the press, and he's got a shot here. He's getting some players in there, so he can be competitive. 6 or 7 wins, he'll get in Woody's ear and see if he can keep his job.
Again, they added the best non-quarterback in the draft at 2, a defensive player. They added a corner many people think could be a plug-and-play starter for you in the second round. They spent in free agency all on the defense. He said play calling is his superpower. They have a professional quarterback in Geno. Again, if Aaron Glenn can't win 7 or 8 games with this team, he's not going to be here. He shouldn't be. Like, that's coaching in the NFL. Like, you either do it or you can't. You're not going to get a third year if you can't.
No excuses. Yep.
They met their 2 goals on day one: improve the pass rush and improve the pass catching, and they did it overwhelmingly with the pass catching. Right.
Yep.
So
I love that they double dipped on pass catching.
Oh yeah,
love it.
So I appreciate your time, guys.
Kyle, great call. Loved it. If anyone wants in, now is certainly the time. We got about 18 picks left in the third round.
Speaking of, with the Clifton call there, how is the bracket dwindling down? We're almost at the end, right? Or are we at the end?
Well, we're up to the final 4.
That's what I thought. I figured we were final 4. I didn't know if we were at the semis. So I guess semis is final 4, right?
Yeah, Tuesday the tournament resumes. Big Fella versus Chef Kevin.
Let's go.
And then Gary versus Gorman.
Oh, what a day.
We had chalk on the right side of the bracket. The 2-1 seeds meet in the final 4.
So what day is the last day? Do you have that?
Friday will be the championship. So Tuesday, it's Big Fella and Chef Kevin. Wednesday, it's Gary and Gorman. Off day Thursday at a hype, and the guys got to do media relations. They got to do media day with all the the media outlets that are covering Asmaniac Madness. Okay. And then Friday afternoon, the championship for Asmaniac Madness. The winner of Big Fella and Chef Kevin against the winner of Gary and Gorman.
What a freaking Final 4. Gary comes back to the Final 4. Gorman, Big Fella, Chef Kev, welcome to the Final 4. I'll say it now that he has been eliminated. Kyle Clifton was my was my guy to take it all the way. Where did his run end? Can I see Kyle's bracket?
And the Elite Eight against Chef Kevin.
Chef Kev. All right. Well, it couldn't have happened to a better guy. Chef Kev deserves it. He's been cooking up all year in the Asmaniac community. So shout out to Chef Kev.
Chef Kev. Oh, yeah. That's going to be a fun one between him and the big fella. And then Gary and Gorman. Again, tournament resumes on Tuesday. Garrett Nussmeier is still there. Of the quarterbacks that are available in the 4th round, if the Jets are going to take a swing on someone, he'd be my number 1 choice.
Yeah, he's not a terrible option, honestly. He's probably the last remaining guy. Just from a size perspective, though, he's just very small, very slight of frame. I don't know if he can like add weight to play at like a 215, 220 level. I think he came in at 6'1", 202. So I don't know. He'd be like the very last guy that like I would consider in this range. I just don't know did the Jets do a ton of homework on him compared to the other quarterbacks? I think this was the quarterback in this range that they did the least amount of homework on.
They did meet with him, though. They did.
Yes, they did. They did their homework on every quarterback.
They did a workout with him, too, I saw.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So, like, even, like, Taylor Green, they had, like, multiple meetings with him and things like that. I actually, like, photographed multiple Jets staff members speaking to Taylor on the practice field. It was really cool.
M123 says, I feel like DT's bathroom breaks involve a giant bong.
No, they absolutely do not. You can tell that this seltzer has kicked in, though. So, definitely feeling nicey.
I'm feeling nicey.
Yeah. We'll feel it tomorrow for work.
You're under arrest, Dylan.
Hey. We'll feel it tomorrow at work, but hopefully we'll get out a little early.
Amanda Madison writes in, nothing like Jake and DT live reporting night 2 of the draft on a Friday night. There's no better thing I'd rather be doing than talking about the New York Jets on a Friday night.
Especially a Friday in April.
Yep. The Yankees are up 10-2, though, so I've enjoyed watching the Yankees kick some Astro ass this evening. Let's go.
I'm not like a huge baseball guy. I claim Yankees because obviously hometown or whatever, but whenever it's a team versus the Astros, I love rooting against the Astros. I hate the whole cheating thing that they did.
I lived in Houston during that.
Crazy.
Oh, gosh. Try to be a Yankee fan living in Houston.
I was just going to say, not being a Astros fan during that time period was probably very hectic for you. I'm sorry.
Lasso says, Jake, has this draft solidified Muji for 2027, even if Glenn gets fired or not yet? Not yet, Dylan. I mean, Lasso. You got to see how the players actually play. Like, it doesn't matter if the Jets are getting great grades right now. If they suck when the games count, no one's going to care that, oh, such a great class. But gun to my head, Muji's here. I don't know if Glenn's here, but I would bet on Muji being the GM, whereas Glenn, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and I didn't really feel like it was necessary to bring it up with Nick, but I will here since we brought it back up. Where is that gray area where we know definitively that Muji should stay, but Glenn has got to go? Like, what is that threshold? Because, like, is it going to look good enough where both of them stay, or is it just going to look bad enough where both of them go? So that's why I can't say where I stand, I guess, for their jobs separately, and I still think that they should go together, thrive together, or, obviously be fired together. So that's just kind of where I'm at until, like, I see definitively, okay, these guys are good, and Aaron Glenn is just, like, pooping his pants in the fourth quarter with his timeouts and situational game management, stuff. And then it's like, okay, now you're costing us wins, but the talent said that we should have been winning these games.
Yeah, I just look at it like this. Like, if Glenn has more coaching blunders, if he's bad at the end of halves again, the timeout situation, if he's combative again in the media, like if there's a lot of just signs that don't pass the smell test on whether or not the guy's a good coach or not, then I think we'll have a better idea. Like, I think we'll kind of know. Like, we could tell that Adam Gase sucked even though the roster wasn't good. Like, like Chris Banjo didn't have a lot to work with, and the special teams was historically good. Like, what good coaching looks like when you see it. Like, Mike Tomlin every year would take a roster that wasn't that great and elevate it. Like, what good coaching looks like.
We'll know by, like, the owners meeting. Like, around the time when Woody came out this past season and was, like, pooping all over Justin Fields, we'll know by that time of next season
If he
Whether-
speaks again, or he ducks reporters like he did the last owners meetings in the
I'm
offseason.
just saying it's like about the halfway point of the season. Like we'll know like definitively. Like if they start 0-3, 0-4, 0-5, like I have no hope for probably either of them. But we'd really have to see like maybe Muji makes the most out of like some crazy in-season trade and like gets a crazy haul for Will McDonald or something silly, right? And like really defines himself as a GM. So I still kind of package them together.
So this is going viral on X. Aaron Glenn reacting to D'Angelo Pons being drafted and Jeremiah having Aaron Glenn in his scouting report when he was doing the breakdown on the teleclass. I haven't heard this, but I've seen everyone tweet about it, so we'll watch it ourselves and react. Here we go.
The New York Jets select D'Angelo Pons, DB from Indiana.
Mooch.
He plays exactly like his head coach, Aaron Glenn. He is not, he's short, he is not small. He plays with unbelievable eyes and instincts. He is physical, he is feisty, baby. He is tough. Look at the think about those old Aaron Glenn highlights. How about the energy?
Yeah, baby.
That he plays with. It's inspiring to his teammates.
The New York
All right, so pretty cool. Aaron Glenn and Muji enjoying the selection together.
Yeah, that's cool. People, Cisco said he's so corny. Yeah, I mean, it is a little funny, but like it's when you're a former athlete, especially at like the highest levels, like there comes a little bit of like, you know, confidence, almost arrogance with it. Like you want to see your own highlights even to this day, you know. Like if you were really good at any sport, like you would want them to show your highlights 30 years later.
At least Glenn wasn't sleeping.
No, he was fully awake for that pick, clearly.
He was locked in. We have 8 memberships during the show. That's a little light. I'm gifting one right now. We still got over 500 people watching. Now, if you get a membership from me, you are in our raffle, and everything is double. So everyone who gets it is being entered in the Asmaniac raffle for 2 entries. Listener, dun, dun, dun. Who got it? Load YouTube. Load Mr. Tube. It's not telling me who got it. Whenever YouTube tells me who got the membership, I will shout him out. But, Matt Monlatane is the recipient of the membership. He is in the raffle for 2.
The Jet fans getting a little crazy.
Here's what we're raffling away on Monday. A signed Mason Taylor helmet, a signed Garrett Wilson helmet, a signed Darrelle Revis helmet, a signed Nick Mangold helmet, and a signed Joe Namath helmet. So those are the top prizes in our weekly raffle. Lou B, who's at the draft in the pit. Lou, give us a call again. Let's go live to the Jet draft pit. If you're still there, Lou, Jet should move up for Pregnon right now. I mean, at this rate, are we sure he's not going to be there by the time the Jets pick? I don't understand how this guy did. What, he like bomb every interview? Was he, you know, does he have like this like unspoken medical red flag? I don't know how a guy who some thought could go late 1 is still there this late until round 3.
Yeah, Jermod McCoy, Emmanuel Pregnon, even Keontae Scott to a degree. I'm a little bit surprised they're here. This is just DJ's big board on the screen right now. Even Chris Bell, I thought somebody would take a chance on. If they're not going to go Pregnon and they want like a true center, Sam Hecht from Kansas State would be a cool potential starter, right? So if they could come away with a starting offensive lineman or at least somebody who's competing with Josh Myers on the offensive line, if they don't have to trade up very far from 103 either, like 7, well, just cut me off. It's fine. You don't care what I'm saying.
Well, I was getting the old switcheroo ready to welcome our next guest.
Oh, no, I got you. But if they do a small trade up and get a starter on offensive line or a competitor on offensive line, I'd be really happy.
Jets, let's go!
Live from the Jets draft pit in Pittsburgh.
They got to trade up for this Pregnon, Jake. They got to trade up, these guys. We all want them to trade up. Let's go. They can't. They canceled the press. Not canceled, but delayed the press conference. Let's go.
Yeah, Muji hasn't spoken yet, so maybe they are trying to move up back into the late 3rd.
Let's go.
Right?
Maybe they are.
Do you agree, Dylan?
Yeah, I certainly agree. Did Boy Green find his voice yet?
No. Boy Green is he's quite the character. I got to tell you.
He's a bad driver.
He just met Curtis Vaughn. He's so happy. Curtis
Did you guys take
came
pictures
down.
with Curtis?
Yeah, Curtis came down to say hello to everybody. Yeah, I got that
Oh, he
signed.
signed a hat.
It's crazy.
That's awesome.
We need to trade back in. Why would they delay the press conference unless they had to play the trade back in?
They're at least trying. You're 100% onto something.
Come on, let's fucking go. He dropped. He's here. Let's go. Let's go. Who needs a guard, Dylan?
Bro, you're like Scooby Doo, man. You're always chasing the mystery. I love it, man.
Definitely. Oh, I just want to say, I called Beck, right? PG, I called Beck. I called Aller too. Like 5 minutes.
Oh, I thought you meant like called them. I'm like,
no.
Luby got the connection.
Beck needs to call me. I don't need to call Beck. That's how it goes. I'm the magician. I'm telling you, man. I've been picking a lot of picks before the happening.
All right, so you tell us who the Jets are taking. You tell us who the Jets are taking.
There's too many picks. I know who they got to take. They should trade up. Dragon should not be on the board.
Tampa just took Ted Hurst. That's a great pick for them. That's a
just
great
saw
pick.
that. He's a stud. But they should trade. They should trade in right now. Why get some bullshit ass lineman? This guy should not have dropped. Everyone's saying it here. Need to move.
Yeah,
Here's
I
my
can't
friend
believe
from
he's still there.
I know.
And
what's
up,
he's
Ant?
from England.
I met
International
Ant.
fan.
Lou, he came to my event in
International
London.
fan. Show him,
I
show
know
him.
Ant.
This
I
guy's
know
got
him.
shit you wouldn't believe on him. A lot of things on him.
I've met him before.
I don't
know
want to
him.
ruin this pick for you, so I'm going to mute it.
It's okay. You can ruin it at this point.
It might
Yeah,
be
you can ruin it, dude. It's fine.
Dylan Everett, Georgia.
Oh, that's a good pick.
DB.
Hey, would you say Boy Green is having like the best 48 hours
Cam's
of his
a
life?
big
Lou?
bum. You're a bum.
He's called Cam Hayward a
He's
bum.
a big bum. He came over here. He didn't say hello to us. We don't like him.
I see, I just saw you on FaceTime with us on TV. That is fucking great. Oh my gosh.
That's how it's going down here.
You're like, where's Waldo at the NFL draft? Bro?
I don't think
holding
Lou can
strong,
hear
but
me.
look how many seats are. I just want to show you how small the sections are. That's
Lou
it.
can't hear me.
Lou, can you hear Jake?
You can't
I
hear
can't
me,
hear
Lou.
Jake.
I knew
Oh,
it.
no.
I knew it.
Pull right back
Hold
in.
on. Reset, Lou. Call back. I knew he couldn't hear me because he was like introducing me to Ant, the Jets representative for Fan of the Year. I'm like, he literally came to my listener event in London. I met him. I sent an endorsement video for him to win that thing in October last year.
That's funny. No, that's cool. Coming all the way across the pond for this. That's dope.
I wanted to ask because I think Boy Green's having the best 48 hours of his life that
Yeah.
he's never had. Am I right, Lou?
Yeah. Honestly, for Boy Green, this has been something. Oh, let me tell you what he did. He came wearing a red and blue Revis Superstar, all-star jersey. I'm like, you cannot come into the pit with this, Boy Green. Look at this shit that he wore. I'm like, you're gonna ruin my reputation. They're never gonna. It's a Revis. Nobody cares what name is on it. How did he
Oh,
come
it's
to
the
the
All-Pro. Or it's
It's a Pro Bowl jersey,
Dude,
yeah.
I know, but you cannot come to the pit wearing Pittsburgh or Giant colors. We had to go shopping. I'm like, are you kidding me? They never hide that shit, PG. Doesn't matter who's on the jersey. Can't do it.
Yeah. I think you're right, Lou. You got to just be wearing green.
Just wear green.
Just jersey.
He's
But you gotta wear
green. He comes with red and blue on. I'm like, bro, you were never going to get invited back, PG. I like you. I love you, but this is rich. So we stopped and went shopping.
Has Boy Green consumed any jet fuels?
No, Boy Green doesn't drink. He is straight arrow. He drives like he's drunk. Like, I'm telling you guys, bad. Johnny Boy was about to throw up. I'm telling you.
Where's Johnny Boy?
So I got Johnny Boy in yesterday. I could not get him in today. It was impossible. Nobody left. Couldn't do it.
Give us a tour of this. I want to say, take us
let's
inside
go.
the pit. Give us a tour of everything.
Okay, they're up for a pick. Rounds on the board. So the cameras go there. So this is our pick.
Browns fans.
So those are our two reps. These are our players. These are our guys. These are the fans. Say hello, everybody. Say hello. I've been with them for 2 days. They're like family. Now let's go over to some golfing assholes. Here's the Patriot idiots. You bums. Watch. I'll ruin their chant. Oh, here they go, the Dolphins. Here we go. This is what goes on. J-E-T-S. Yes. J-E-T-S. Yes. I ruined that pick. All right, so here's the San Fran. They look bored as hell. Rams are all right. She all right. All right. This is, hey, hi. We know. Hello. Definitely hello. So this is
getting the ladies.
You know how it is, Dylan. You know. So this is right in the middle. So the Jets are over there, right?
How's it sorted? Is it by draft order?
All right, I'm going to show you exactly.
Yeah, how did they get the front?
Okay. Hi, hello. So those are just the bricks, just like that. That's how it's pretty much sorted out.
Oh, by division. They
So
do
there's
it.
boxes. Yeah. And the Jets are in front. And then here we go. Let me see if I can find Johnny Boy. He's standing behind the fence. I could there, but I just couldn't get him in. Yeah. He's out here somewhere.
That's where I was last night.
Johnny Boy! Pittsburgh sucks! Wait, there he is. I found Johnny Boy. Johnny Boy. Say hi to Jake. Hey, what up, Jake? He's behind the fence.
Tell him to hop the fence. Come on. You should be experienced.
He's screaming like he is.
In a sombrero and a poncho.
He said, Jake said to hop the fence. I did. And then iced my ass back over. He said ice threw him over the fence.
Pittsburgh built a wall.
It's the hat. It's the hat and the poncho.
He's on another show. He's on with somebody.
He's on
all right, so here's all the pits. Here's the big. Then they got a barrier in between. And then look, that's the whole thing.
That's amazing.
That is
This is so funny.
Hey, guys, we need more Jet fans here next year. There wasn't
DC.
enough. There was probably 200 fans in this entire thing. We need more Jet fans here next year for sure.
I don't even remember where the draft is.
It's in DC next year. And the
Oh,
Jets get the
that's-
3 first-round
Next year,
picks.
Oh, yeah.
Me and Jake are going to light it up again out there.
DC's an easy trip.
And that's
Oh,
it. Then you come in the back, and then they have this theater service, and it's their concessions, and all the players are back there. There's a big green room, and that's it. The whole thing.
That's where I was last night. I took this because I didn't leave the media center till after 1 a.m., so it cleared out. But like, it's literally right next to the stadium. They built the stage area and all that, and it's in the parking lot. It's crazy.
Okay, hold on a sec, because this is not necessarily like important, but it's kind of related. For the people that wanted the Jets to trade up, the Browns just traded up to 86, and they gave up 105, 145, and 206. So that would mean 2 fourths and a 7th going to this range for a third rounder. So you got to ask yourself, is it worth 3 picks to come up to these picks right now?
The 7th means nothing to me. If they love a player and you want to Pregnon for the 2 or the 4s, I would do that.
Yeah, I think it's worth it too. Because like if you give up 242 or 228, and then you package 103 and 140, and you can get up to like, let's just say 92 hypothetically in like 4 picks, like that would be ideal.
Yeah, I think 7th round picks have no value. Trade both 7s if that's what it took. Whatever. If they traded 2 of those 4, that's why you got the extra 4. I would do that. I would make that deal in a second. We could leave with Pregnon. Who else besides Pregnon would you trade up for?
I have to look back at the board real quick. Ted Hurst is now gone. Let me refresh. I mean, Chris Bell, if they want to take the chance on him for next year, I think they're probably not going to go down wide receiver again, though.
Keontae Scott, if they want to take another corner.
Yeah, let's go overall board. Probably not Jermod McCoy.
Mike Washington, friend of the show.
Yeah, that would be cool. I don't know if they would do it. Maybe they come up for a safety. I don't know. Like it, I'm like nervous at this point. Like, what do they want to trade up for? Like, what position?
They got him. Fuck. Shit.
Pregnon?
Not good news.
Pregnon, you got picked? Yep.
Oh, mother F.
So the Jaguars got. That's a good pick by them. Damn.
Yeah.
Lou just being like someone got shot.
Yeah, he really did.
Oh, for me it is. For me it is. All right, here we go. Hey.
Hey.
They're the best.
Love it. I love. Oh, they got the updated New York chain there. Well done.
That's sick.
Yeah, we got this. So
You got
that's
it too.
it.
Nice
Hulk
job.
is the best. This guy is true legend, Jet fan. No joke. This guy is serious dude. Serious.
Lou, what's the deal with tomorrow? How does it work? Is it the same thing tomorrow, or you're like, what do they do for tomorrow?
Tomorrow they there's a line that anybody that wants to come into. There's like a small line. Not a lot of people at the draft tomorrow. So they asked if we want to stay day 3. I opted not to. There's only 11
Makes
seats.
sense. Hey, did Curtis Martin sign that guy's Curtis Martin jersey?
Yes, he did.
Did he? That's great.
That's
Where's
awesome.
the signature? You got Curtis' signature? No, not his. He got his.
Oh,
Where's the
shoot.
signature? Where's the signature? You got it signed? Oh, why didn't you get signed? It's his favorite player, too. Oh, he took a picture. What's up, boys? He took a picture
What up,
with
man?
him.
What up?
Yes, if you guys having a good night.
Oh, we're having a blast.
Oh,
We
yeah.
love not as much fun as you guys are having, though.
Yeah, no.
They serve food down there. Like, what do you guys do if you gotta get want something to eat?
That's it. All right, you guys have a great night. I don't think we're trading back. Go Jets. This is what happens. We get yelled at all day long over here.
They can't stop you, Lou. You run the place.
No shot. They already
This is
know.
the house, this is the house that Lou built.
They gave up. Trust me, they gave up. We're not messing around here.
You're
We're
the
not
man,
messing
Lou.
around.
Safe travels
Later,
back,
guys.
all right? You killed it. You crushed it.
Go Jets. Go Jets.
Let's go.
Let's go!
I love that guy, man. He's so fun. He was so great to hang out with yesterday at the draft party. We went out to dinner Wednesday. Lou B's the man. True Jet fan. Everything you want in this fan base. Love that passion.
When you talk to Lou B online and then you see Lou B in real life, he's like exactly what you picture, but 10 times nicer. Like, he is the most giving person I've ever met in this entire community. He's always willing to go the extra mile to help somebody out. Like he was saying, trying to get Johnny Boy in to the pit for the draft. Like, he is the Jets super fan, and he deserves it all, man. He's dope.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Xavier and Thomas, we're another receiver, DT, off the board here to the Chicago Bears. So, let's look at it like this. So Thomas is gone. Pregnon is gone. Niners are on the clock. We have how many picks left? Let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 selections left in the third round. Jets are sitting there with 3 fourth-round picks. We just saw a team trade back in to the third round. The Jets have the ammunition to do it. I don't know if there's a player that is worth them doing it for. I'd be surprised at this point if they do it.
Yeah. How many picks is there? Yeah, about 10 picks left. I would be surprised. I think that they were trying though. So we'll hold out hope. Maybe they've come up to like 97 or something like that, and we'll see. But yeah, I don't think it's very likely.
I'm right there with you. All right, last chance to get in on the show. If you want to weigh in on what the Jets have done in the draft, let's say hi to Josh, who's next. What's up, Josh?
What's up, guys? What a Muji masterclass.
Let's go. What up, dude?
What's up, DT? What's up, Jake? Good to be back. Extremely happy with where this franchise is going. It's the one day of the year we can actually be optimistic and actually have some valid hope for the future. It'll all get clouded over when some scandal comes out in the offseason and they actually start playing some football, which God forbid we have to watch the Jets play football. But for now, we can be happy. It looks like this franchise is starting to turn something around. Don't be surprised if they're in the playoff mix in 2 years once they get a quarterback.
From your lips to God's ears, but I do like the drafts, Josh. They've had a nice start to this. There's no doubt.
Certainly, I think Sadiq was a great pick, the best tight end in the class. use him as a big body red zone target. Omar Cooper, love the aggressiveness to go back in Muji and get your guy. I honestly wouldn't have been too shocked if they took him at 16, but to wait all that time, to have the patience, good job by Muji working the phones and then giving up next to nothing to going up back into the first round to secure your guy. I get it's only 3 picks. I wasn't the biggest fan of Bailey. I know there's been the entire conversation about around Jets land, but look, at the end of the day, I'm not mad about it. You get the most polished pass rusher. You get the immediate impact guy. Not exactly what I was looking for, but hey, you can't complain if you're going to get a guy who's going to come in here and pressure some quarterbacks immediately, which the Jets did absolutely none of last year. And pressuring the quarterback translates on the other end into interceptions and into takeaways. So I think the Jets have killed it so far. Nice job with Cooper Jr., as I mentioned. But yeah, this draft has been spectacular.
Let's go, Josh. Great
Hell
call.
yeah.
Love the optimism,
Let's
man.
go.
What are you doing on a Friday night? You just watching the draft? You got a juice box next to you? Lunchables? What are we working with?
Yeah, I just finished my Raising Canes. That's my
Nice.
happy meal, so to speak. But the Yankees are crushing right now. Yeah, I know that's probably not your focus right now, but this team
I
is
got it
looking
on. I got it on. Hell
This
yeah.
team is looking really, really good, Jake. They hit that hump and they have been full speed ahead since. And the
You need a good
bullpen
team,
looks
Josh.
great.
You're for the Jets and the Nets. You need a good team. The Yankees are your only hope right now.
Exactly, Jake. I have too much suffering in my life, too much watching bad teams. Like, if you're a Jets, Mets, Nets fan, which I'm sure there are a lot of in this chat, I feel really, really bad for you because then you have nothing to root for. But at least I have a saving grace. This team's starting to get hot. Sweep the Red Sox. Take care of the bad teams. It's all you can ask for at this point in the season. And then hopefully that translates down the line to when you play those big teams and when you get towards September. But Yankees are looking good. Jets are giving me a lot of hope. Only thing is, Jake, your Knicks, they're on the ropes, man. They give up one more in Atlanta, and that roster's going to get broken apart, but that's a conversation for another day. DT, Jake, keep killing it, guys. Let's go, Jets. And a good day 3 tomorrow rounds out one of the better drafts of my lifetime.
Let's go!
Future star right there, Josh. In there.
So much about that was greatness from Josh. I love how he lit a small match about your Knicks on the way out and just left the room. That was fantastic.
My day tomorrow is stress at night with the Knicks, and then during the day, we'll see what the Jets do on day 3.
I remember when I guess they made the coaching change. Was it Thibodeau to Mike Brown? If I'm remembering, I am a no ball knower when it comes to basketball. I just remember you not complaining, but like your big gripe was that they had to get back to the Eastern Conference Finals. I'm assuming this is the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean they're so much better talent wise than Atlanta. It'd be a huge upset, and they're down 2-1, and they played terrible. They choked away game 2 when they were up 12 in the fourth quarter. And last night I saw the game while the draft was going on, so I wasn't locked into every play like I normally would be. But they were they blew it again late. Like they came out flat and just not good enough. So yeah, I mean, look, I still think they're good enough to win the series, obviously, but tomorrow's basically a must win, which is crazy. But we shall see. All right, last chance to get in on the show. Last chance to get in on the Asmaniac raffle for the night. Right now, the Raiders pick is about to be in, and when that happens, we'll be approaching the home stretch of the NFL draft. We're at pick 91. The final pick of the third round is the Jaguars, who own pick number 100 of the third round here. So the fourth round will start tomorrow with the New York Jets set to have 3 fourth-round picks. Not 1, not 2, but 3 fourth-round picks. Here's your look on the screen at, hold on. I have an updated graphic I made for this. Where'd it go? Can't find it, but it's here somewhere. I'll find it. But anyway, the pick numbers I could just tell you because I made a note of it. The Jets, they have obviously pick 103 is the first one, along with pick what? Well, actually, what are the numbers here? No, I do have it.
103, 128, and 140.
Yeah, there it is. 104, 103, 128, 140. Then they have the 2 7th-round picks. I honestly hope they don't use those. They just got to stick around waiting all day. That's why I'm not going to do the full 8-hour live stream tomorrow, because after pick 140, imagine waiting around until pick 242.
I was going to say, we did 3, almost 4 hours of broadcasting for D'Angelo Pons. So We're drowning in D'Angelo Pons content over here.
Oh, we're all about the Pons.
Keelan Black, running back, Indiana, went 90th overall to the San Francisco 49ers. That's a player the Jets met with pretty extensively in the process. And then Trey Zune, the third, the center from Texas A&M, off the board. So another interior offensive lineman after Pregnon at 88. So I would be interested. I would love to see the Jets do like they did last night and just keep us all up and waiting for a trade up, and then we all get really excited to end the night. And one more hit of dopamine. Like Sam Heck to me is a good player to come up for if they want an offensive lineman. I would still do it for Chris Bell. Jennings Dunker as well is another offensive lineman that they could target. So I would be interested.
Let's see. Sam Heck, that's the Kansas State lineman.
Yeah, he was like, I guess, like one of the more true centers. I think he's like a center only. But I honestly think he can come in and compete with Josh Myers. Like, I really don't think Josh Myers is, should be handed the starting role. And his money doesn't dictate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we heard from Lou B. He's inside the pit, inside the NFL draft. Johnny Boy was not allowed inside the pit at the NFL draft. There's a fence keeping him out. Johnny Boy, when are you going to sneak in and get yourself into the pit?
I'm trying, Jake. I'm trying, but they won't let me. Look.
If the Jets trade up, you got to get in there, Johnny Boy.
I'm going to try, man.
I would advise taking the sombrero and poncho off to not look suspect, but you might be able to get over if the Jets trade up.
I mean, look, this is not bad one. So this is still considered a pit, right?
Okay.
Where I'm at. So this is the area. Hold on, let me show you. How do I turn this around? Look at that.
Wow.
That's so
See ya,
cool,
people.
bro.
See ya, people.
Yep. All right, and then you got right here. They're about to get another quarterback.
That's a cool.
They just say Tavon Austin is a Rams legend, or we're reaching there.
Oh, Tavon Austin, man. What he could have been, man. Him and Stetson Bennett.
Live on the Jake Show.
Keegan Tross.
No notes.
I don't know who that is.
No. Hey, but this has been fun.
Good for them.
Dude, hey, man. Yesterday was awesome seeing you, bro. It was fun. Everybody that was there. Lou B, BG, Mikey Hogan, Bubba Jet, your guys, Harlan, who else? The guy that was rocking the Reese jersey, the Reese one. And whoever else I'm forgetting, I'm sorry, but Court Sports was there. So, and I've been walking 500 miles, and I got here, and they stopped me at the fence. Let me out!
Let's go! Let Johnny Boy in, NFL. Let him in. Couldn't hear his audio great, but I love that he was there watching it all.
That's great. Shout out to Johnny Boy. Jets worldwide, wide. Love him.
Our own Connor Long is reporting that the Jets were targeting Jacob Rodriguez at 44, but after he went 43, they adjusted, trading back to select Indiana's D'Angelo Pons while adding a 4th-round pick. The move was aimed at stockpiling extra capital to potentially trade back into the late 3rd for Garrett Nussmeier, who still remains available with a few picks left in the round. So let's see if Connor Long can call his shot here. Garrett Nussmeier is the guy that the Jets reportedly are targeting. You buy it, DT?
Hey, man, I have no reason to doubt Connor and his potential source right now. I mean, obviously, I've seen him break some things before in the Jets community. I don't think Connor would necessarily report something that's inaccurate. So we'll see. Yeah, if they indeed trade up for Garrett Nussmeier, or if they just trade up in general. But it is, and that was the scenario we talked about at 44, was that they got sniped for Jacob Rodriguez. They wanted to trade back, or they liked enough players, which it probably was the case for both reasons. They liked Rodriguez and Pons, so they were able to do the latter and trade back. But yeah, good for Connor if this comes true.
D'Angelo Pons. I think I might like him better than Rodriguez. So I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I would like to think that they prioritize corners over linebackers, and they technically still have DeMario, Jamian, Kiko. I'm a big Caleb Alarms Orr fan from TCU, so there's still a lot of day 3 options that I think are falling that they could get, where I didn't think it was worth it for Rodriguez.
Let's see if Connor's right. Are they trading back in for Garrett Nussmeier? That would be quite the end to this Friday night megacast.
I think Miami's pick is in right before they cut to commercial at 94. So there is only 6 picks left.
Now, who would take Nussmeier, though? Seattle? I don't think so. The Steelers wouldn't.
Minnesota, probably not, but they just got that 3rd-round pick for Jonathan Grenard. Like, are they going to use it on Nuss? I don't know. That would probably be the pick. One of those 2 picks was one where I thought that that's where they would try to trade out if the Jets were trying to come up.
Well, I think the Patriots just traded up
with the Dolphins, just
with
one
the
spot?
with the Seahawks.
I thought they
The
were already.
The Seahawks were at 95, and now New England's on the clock at 95.
Oh, okay. I had it backwards on my order. I thought New England was already picking 95. So that's okay. So it's New England after Miami. So Miami's pick is in Seattle, then New England, Minnesota twice, Pittsburgh, and then Jacksonville.
Yeah. Patriots, Steelers, Vikings twice, Seattle, Jacksonville, end of round.
Mike McCarthy, do the funniest thing and take Garrett Nussmeier.
Big Philly. Eagles won't do it. They have all pro Tanner McKee. Yeah, remember the Tanner McKee nonsense? God, that was the worst part of the offseason. Just a 2nd-round pick to acquire Tanner McKee.
Yeah, that, and then the fans like, oh, the Jets should give us all of their entire draft picks until their grandchildren are grandfathers, and we will give them Fernando Mendoza. Or the Giants when they had the number 1 overall pick. Oh, give us everything for 7 generations of your family, and we will give you the number 1 overall pick. Like, that was the worst timeline throughout this entire draft process, and it was not even when the season was over yet. And that's what kind of made like the end of the season worse for me, because the Jets sucked and the games were unwatchable, and then you had dumbass fans on Twitter like ruining your entire experience.
Good pick by the Dolphins. Hate to say it. They just drafted Louisville wide receiver Chris Bell, who probably goes a lot higher than the end of the 3rd round if he was healthy. And they're going to be, rebuilding this year anyway. So that's like a long-term investment in a guy who's super talented.
Yeah, their draft class so far is pretty solid. Caden Proctor, say what you will. They went up and got their offensive tackle. Well, I think they moved back to spot, actually. Chris Johnson, Jacob Rodriguez in the snipe job, apparently, according to our guy Connor. Caleb Douglas from Texas Tech. I think he's like 5'11". Maybe he's actually bigger than I'm thinking. Maybe I'm getting the wrong guy confused. But they just doubled up on wide receiver. And then they also took Will Kazmarek. We had a caller on when that happened. He's the tight end from Ohio State. I think he could be interesting for them. He doesn't get a lot of love because of Max Clare, who already went at the same position from Ohio State. But I think that this guy could be pretty solid.
Here's Boy Green with Curtis Martin, by the way.
Oh, shout out Boy Green. Curtis Martin probably walked away and he's like, I didn't hear a word that guy said. Where was his voice?
Oh my goodness, zoinks!
Could you imagine?
Curtis Martin.
Could you imagine with no voice trying to say like any of Boy Green's like little punchlines? Like I think that'd be very difficult.
Boy Green, he tweeted, "If I'm a dream, don't wake me up." I'm telling you, he's having the best 48 hours of his life.
That is awesome. Shout out to Boy Green. He's quite the character. We like
Curtis Martin went over to the Jet section. Look at that. Here's the full photo with the group.
That's awesome.
I just love that we have like 7 Asmaniacs of like the 14 people in the pit.
Hell yeah.
Love it.
Blue B. He's like the Where's Waldo of the NFL draft. Like I see him on TV. I literally saw him on TV on FaceTime talking to us. Like that was fantastic.
I love it. This is great.
This is what the draft is all about. Like we put aside the truth, like just the effing nonsense. I don't want to drop an F-bomb this late, but like the nonsense around pick number 2, like that's a great picture.
Look at boy great.
Look at him, dude. He's
Look at him.
about to go Super Saiyan. Oh, that's funny with the chain.
This was great last night too, with Bailey going into the section for the selfie.
Hell yeah. That's amazing. I saw they got the cards signed by the commissioner. That's awesome.
Eli Radian, tight end from Notre Dame to the Pats.
Yep. I missed who Seattle took. Or no, you said New England traded up to this.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right.
Steelers pick is in. I don't know who it is. But then the Vikings are now on the clock. So Minnesota's going to pick back-to-back. 1, 2. We got 4 picks left till the end of the round. I don't think the Jets are moving back in.
No. Yeah, highly unlikely.
Let's see. Last chance to get in on the show. Kyle says Nussmeier here, question mark. Who would take Nussmeier here?
I don't know.
Vikings?
I mean, maybe.
I mean, they have McCarthy still. They brought back Wentz. They have Kyler. I don't think they're going to draft the quarterback this high.
And you said you know who the pick is for the Steelers already?
I don't. The pick is in. I don't know who it is. So
Okay,
I'm not looking ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw.
It'd be funny if the Steelers take another quarterback. Oh, is Cam Hayward announcing this one? They couldn't get anyone else besides Cam Hayward. He was there last night.
Yo,
you're the host city.
How about Lou B calling Cam a bum? That takes some guts, Lou.
I can tell you, I had Cam Hayward on my radio show years ago, and I was with SB Nation Radio. We did our show from a Radio Row at the Super Bowl. Cam Hayward was one of the nicest athletes I've ever interviewed. Great dude.
I was going to say, anytime I see him talking to the media, he's a very well-spoken guy. I feel like he would be somebody you get along with. Somebody you probably want to piss off, though.
Dunker's gone. Gennings Dunker.
Guard
from Iowa.
Dude. I remember watching...
Is that the guy that drinks coffee? Like an obsessive amount of coffee?
I don't know. He's the guy with the mullet from Iowa. I remember Ethan Greenberg interviewing him at Senior Bowl.
He's obsessed with coffee, that guy.
Yeah. I was standing like right off to the side while he was interviewing him. It was pretty funny.
That guy just looks like a Pittsburgh Steeler.
100%. 100%. He's a good player.
Mauler with a mullet. That's in the scouting report. Long arms, lat / drive. He's 6'5", 319.
Yeah, he played tackle, but he's probably going to be projecting into the guard spot for Pittsburgh. So they get Ionachor and they get Jennings Dunker for their offensive line. That's a good pairing. Who are their other picks? Dalen Everett.
Drew
Aller. Yep. Thanks for reminding me. Can't forget that one. And Jeremy Bernard. And
Ian Rappaport, by the way, just retweeted the video of the interview that Mr. Mullet did with Tom Pelissero and Mike Garafolo at the Senior Bowl, where they talk about his obsession with coffee and how he literally drinks coffee on the sideline during games, stuff like that.
That's crazy. He's throwing bales of hay. This is what you want your offensive lineman to do.
Yep. That's exactly what you want. Big fella says, Dylan, can you compare Will Campbell to Caleb Lomo?
I did not do the all-22 study on Lomu because I just didn't think the Jets were going to be targeting him, and I wanted to get through more players at different positions. I will say that graphic that ESPN posted of him, Jake, did you see when they flashed the Caleb Lomu thing and it's him dancing? Oh my God, his dancing was awful. And they made a meme of it. It was Will Campbell and this guy are going to protect Drake May. So I don't know what to expect of him. I think he's very talented. He does have positional versatility. We'll see what the Patriots do. They seem pretty adamant about not wanting to move Will Campbell into guard, but they might have to do something if he keeps getting Drake May killed like that. So I don't really have a ton of notes to compare the two. I had Will Campbell rated pretty high So I was very wrong on him, at least through 1 year. But yeah, definitely versatile player in Caleb Lomu.
Well, if he becomes an all-pro guard, it's not like it's a bad pick.
No, yeah, it's not. I'm not saying it's a bad pick. I just don't know what to expect because I don't know where they're going to play him. Is he a pick for this year or for next year? Like if Membu walks and they want to play him at right tackle, they might have a spot for him this year. I don't know what their full offensive line looks like, but he probably will get a chance to start being a first rounder.
You're probably right about that. Comments, questions, super chats, cut the line. Last chance to get in here. Shout out to the 450 of you who are still hanging out with us late on a Friday night. I appreciate Dylan's time tonight, hanging out with us, chopping it up. Jets took D'Angelo Pons after they traded down, so they are equipped tomorrow to be aggressive with not one, not two, but 3 fourth-round picks, and then nothing else until the 7th. So we'll be live at the start of the draft. I'll be live for the entire 4th round, and then we'll see what happens from there. And we'll be live to break it all down for you throughout the next couple of days on the channel, all the fallout from what the Jets do in the draft. But I think most Jet fans are pleased with the picks so far. Bailey, Sadiq, Cooper, and Pons, the Jets haul with 4 picks in the top 50. Originally, it was 4 picks in the top 44, 2 in the first, 2 in the second. They turned that into 3 in the first, 1 in the second, and acquired an extra 4th. So I think Muji's done a really nice job of both trading up and trading down, understanding value. I think if you're a Jet fan, you have to feel good about what the Jets have done to this point.
Yeah, I was asked on text message just before what would I grade this draft through 4 picks, and I still stand by my A-. I gave it an A- after day 1, and I think D'Angelo Pons is an A- type of pick. So I'm going to hold firm on an A- grade, and I know it's like kind of stupid to like have a grade because it really doesn't mean anything, honestly. But I feel good about it, and I feel like Jets fans, if they don't feel good about it now, there's going to be moments where Bailey, Sadiq, Cooper, even Pons to a degree, give us a moment where we're like, okay, this guy belongs. Like, I think we see the vision for him. Like, it's not going to be like Arian Smith where we just kind of keep waiting on and where is this going to happen? And is it going to be now? Is it going to be this 45-yard comeback when we're down 35 points in garbage time? Like, that felt like the only redeeming moment for Arian Smith on offense, at least. So those moments for these guys are going to come sooner rather than later. And I think I'm going to be as wrong as possible on Sadiq. I didn't think the Jets were going to take him, and I think he's actually going to be a really, really good Jet.
McCoy still on the board. Can't believe it.
Yeah, man.
He must really have degenerate knees or something. Like,
dude, do you remember the story about the degenerative ACL that Caleb Downs allegedly had? And it was like just a complete nonsense account on Twitter. And it's like, Jamal McCoy has the knees that they joked Caleb Downs had. And
you're right.
This is terrible. Like,
Caleb Tereman to the Vikings tackle from Northwestern.
Yep. So there's one of their 2 picks. I don't think they're going to trade us the other one.
They better be quick with this next one because you had plenty. You had 8 minutes to come up with both your picks.
Bro, yeah. That's what I'm saying. When you have back-to-back picks, like, you know who the hell you're taking. What is this referencing? Beast?
Beast, I think he's tired. It's been a long show for Beast.
You worded that the worst possible way, my friend.
Right. Truth and facts and fiction. And what am I still doing? Playing pocket pool to keep me up and live. One day I should do? Buy me a shit pile of Jolt Cola and keep going. One quick whiff of Jolt, and I'll be going, woo, yippee-ki-yay! Happy New Year! Woo! That actually sounds pretty damn good. I kind of like that. Ooh,
Beast, how come you're just sitting in the dark? Don't you want some lights?
I'm good. I'm fine. It's, I'm not gonna brain around in my usual. Not my time of the day. I'm too drained out, overcooked, and overdone. Plus, let's see. I just had what I had for a late snack, and a little bit of chicken wings. Hey, a man's chicken is a man's chicken. Now, let's get these final.
Hold on. Let's take it from the top. What did you have for breakfast today? Let's go through the Beast meals today.
Oh, Hey, does a man need a Captain Crunch? Yeah, you're damn right.
Okay, Captain Crunch for breakfast. What about lunch?
Good old-fashioned Beggar's Pizza, a good-fashioned sausage pizza. And
So
then,
sausage pizza for lunch. Okay, so Captain Crunch for breakfast, sausage pizza for lunch. What was dinner? You said chicken?
a chicken wing.
So some chicken wings.
That's it.
I see you have a bag of chips there. So bag of chips for a little late night snack.
Hey, these are the jalapeno ones. But these are they're a little weak, but that's okay because what you see is what you get.
Oh, we
Just
definitely see it.
hey, you roll the dice and you take what you get. Don't cheat the dealer, because if you cheat the dealer, you know what happens next.
I see
like
it.
they say in the card game.
Yeah.
As they all say, those are 3 crooks I shot for cheating in a card game.
All right.
Julian Neal to the Seahawks, corner from Arkansas, pick 99.
And Jacoby Thomas, safety from Miami, 98 to the Vikings, their second pick. One more pick in the draft for tonight.
And then everyone's going to go right to anybody. As for me, I know what I'm going to be doing.
Yeah, everybody beats.
George Carlin's audiobooks, or I could just listen to Sean Hannity in my sleep. That's
Sean Hannity in your sleep. There's nothing like it, Beast. Enjoy that.
If my options were Sean Hannity or whatever audiobook he just said.
I think he said George Carlin.
He might have said George Carlin. So I'm 10 out of 10 taking George Carlin, but how are you going to sleep to that, Beast? No wonder you're like this. That explains quite a bit, my friend.
Oh, the Jaguars aren't wasting any time. That means the Jets did not trade back in.
They want to get the hell out of here. The Jaguars are like, we're tired of this shit. We're done.
The Jaguars said, we're making our pick. The pick is in. The final pick of the 3rd round is Jalen Husky, the safety from Maryland. And that concludes day 2 of the draft. So thank God the Jets did not trade back up for any quarterback. They will enter the draft tomorrow with 3 4th-round picks, as the 4th round will start at noon Eastern. We'll be live for it right here on my channel when that happens. But Dylan, since we've gone for 4 hours, let's quickly sum up what the Jets did tonight. How do you feel as a Jet fan going into the final day of this draft, with the Jets so far having drafted David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper Jr., and tonight they trade down and take D'Angelo Ponds, 50th overall?
I feel really good. I mean, 2 offense, 2 defense. If you asked me how I would have allocated those picks before any of the trades happened, I would have said at best I would have liked a 2-2 split. If anything, a 3-1 offensive lean. We knew it was going to be a defensive player at 2. I guess, obviously, admittedly, I was a little disappointed when it was Bailey and Sadiq over Reese and Lemon, just based on my personal preference. But then the trade back up for Omar Cooper Jr. really rounded out that first round class for me. And then you look at how they're going to use Sadiq, and you look at how Bailey is going to affect the game. When the Jets are in, neutral game scripts and hopefully having some leads throughout this season. And then you kind of come around to the vision, and then you see how fired up Frank Reich is to use Kenyon Sadiq, and Omar Cooper is really going to be fun and helpful for Garrett Wilson. And then D'Angelo Ponds, like I said, Aaron Glenn's not going to pass on himself in the draft, but he is going to come in and make impact plays at some point this season. So I think they went 4 for 4 in terms of good picks, even though they're not the players that I would have taken in those selections. But again, I'd rather be wrong than the Jets be wrong.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our MegaCast Jets live watch party, reacting to every pick in the 2nd and the 3rd round. He's Dylan Tereman. My name is Jake Asman. Dylan will stop by tomorrow at some point. We'll work on that to get his thoughts on what they do on day 3. I will be live at noon. I'll be live for the entire 4th round. We'll see what the Jets do. I'll be joined by a bunch of some of your favorite special guests who regularly appear on the show. So look, another night at the draft is in the books. DT, where can people find your channel?
Absolutely. Right here at the bottom, at Dylan Tereman on YouTube. We are on the climb to 2,000 subs, where we are giving away the Curtis Martin signed mini helmet. I am thinking we might just do it Tuesday anyway when we have Will Parkinson on, but we should have Buffalo Jet Fan on Mondays in our usual rotating streams. and then Will Parkinson on Tuesday at 8 p.m. So really excited to get some input on not just mock drafts and, possibilities in the draft, but actually getting to break down these guys. And we will be doing all the film reviews of at least these top 4 guys. We'll see what happens with these next couple picks, but I'm really excited to at least watch Pons, Bailey one more time, Cooper in depth a lot, and then Sadiq. I'm really excited to watch him because I'm actually an advocate of drafting his quarterback next year in Dante Moore. So that's going to be a lot of fun. So at Dylan Tereman on YouTube.
Fun night. Dylan, great job as always. Appreciate everyone who tuned in. This community is the absolute best. Shout out to all the Asmaniacs who were at draft parties all around the U.S. and everyone who came out to our party at McFadden's yesterday. Another night at the NFL draft is in the books. We're back at it. Early start, 12 p.m. Eastern. I'm going live for the 4th round. We'll see what the Jets do with 3 4th-round picks to kickstart the final day of the NFL draft. For Dylan Tereman, this is Jake Asman saying, have a great night. Like the video and subscribe to the channel on the way out if you haven't done so already. And we will talk to you tomorrow at noon. Let's go, Jets.
You guys laugh. It's not funny.
This is regurgitating.
Those are 2 fairly young men.
You want to see what a real man looks like?
They don't care. They think it's funny that they're sickly and ill.
This ain't no bullshit.
Beast and Gorman look great.
Yeah, they're both physical specimens.
Destructive but constructive.
That's extraordinary, yeah.
272 pounds, muscle and might.
I'm all thrown off here. I'm all flustered here. Can I get to my jet point?
Yeah, you could try.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't fuck off, I don't know what else will. Have a good day.
Jets, let's go!
Oh, hi. Jake wants me to ask you to click on the like button.
That's right, Lane, and if they don't subscribe to the Jake Asman Show, this team may never win another game. Let's go, Jets!